Are we going to make it? Is my family going to make it? As we going to make it as a humanity? Is this just the down, from now on? And then, we encourage each other and we felt that there are much better days ahead of us. But that helped us to try harder, to push ourselves, to learn, to create, to hold up those who were literally losing the faith. And so on that winter solstice last year, many of you have this like, oh, it's a really difficult day. It's the winter solstice, but what is happening? It felt like, here, I drop you out of the spaceship. I train you well. You do your job, sweetie. And you're like, it's really hard. And they came to portal 222 in the February, right? And they all were like, finally, this is the portal. It is happening. And on that February 2nd, 2022, we all woke up saying, this is really deja vu. What is happening? This is not feeling as I thought it's feeling. It opened the portal of duality. To come through the new timeline, we have to go through these portals. And each portal is like a doorway to the new house or to the tunnel or to the castle, wherever I would like you to go. And it is you who have to walk that portal. You have a choice to be angry, to be upset, to be victimized, to see, to blame everybody. And that happened. And it's this foul and this foul. Like it wasn't enough. The war in the Eastern Europe broke up, kind of feed into this anger and unhappiness and hopelessness. And yet, by the end of the day, I would say almost every one of you felt like, I want better. I want to choose love. I want to choose happiness. I want to choose evolution. I want to choose change. I want to choose better life. And I want to leave this earth here better when I'm going to be gone out of here. So we made a choice. As a soul family, I think, and we collectively see that. And we pull it and pull it and pull it. And then we came last week into the summer solstice. We made it. Look at yourself. You have made it. Congratulations. I'm so proud of you. Your soul family is proud of you. You have accomplished the biggest and hardest part of your mission. You succeeded. You made a choice to be here. You make a choice to evolve. You made yourself a commitment to be in a service to humanity. And so now in this new timeline, it's like a new playground. Everything is possible. It is the place of the infinite possibilities. And all we need to do is just to learn the rules of the infinite possibilities, learn to adjust in this place. We need to learn to recalibrate our bodies and teach it to the others. As I said before, we are about 200 to 300 years ahead of the natural evolution. Now, if you look at it, if you just look at animal species, it is a natural way of life. But the animal species, even the plant kingdom, evolve by suffering. And it's really important to realize that. We evolve by suffering. Animals evolve from living in the water to be the animals living on the land, for example, because there's not enough food in the water, or because the water is all polluted and they can't be there. Their body has to slowly go and adjust to the life on the land. Look at the babies born to the HIV parents. The first generation all had HIV. Second generation was a little bit better. Now we have children who are born immune. The body evolves. Do we all have a collective immunity yet? Absolutely not. But eventually it's going to be. It could be. Why not? This is the example. I think the earth loves us so much. It wants to give us the example of how the evolution works. Now, we don't have in this lifespan 3 generations. Whatever we do, we need to pack it all together. We have to literally make impossible possible. But if we enter the time of infinite possibilities, then we can do that. But to be able to do that, we need to understand. We need to take all this beautiful channel information we are receiving. We need to ground them. And we need to find answers inside of the earth and bring it back to us. Check with our guides. Follow their guidance within the heart. So we are evolving now. If it means that the humanity was meant to evolve 200-300 years from now, that means that the humanity will be reborn into the bodies that are multi-dimensional bodies, means physical bone and the meat body that is able to time travel. Time travel just means, just in a simple way, to go into the space rocket, right? The space vehicle, and fly through the black hole to the Pleiades for the vacation and come back to your house on Earth. It's still impossible. And even if you have a vehicle like that, your body would not be compatible with that kind of the time travel. What happened in the Philadelphia experiment would happen to you, because our bodily cellular structure is not designed for that. We need to realize that we as a starseeds were born into three-dimensional body. Three-dimensional body has a three-dimensional programmed cells that are programmed with fear, reproduction, and destruction. There's a natural decay process, aging process encoded within us, right? So if I know that, what would be the fifth dimensional one? How do I need to change from that? Well, before I go with that, let's stay here a little bit with that body that you have. And you go, so I have a soul, mind, let's say Pleiadian consciousness. I know that you are here from the Lyra and the Sirius, Andromeda, Orion. We all are one family. So you have this beautiful consciousness from the other planet that you're trying to embody, because that's what we are doing now. That's the new timeline. We are embodying our consciousness. We are embodying our memories. We literally want to run all that energy through these bodies. And these bodies are not compatible. They're just not compatible. It's like you want to take a CD player, your CD movie, and play it on the VCR machine. For those who remember the VCR machine, we are aging way too fast, don't we? It's not gonna work. And you says like, but this is such an amazing movie. I really want to see it. So much information on it. On the VCR, you can throw it out of the window. It is not going to work. And that is where we are. We sat there somewhere around the round table up there, let's say in the Pleiades or in the Sirius or anywhere else we're meeting, because we had definitely several meeting spaces or places. And we says, okay, we're going to go down in those bodies and we're going to figure out how to change the cellular frequency. So the whole bodily frequency can change from the 3D survival pattern or the model into fifth dimensional evolving body. I go like, okay, how are we going to do it? Well, first of all, as I said, we come here every 2,000 years. Last time we have done it was around the time to Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene. Now, whatever I share with you about the Jesus Christ, Mary Magdalene scenes has nothing to do with the Bible or the stories that you may hear in the churches. And I'm not going to say they are good or wrong. What I'm saying is I just connect to those channeling stories or the stories that I remember within me, the stories that Pleiadians remind me about. And if you look at their life, Jesus Christ was born a human baby. So was the Mary Magdalene and many around them. They were not gifted the abilities. They were lucky to be born into family that help them develop their potential, that guide them through this journey of the internal alchemy of the body, that can help to change your cellular structure. So you can play that CD movie from there, how to turn the water into wine into the body. Obviously, I'm using a metaphor, but that's exactly what happened. They were not blessed by the being who walked by them and says, oh, there you go, son of the God, you are blessed with everything. You don't have to learn, everything's fine, you remember everything. I would never believe that. Maybe one day, if I will be really convinced that was true. Otherwise, I won't. Because that's what Pleiadians guide me to go and look for it. So we have to start looking into our past to make the future to be the best, to pick what works, and recognize what did not. Leave that out and bring the best. So the Essenes talk about cellular rejuvenation. That means that they could live in one lifetime for more than hundreds of years. There are secret stories of those people who live 3, 4, 5, 800 years in one body. About 2,000 years ago. Mayans went to the other dimension 900 years after the Christ. That shocked me when I found that. And honestly shocked me. Those are all starseeds. Those are our brothers and sisters, the footsteps to follow. And many of you have been them. I want you to remember that. Your memory is within the body. It's not all there in the Akashic records or all there inside of the earth. You brought it with you. It runs through your blood. It is within your bones. It is within the physical structure of that beautiful animal that you have picked to incarnate it into. Now, if we talk about the cellular rejuvenation of the ancient Essenes, if you start look at the different cultures, they are the Bodhisattvas in the Buddhism. There are those who could build the rainbow body. What is the rainbow body? It is the energy of your 7 chakras. I know we have a gazillion chakras and so much of work to do with them, but how many of you focus on your inner work with your 7 chakra, focus to your 5 basic senses, which is smell, taste, sight, touch, and sound, to awaken your awareness, your clairsentience, to awaken your time traveling abilities. And many of us, we have this out of the body experience with time travel, and then you go into the body, you go like, oh, need to have a nap, need to rejuvenate, because body is exhausted. Our cells are exhausted. Did you notice it for the last few months, you're dragging yourself from the left to the right and you go like, I'm tired, I'm so tired. Oh my God, what I'm gonna do? Change the diet, maybe exercise, adjust my lifestyle, whatever you do, you are tired. I was tired too. Last year, I started to look for the answers because I have been obsessed with this cellular rejuvenation and the life of the Essenes for many years. And guess what? It wasn't the Pleiadians who says with the perfect plans. Pleiadian says, oh, look at the Lao Tzu and the Taoism, or Tao. They speak about internal alchemy. So I enrolled myself in the Qigong classes, and I was amazed how much that started to change my energy alongside what I was doing. So when I started to compare this exercise of the inner alchemy and rejuvenation through your inner organs and a simple exercise. And when I combine it with my chakra work and spiritual work and traveling work, it's the same thing what the ancient Essenes did. And of course, there are answers in the yoga and Kundalini exercises and so much on. Think about it. We as a starseeds, as a soul family, we are so brilliant. We left ourselves everything on the earth. When we knew that the Atlantis is going to go down, that it's going to be destroyed, we worked our butts off to spread our teaching all over the world. It was not safe to leave it in one place because it can be corrupted or changed and so much on. If we leave the one chunk here and those people grow here, what's going to happen with the other ones all around the world with our soul family? So it's like we knew the ABC. A and B went to the west, C and D went to the north. Just a simple example. Now it's for us to find these bits and the pieces. It's like a puzzle and put it together. And that's why we are here. Think about it. In this lifetime, we live in the life of extremely evolved technological age. We are here from the different countries, sitting by the wonderful Zoom, connecting together. Our hearts and our mind are linked together. Our bodies are vibrating, listening all these messages and all that is ahead of you to listen through this day. I mean, how lucky we are. So all we need to find is bits and pieces and says, okay, what do you do when you have a COVID? You stay in the bed. If you are like me, you give yourself energy healing, bunch of the herbal teas, and you start asking, what is it inside of me? I had a COVID in February, and I was in the bed. I actually had a lot of pain and bone pain. And I realized that all this COVID wanted me to do is to be angry, to choose the anger and unhappiness. And there was this one day when I was in so much of pain that it brought everything from my life, from the abuse that I have suffered. Because with Pleiadians, we are like, in the soul contract, the abuse is our thing to sign off. I don't know what we were thinking about. But I felt that all in one day. And as I lie there in the pain and it says, if this is my last day on the earth, then I forgive everyone. And I have forgiven for all of this a long time ago. Yet I felt that. I felt all of that. And the anger connected to it. And that is when you make that change. It reminds me of the time, exactly of the time of the Lyme disease. There were so many similar symptoms. So was the COVID made in my heart? It was made up. Did it run out of the laboratories? I think so. Was it planned by the soul family? I don't think so. But I think we made the lemonade when we find the lemons. So somebody tried to throw on us the lowest time and break us before we walk into the highest time. Think about it. If I'll be of the dark side, okay? They know exactly these timelines. They know the potential and opportunities that we all have. So what I do, I throw at you something to make it a little bit harder, right? It's like when they know, oh, I was going to win the Olympic in the running. But they're going to put all these obstacles there, so I'm not going to win it. So what you do, you run faster and harder if you want it. So we can't let this to break us down. That's why we're going to tone it down, that the COVID has been the best thing, because it pushes us, it helps us to grow. If I can connect to this beautiful internal alchemy of my body, if I can go in my gallbladder and liver and feel that anger, I can release it. I can let it go. Now, let me teach you something in the end. How we let go of the illness and suffering and happiness and extremes. So obviously, I love to do awakening of the starseeds and help to remind you where you are and what are your abilities, potential, capabilities, your life mission. And then the next part of my journey and passion in this life is to help you to embody it, to really find it inside of you, and that energy become you, and you are become that fifth dimensional being. So this is what we can practice for the evolution. Just that recognition that three-dimensional being, survival being, is programmed by fear, right? So we know that we need to recalibrate, reprogram this body into fifth-dimensional evolving being. That would be love. Love is the opposite of fear. Is it says, a little harder done, right? Because it says, oh, how do I do it just like that? Yeah, love, love, love. I can feel the love. But Sometimes it's really hard to get away of that fear. Fear is there when your safety and security is challenged. What did the COVID do to us? Challenge our safety and security. And they hope that we will never figure it out. So let me share something super exciting with you. So as I said, the body is the microcosm of macrocosm. And I'm working on this new book that speaks about the organs and how they reflect or mirror the constellation within our universe. So imagine that whole your universe is within you. Isn't that exciting? And then there's a beautiful organ called gallbladder. Gallbladder, according to Chinese medicine, holds the energy of choices. Ta-da! We have built up organ within our body that let us choose what we want, what kind of the reality we're going to live in, what kind of the timeline we are going to be living in. Realize that we have this new timeline, but we are living in the 2 feet in the 2 different worlds. You're going to have a family or the friends who are living in this lower timeline, and it's us here who are living in this higher timeline. We can't separate from each other because we are the building bridge for them. So we start utilizing our gallbladder, energy of choices. Now, what the Pleiadians taught me, energy of gallbladder is actually energy of your first chakra. I know it sits in the 3rd chakra, but listen this for a little bit, if you could. Gallbladder, if it gives me the energy of choices, then it, makes me to be angry and victimized and happy and not happy and so much on. And all that is affected by the 1st chakra, feeling safe and secure. In your body, the gallbladder is connected to Orion star nation. Orion in the human body is the mind, is that ego mind energy. How many ancient structures are built to align the belt of the Orion? 3 Pyramid of the Giza, the one of them. Your gallbladder meridian runs from your on the right side of the body. Actually, you should work with both sides, but the one right on the right side of the body, over your head, side of the body, your hip, all the way down the side of the leg to your 4th toe. This is your antenna to your ego mind consciousness. And think about it. You are influenced every single day. If you watch the news, I don't watch the news except of the abortion law, which makes me super angry for the time of the being. And we all have to, to hold our the love and the prayers for the better outcome than that. But I don't watch that because we are influenced by everything, what everybody wants you to know, to hear, to behave, to do so. So take care of your gallbladder. Think about it. In the modern medicine, they can cut it out. You don't have to have a gallbladder. I had a gallbladder issues for a good 20 years. I would not cut it out. I changed my diet. I started to notice the connection of my emotions to my upset gallbladder. I make changes. We think that we have no free will choices. Yes, we do. It takes a little while to kick it in, but they are built in your gallbladder. If you think of these Orion beings as the reptilian beings or the dark lords of the dark wars, yes, they have been that. But they left this gift in the human body. So when you start your recalibration, sit with your gallbladder, tune in your 1st chakra, and practice feeling safe. How does it even feel? What is the vibration within your body feeling safe? Now, 1st chakra is connected to extraordinary sense of smell. Now we think of the smell as the nose, right? Who would smell with your 1st chakra? Yes, smell in your 1st chakra. Find something that makes you feel absolutely safe and good. Jasmine tea, rose scent, anything, strawberries, whatever it is that you enjoy. Stimulate your senses. And every time when I have, for example, a cup of the jasmine tea, I know I feel safe and secure. I can see the 3 pyramids in the Giza and I says, oh, Orion beings. There's been a lot of manipulation, haven't been? But now you're trying to help us. It is safe to transmute my ego into my 5th dimensional mind. It is safe to shift from the fear into love. It is safe to evolve in the human body. something magical will start happening within your cells. They says, wow, it is safe. It is safe not to age fast. Mm-hmm. It is safe to recall the memory that is in your knowledge keep of it in your body, which is your bone marrow, blood, nervous system. Mm-hmm. It is safe. Then the second one will be heart. Heart organ is your Pleiadian constellation within your body. Pleiadians are love, unconditional love, right? That is your soul. So the heart is the seat of my soul. My gallbladder is the seat of my ego, mind, consciousness. Now in the Taoism, they have it a little differently, but it's very similar. So this is what you need to start work with. And isn't it funny that you start work with that soul, ego, mind, consciousness in your fifth chakra instead of just going in the mind? See, there's a lot of teaching that mislead us on our way. Yes, I was assessing and traveling in the Pleiades and Orion or connected with the Lyra and other star nations, but I still lived in fears. And those things were happening to me. And I said, how is it possible? And the same with all of you, right? How is it possible that you fall into these fears and we have these hiccups on our way? Because we don't train our safety and security. It's a basic physical thing. So you start reproducing the self within you. It is safe. It is safe to speak up at a StarSeed Conference. It doesn't matter what my neighbor's going to say. It is safe to be different because we were not raised to be the same. So then in your heart, that's your Pleiades. Connect with the Pleiades, connect to your soul. Soul is this beautiful feminine energy that carries the knowledge. You have a knowledge, but you need your physical mind to carry your mind to carry into physicality. Think of it, your Pleiadian knowledge is like this beautiful water in the river. And your mind is that cup that's going to take out the water and drink it and rejuvenate. Now, I love to always work in the Trinity. So the last third energy I'm going to share with you, it's the human energy. Now, yes, we are the starseed divine being living in this human body. But we need to embrace the human. How many people you hear says, oh, I hate to be human. The human life is horrible and the earth is horrible. I can't wait to get out. Oh, where are you going? Probably to the recycling bin. I don't want to sound sarcastic. How you can do something new when you hate what you were doing before. Did it happen to you before? It happened to me many times. You hate that job, you changed the job, and there are similar people at that new work. Why? Because you didn't clean up your past. The way to ascension, to immortality, to be the multidimensional species that we are predestined to be, is through loving who you are. So honor the animal that gave you the life. This is the animal body. Recognize the soul, mind, consciousness. We had many different bodies. I think I picked a good animal in this life. And believe it or not, I hated that animal. I hated my body. I was ridiculous for my look, for my way of speaking, for having way too big eyes. I love it about myself now. Honor the animal that you are in. So the organ that you work as a human is your actually fifth chakra and your neck. This is the connection of your Dumei and Renmei meridian pathway, central and governing. If you are familiar with the symbol Ouroboros, the two snakes or the two fish in a oval, biting on each other, that is that energy. It is the fifth chakra in the human that, I guess, makes us the human, connects. This is our extraordinary ability, that connection with the earth. It is the expression. When we speak, when we listen, when we reflect, when we create, it is the words and the words that carry the action that makes the words. It is the words that carry the action that creates healing. That's our expression. That is the beautiful gift that Mother Earth gave us to be the humans. And that is that part of the recalibration. It is not just to sit there and think about it. It is be there and act it, practice it. Same like when you want to master the Qigong, you have to do your exercise. The same goes with yoga and running and gathering and the cooking. So let's practice to be starseeds. Let's embody to ourselves and let's work with these three important energies. Your gallbladder, the choices. You always have a choice. Your kid comes to you and says, Mom, can I watch the TV at midnight? You have a choice, yes or no. We have a choice with everything. We just feel uncomfortable to say no because people will not like us. There's always going to be somebody who's not going to like us. Heart is your Pleiades, your knowledge, your wisdom, your love, your divine self. And soul, whenever you are male or the female, that energy comes there. I mean, energy comes from beyond this universe and has imprints or personalities from very different planets. But before we came on the Earth, the Pleiades and the Orion hold the blueprint for the human being. Before any another star nation contributed DNA to the genetic manipulation. So yes, it has many star nations within. But if you master those two, and the human self, the expressing yourself the way how you would like to see the future, and you living your words, what I'm sharing with you, I'm practicing almost every day. And I think this is our way to change this world. And this will lead to the ending of my sharing today that I so much enjoy here. You have to become a living example, a living change. You have to create a way of life that is inspiring to the others. And it doesn't matter if you are a writer, if you are a baker, if you are a stay-at-home mom, if you are a president of this country. It honestly doesn't matter. What matters is that you are a heart-centered being. And then you look at the suffering and says, I have a choice. I have a choice to be sick or I have a choice to heal. And there must be a way to it. If I make my choice, I will find a way. And eventually I will embrace the way, I will leave that way. And there will be the others who will want to do the same. So let's be those starseeds, let's be that stars family, that the others are gonna look 100, 200, 300, 500,000 years from now who says, wow, I wanna be like them, they were cool. Same like we look today at Jesus Christ and Mary Magdalene and says, I want to be like them. I don't want all that suffering that they had with it, but I want to be like them. So let's be like that. But once more time, it doesn't happen by dreaming. You have to put your dreams into the reality. So with a new timeline, we are creating a new reality. We are the actors of our own movie. So in my movie, you all are amazing. Your life is filled with love and happiness and success, and you are in service to humanity. And your life finally took on not only in the highest timeline, but in the highest possible capabilities that you can achieve on your star mission. And with this, I want to thank you. Thank you for who you are, what are you doing, and that you are here with all of us in this amazing time. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Wow, Eva, thank you so much. Whew, what a beautiful transmission straight from the heart. I felt it in my entire being and core. There was beautiful messages that people were leaving you in the chat here. We do have a question, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm sorry I don't read the chat because it would totally
Of course, yeah, of course. I just want to let you know that there was a lot of love in the chat for you. So, the question is, what are some clearing tools that work best for you? You know, you mentioned Qigong. Is there any more that you would recommend for clearing?
I would recommend to find what kind of the element are you. So we have 4 elements, right? The earth, water, the air, and the fire. and begin to work with the elements. So for example, I'm the earth element. So the biggest clearing in the beginning started for me with just going into the forest, or imagine that I'm in the forest and smelling. So I'm in the Czech, we pick a lot of mushrooms up there, to smelling the mushrooms and that wet moss in the forest. Yep. For the water, you can go and be under the waterfall. It can be all done in the imaginary. What it does, it brings you that safety and security and the feeling that you can leave all that behind and up there. And then really start questioning, this negative energy that I have, is it coming from me, or do I empathically picking it up from my family or from my clients, from my neighbors? For that, it's very good to use kinesiology testing. What I do is the pendulum, body pendulum, or any kind of the yes, no way of the answers that you may receive. Yeah. And then start asking, I'm feeling angry right now. Is it me or is it somebody else? And that recognition of what is me, what is not me. If it is me, then it's not only, to live it in the forest, is understand it. I'm angry over something. Why I'm angry? Because I cannot control something. I may be angry at my son to tell him to clean his car, where he's just doing his own thing and I feel I can't control him. Those are the things, when we start understanding our emotions and feelings, it goes hand in hand with clearing. Does that help?
Thank you. Yeah, that helps a lot. One of the biggest things that I find is very challenging sometimes is accepting what is. What is your kind of go-to for releasing, or just how do you accept something that is challenging to accept?
It is the surrender. It is to stop fighting it. Because if there is something that I can get, to over from the past or what is happening to me, it is something, that definitely triggers me and brings all those very negative thoughts and the emotions. So it's very easy to say surrender, right? And we go like, it doesn't work, it comes back there.
Totally, yeah.
We're gonna use the reverse technique. Let's say that I'll be angry at my husband, for example. I'm gonna sit at it, and I'm actually gonna allow myself to go into the body and feel the full anger, feel full blown, think of it instead of running away from it. We do it in the very quiet and private place without taking it on anybody else. I just want to point it out. It's not like, I feel it and I'm just gonna throw it somewhere. No. when you feel it and when you go to the biggest part, then you eventually realize that it's just very silly what you are angry over. That a person is not capable to be what you need him or her to be, or that situation couldn't be that. So by feeling and experiences, that charge goes down, and then you suddenly feel the truth of it. Some people are not capable to be what we need them to be, and that, give us a choice to change our life. So feeling it, experiencing it, and then surrender to it.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation today. Where can people find you?
People can find me at my website, www.evamarquez.org. I have books on the Amazon, my newest, my first English published hardcover book, I guess we can say.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Activate Your Cosmic DNA. It's on the Amazon and all major retail sellers. And I also have a YouTube channel, again, Eva Marquez. It's gonna make you recognize me.
Yes, so awesome. We'll put the link in the chat for everyone. Eva, thank you again for being here. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. The same to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Care.
Love you. Bye.
Bye. Wow. That was such an awesome presentation. Super grateful to have learned about Eva. That was my first time hearing about her. So let's keep going. We have an amazing next speaker. Her name is Marissa. Marissa is an intuitive healer, quantum meditation guide, and a past life regressionist that creates safe spaces of unconditional love and support to allow others to tap into their divine gifts, authenticity, and purpose. Her starseed awakening occurred 4 years ago during a past life regression session. Past life regression has propelled her spiritual growth and embodiment of her multi-dimensional self. During this vision, she saw herself as a celestial dolphin species that was able to easily transverse through the realms and dimensions. Her mission is to help you unlock the codes and wisdom within yourself. Marissa, welcome. So good to see you again. Take it away.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here again for the third year. I can't believe it's been 3 years since we started doing this thing. How is everyone feeling? I see that the chat is going off. And thank you, Eva, for that beautiful talk. I caught the end of it, and it's so beautiful to feel your frequency and your message. So just to drop in, I was sitting and like connecting to what I wanted to talk about. And just first, because the way of the world has been, this week has been heightened, I'd love to just offer us a meditation to connect to the divine feminine before I drop in, if that's cool. So wherever you are, let's just close the eyes, come into this space, and take a deep breath in. Exhale, release. Feeling into the heart chakra, feeling into your body, feeling into this now moment, and allowing yourself to just fully arrive here. Just giving yourself a permission just to be here now. Breathing into the heart space, breathing into the frequency of unconditional love. And exhale, release. And I'd love to do just a little experiment. I've never done this before, but it sounds fun. So if you identify as a female, can you keep your arms up to receive energy? And if you identify as a divine masculine, can you have your hands like this? And through this meditation, we're just gonna kind of elevate the divine feminine frequency, just empowering the divine feminine. So through the breath, begin to feel energy rising through your hands. For the divine masculine, envision this energy being sent to the palms of the hands of the divine feminine. And the divine feminine, allowing yourself to receive, allowing yourself to come into your power, feeling the resonance, the frequency, the energy dance upon the hands, feeling the power within your hands, feeling the support of the divine masculine. Allow yourself to just feel this, letting any thoughts melt away, and just allow yourself to feel the energy oscillating on top of the palms of the hands, creating a web, a unification between the divine masculine and the divine feminine, in synergy, in co-creation, in unity. Let's take an inhale in. Exhale, sending that light, that energy, creating that beautiful synergy. And one more inhale. Bringing the hands back into unity, back into the heart space, back together. And together, just feeling the frequency of unification. All together as one. Take a moment and rub the hands together. And let's just send each other a love beam through the palms of the hands. And just keep those hands up against the screen wherever you are, and just feel the frequencies. All right. Well, thank you for joining me in that little meditation practice, and just kind of sending love to the divine feminine, and empowerment energy to the divine feminine, because we all know the highest timeline and new earth rises with the divine feminine. So when we talk about the highest timeline, the first word that comes to my mind is adaptability, right? So we live on Earth, and Earth is such a beautiful, beautiful planet that we chose to incarnate on. But with Earth comes full spectrum energy. We have the good, the bad, the ugly, whatever the stereotypes are, whatever the cliches are. We have it full spectrum here. And the way to dance through the frequencies, dance through the complications or the things that don't go our way, is through adaptability. So for me, adaptability is the embodiment of water, right? Water has the ability to crash, to flow, to be a river, to be an ocean, to hold, to push. So that's one way you can embody fluidity and adaptability. And I loved Eva's suggestion of finding the element to which you resonate the most with. And this is really great to have these energy practices as like in your tool belt, right? For when you're out and about, when you're at Trader Joe's getting groceries, or, you know, in traffic, like, what element can you invoke within you to come into that adaptability, to come into that ability to dance with whatever is coming? So with adaptability, in my perspective, is the ability to shift your perspective in any now moment. So traffic is a great example, right? We can be coming home from work or coming home from doing the do, and there's traffic, and we're like, oh, I just want to get home. I just want to like be out in nature, whatever it is. And you could get stuck in that story of like, why is this happening? Yada, 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 whatever it may be that is triggering that, you know, that thought process where it's looping and you're kind of just spiraling into a negative contracting frequency. So whenever you catch yourself in that, adaptability to me is catching yourself in that and being like, where's the positive aspect of this situation? Oh, I'm in traffic. Oh, there's that podcast episode I've been wanting to listen to. I'm going to put on my favorite song and take this opportunity to jam. Oh my goodness, I didn't meditate today. I will take this traffic jam as the perfect opportunity to do an open-eyed meditation. So it's all about adaptability, or another word that I like to use for adaptability is alchemization. How can you turn whatever situation you're in into gold, right? So alchemy at its base, like the true meaning of alchemy is to turn base metals into gold. But we can extrapolate on that old technique that is beautiful and turn every moment into gold. So whenever we find ourselves in those moments where where we find ourselves contracted, or we find ourselves in disappointment, disarray, disillusion, whatever it may be, how can we spin and adapt and change our perception to elevate our frequency in that now moment to make the best of it? And I believe the more adaptable and the more you can alchemize every now moment, the more you're staying on that high timeline, on that highest timeline. For me, yes, it's a choice to be like, I claim my highest timeline now. Yes, do it on the full moon, do it on the moon rituals, do it when the stars are aligned, but it is an every moment practice. It is in every moment of choosing that highest timeline, of choosing love, of choosing that higher perspective, of choosing that enlightened perspective. And it's a practice. And for me, what always helps is, I'll get caught in, and everyone, no matter who they are, let me tell you, everyone has these moments, and that's okay. We make love to these moments. We love these aspects of the human experience. We incarnated here on earth to have these experiences. So when these negative emotions arise or these negative feelings arise, the key is not to shame the human for feeling this. It's, hey, all right, that's valid. How can we use that as medicine? And that is the adaptability and the alchemization to create every moment as an opportunity, as a step onto the highest timeline. Yeah, does that resonate? Feel free to comment in the chat. Adaptability and alchemization is absolute key, and everyone has different ways of using alchemy as a practice. For me, the archetypes is really helpful for working with alchemy. So if I'm super tired, and I don't want to, I can't come up with an example. Okay, so if I'm super tired and I want to go for a hike, I embody the dragon archetype, the dragon that can just run up the mountain and has to save and have fun with it. And that's what the human experience is. It's you got to have fun. So working with the archetypes is a really beautiful way of kind of having fun with alchemy. So we'll use the traffic example. So your traffic and everything is not going the way you had maybe planned. Something I do when I'm in traffic is I embody the Bruce Almighty archetype, and I just envision parting the Red Sea, and that's a way to have fun in the moment. So Bruce Almighty archetype, I'm gonna have to write that down. I've never used that one before, but spoken about it. But it's true, when I'm in traffic, I totally envision myself as Bruce Almighty and like parting all the cars. It doesn't always work, but we're working on it. Magic. So all right, so when I spoke to Flo, oh my God, what feels like months and months and months ago, I wanted to talk about past life regression and cosmic contact, or CE5. So I would love to touch upon it. How am I doing from time? Great. So a lot of my work has to do with past life regression, or guiding the consciousness into meeting its highest self, meeting its cosmic self, which is so beautiful to just guide others in seeing, feeling, embodying their power. Because I think ultimately that's what this is all about. Is we're here on Earth. There's a lot of distraction, there's a lot of disillusion, and it's so easy to get knocked out of our power, but there's ways to always come back to our power. And so for me, having the visualizations of past incarnations or these archetypes within me has been so powerful for me, of coming back into my power. So okay, past life regression and cosmic contact. So we're starseeds here, right? This is the StarSeed Conference. So we love our star family. We love to communicate with our star family. We love to bring them into our awareness. And a wonderful way of doing that is through cosmic contact. And so a lot of cosmic contact, CE5, for those who don't know, is human facilitated contact with extraterrestrials. So this is a way of using our thoughts, our frequency, as a way to send a signal to our star family to communicate with us, to show themselves up in the night sky, or to communicate in the invisible realm through channeling, through different ways. I love to empower people to do cosmic contact in the channeling state or in the invisible realm to really invoke those presences to feel their wisdom and allow that wisdom to come through, because we all have capabilities of connecting to that higher consciousness. We are that higher consciousness. We are just remembering how to tap into that. So one of the beautiful ways of kind of bridging the gap of communicating with higher consciousness is remembering the aspect of the self that is that higher consciousness, which past life regression has been a beautiful modality for. And everyone can do past life regression or get into that state. Sometimes it helps to have a guide. Some people just tap into it. And as starseeds, like, you all have the capabilities to just tap into it. And, you know, just sit in meditation and invoke the Octurians, invoke the Syrians, invoke the Pleiadians, and just allow yourself to tune into that consciousness. You don't need to like try to formulate how that consciousness feels, what it looks like, all of these like very human ways of identifying consciousness or identifying a being or a star system. You could just tap into the energy. And I'm telling you, the more that you tap into just the consciousness, the more you'll be able to channel, to feel, to remember those galactic incarnations, to remember that galactic wisdom. So I would love to just, it's so much easier for me to like guide into feeling than speak about feeling. So I'd love to just do like a quick like 5-minute little sink into cosmic consciousness. Yes. Okay, I'm getting distracted with this chat. I love you guys. Every night is a vibe with the Star family. Absolutely, yes. Go, it's summertime. Go and stargaze with friends, and you know, you can go and look for craft, or you can go and just tune into a star and just feel its frequency, feel its energy, feel every star has a different energy signature. Every star has different wisdom to download into your consciousness if you're ready. So, and this is a practice, you know, you're not going to just go walk around outside and be like, oh my God, I feel all, you know, it's a practice, and everyone has a different experience with tapping into cosmic consciousness. So I'd love to just get there. So I just want to check with you guys, with Raji and Flo, if that's cool, if we're good on time, just to do like a 5-10 minute closing little meditation. Yes. Okay. Awesome. I have 15 minutes. Oh my God, we can really get somewhere with that. Okay. All right. So wherever you are, just close the eyes. Come back into this beautiful space. And allow any thoughts within your mind to just dissipate, and allow yourself to just drop into the heart, the space that we so beautifully activated earlier. Breathing into the heart space. Exhale, release. Now taking a moment to connect to your root chakra, the base of the spine. Taking a deep breath here. And as you exhale, begin to envision a white light going from your root chakra into the core of Gaia. And allow yourself to feel Gaia, our home planet, our beautiful, beautiful Mother Earth, through your root chakra. And allow her frequency to ground you. Allow yourself to feel her holding you in this now moment. Allow yourself to feel that primordial hum, that om, that home frequency. Feeling grounded, feeling centered, taking a deep breath in from the core of Gaia. As you exhale, allow yourself to feel yourself drawing energy up through the core of Gaia, saying, "Thank you, Mama. Thank you for holding me." And begin to see a white light rising from your root chakra to your sacral chakra, right below your navel, your belly button, cultivating chi within your body. Allow that energy to rise into your solar plexus, your inner fire. Breathing in here, seeing the color yellow emanate throughout your auric field, throughout your body. The frequency of Ra, the frequency of the sun, your solar plexus, your connection to our mother star. And continue to allow the chi to rise within your body, bringing the white light up into your heart chakra. Breathing in here, feeling the chest expand, feeling the heart expand. Exhale, release. Allowing that 5D frequency to be embodied. Allow that unconditional love to wash over your body, wash over your being. And feeling the white light rise into your throat chakra, your center of expression, your center of truth. And feeling the energy rise, feeling the white light rise into your third eye, your ability to see, your imagination, your ability to wipe away the veils of delusion, of the density of the 3D earth plane. Breathing into your third eye. And as you exhale, envision this energy center, envision this eye begin to open. Allowing Spirit to show you that which you are willing and ready and able to see. And now cultivating that white light all the way from the core of Gaia up through your body, through your root, through your sacral, through your solar plexus, through your heart, through your throat, through your third eye, and out of your crown into the cosmos. allowing the pillar of light that is you to be fully illuminated and fully activated from the core of Gaia to the center of the cosmos. Allow yourself to feel in the highest alignment. Allow yourself to feel the power, the chi within your body, within your being in this now moment. Feeling your frequency rise, breathing in. And as you exhale, amplifying that pillar of light through the body into the cosmos. And in this space, begin to feel high frequency light. Begin to co-create with you. Begin to co-create with your channel, with your pillar of light. Perhaps placing the hands upwards and out to receive any information that may come through. Allow yourself to just be here now. Feeling the cosmic energy come through your crown chakra, rain over your body, over your being, washing and purifying your body, recalibrating all of your cells to be in the highest alignment with source, with self, with your vision, with your mission. And allow just the cosmic energy to rain upon you. Just allow yourself to receive here. Letting go of the mind, letting go of any thoughts of how this should feel. Just allow yourself to be present. Feeling high frequency light just rain upon your body, rain upon your being, cleansing your human. Reminding you of your divinity, reminding you of your gifts, reminding you of your power. Good. Stay here for just a minute. Allow yourself, give yourself the permission just to receive this cosmic energy for 1 minute. Just be here. Taking a deep breath in, holding at the top, sipping in a little bit extra air, a little bit more of that cosmic energy. And slowly exhale. And as you exhale, envision the white light coming in from the cosmos and the white light coming in from the core of Gaia. And envision both cords coming back into unity, into your heart chakra. Into wholeness, into embodied truth, into your power. And know whenever you need to feel grounded and connected to Gaia and are looking for a little cosmic rain shower, you can always activate that pillar through the heart space, through the breath. And let's just do that one time so you know you can always come back to it. So when you breathe in through the heart chakra, and then exhale, envision that white light extending down into the core of Gaia and up into the cosmos. allowing yourself to receive. Breathing in here. And as you exhale, calling the light, calling that pillar of light, that channel that is with you back into your heart. And take a moment and bring both of the palms into heart center, just feeling that connection. Feeling that connection to the cosmos. It's always activated. Feeling Gaia always holding you. Feeling your starseed nature, your ability to connect to the cosmos like that. For you are the cosmos, having a human experience. And whenever you're ready, gently open the eyes and come back into the space. Thank you for just dropping in with me and just coming back into that feeling, that knowing of the cosmic divinity that is you, how you can tap into it at any now moment. I love to talk about this connection and how to receive this insight and these downloads and the channelings and the yada yada yada, but the true way of just knowing is to just drop it and feel, because the whole universe begins to open up to you. Meditation is such a powerful tool for starseeds to remember. And no, there's no rhyme or reason. There's no right way or wrong way to meditate. Just the best way is just to get out in nature, connect with a tree, connect with a rock, and just feel its frequency and have it anchor you here in this dimension while you allow yourself to just go. And I'd love to I have like 6 minutes. What is time? We have 6 minutes. And I'd love to just open it up for questions. If anyone has any questions of how to I don't know. If you have any questions, I love answering questions. It makes my life a lot easier because I could talk about anything. But thank you for dropping in. It's so fun. For me, that's where the medicine, that's where the magic is. Hey, Flo.
Hey, wow. Feeling good from your activation. Thank you so much.
Oh, of course.
We have actually some questions for you. And there's a question
Beautiful.
from Tim in the question and answer. And he's feeling extremely isolated. And how can he connect with more people like himself, in the starseed frequency?
That is a beautiful question, and I know it's such a tough one for starseeds, and we all feel it. We all feel it. My suggestion is to find like-minded individuals in your area. Go to a yoga class. Go to or find some sort of modality in your area that resonates with you, and where like-minded people would gather. Eventbrite is a great way to look for people. Meetup. There's so many ways, but the best way that I honestly have been meeting people is just going out wherever I am and just meditating in public, or lighting some sage and just doing what I do in public, and people come up and they're like, hey, what are you doing? And we start talking. They're like, oh my God, I'm a Syrian starseed too. And I'm like, well, hello. Totally trust in the law of attraction and go out there with the frequency that you're calling into your life. A lot of with finding your like-minded people is you have to fully embody the people, the frequency of the people that you're calling into your life. It's the law of attraction. And Tim, I'd love for you to just send me a message. I have a Discord chat that I'm trying to like amp up for like-minded starseeds to come together and just to find one another. So yeah, Instagram's also great. Find hashtags, just send people messages, just put yourself out there. Because you're not alone. We're all of us starseeds are, we realize that we are the black sheep and we're looking for other starseeds. So even in this chat, like, where are you located? Find, like, everyone, like, blast this chat open with like where you're located, and y'all find each other, you know what I mean? Like, just yeah. Yeah. So
Well,
that's my answer for that.
that's a beautiful answer. And I want to say, you've been part of the Starseed conferences since our conception. And I could always feel, I guess we connect once a year in summer, and I could always feel your journey. And you have done some incredible work. It's just you're vibing through the screen. So thank you for all you do on our planet. I know you travel to sacred sites. I know you're activating our planet in many ways. And I just want to thank you from the depths of my heart for honoring your soul path and allowing us to be on this timeline. So infinite gratitude and love your way. I'm sure we'll be seeing you next year, and we're actually trying to go into physical. It might be in Sedona. I know I'm messaged you. We're trying to make this a physical event for 2023. And yeah. And how can people find you?
Amazing. All right. So you can find me star.seeded on Instagram, or starseeded.com. But I would love for anyone here who has resonated with what I've said to just send me a message on Instagram. I'd love to get to know you. I'd love to just connect. And yeah, Instagram is really like my most like updated platform. So that's the best way to find me.
Okay. Well, thank you from the depths of our heart. We love you. Keep doing
I
what
love
you're doing.
you.
And
Yeah.
blessings.
Cheers. Bye, everyone.
Cheers. All right. Wow. So this has been so awesome thus far. Eva, Marissa, blasting us with codes. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling good. How's everyone feeling? Marissa got the chat pop in. So share your Instagram or contact, and let's start connecting, because when we connect, powerful things happen. And this is the time for us as starseeds to come into a place of reunion. And speaking of reunion, our next guest, I actually ended up meeting her in the physical. Her name is Crystal, and I'm living in the Kootenays, British Columbia, which is such a magical area. I feel like Mother Earth just guided me here to be in service to the lake. Actually, across the house, my original house when I moved here, there was a freshwater lake where you could put your hand in and drink from it. And you can imagine the energy that this lake was radiating. It was called Slocan Lake. And the first time I visited this lake, I was just instantly taken into a sort of multi-dimensional field, and I actually started to see beings, which is another story. So I'm living in this very high vibe, special place. And this earlier in the winter, I ended up meeting up with our next guest. Her name is Crystal, and here's a little, and I'm actually really excited for you to all get to know her and for her to share her presentation. So she was born in Vancouver, British Columbia, and she's experienced a lifetime of unusual and supernatural occurrences. Since birth, she could see spirits, feel energy empathically, see the future, and put her hands on people to heal them. She was given visions of the future and messages for others through her lifetime. Her gifts come from the sky nations. Her and her mother were abductees and highly gifted starseeds. She chose Earth during this time to be of service to all. Her mission in this lifetime is to assist others on their journeys and teach starseeds how to use their gifts and share the important messages she receives for humanity. So I'm just going to invite her into the panelists. Boom. and she is currently living in the Kootenays, where I reside, and she lives in an off-grid community and works as a healer and starseed. So, without further ado, Crystal, hello, welcome.
Hello. Hi, everybody. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, Flo and Raji. Marissa, that was a fabulous meditation. Thank you so much. And so I'm really excited, you guys. I have a presentation put together, a PowerPoint presentation. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm hoping not to overload you guys with too much, but I have been getting a ton coming in through the galactics, a lot of information. And so I've put together this little, there's about 4 slides, and they're jam-packed. But it's resonating with everything that we've been talking about. So I'm really happy to to do that. So I'm just figuring out I am just figuring out how to do this. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to go into PowerPoint. And here is my presentation. So I'm just going to check. You guys can see this okay? It's coming up.
Yep, we can see
Okay,
it.
great. Okay, great. So I just want to just quickly let you guys know I do work with a bunch of different beings. So it's a council or a community. They call themselves the intergalactic community. So there's many different beings. The teachings come through from multiple different entities. I have a teacher. My main teacher is called Enoch. And so this is everything that I'm sharing today is what has been directly shared. So these are direct teachings from the ETs, and they've asked me to act as a bridge between humanity and them, and to share with other starseeds and the people who are ready in humanity, because it is time. The new world is here, and we have so many exciting things coming. So the first thing is timeline fluctuation. So a lot of us are aware that, and we can feel it when the timelines fluctuate, because reality is multidimensional and everything is flexible. Time, timelines, reality, everything is totally flexible, and it's based on our perception and our manifestation and our energy resonance with those fields. So humans exist on a multi-dimensional plane and create reality with quantum outputs, which is our own vibrations. So extra-dimensional and interdimensional beings can use fear or pain to manifest their own desired negative timelines. Now, of course, we know about the duality. We like to rise above duality, but we can also just say, yes, that is something that currently is a factor. However, it is just a gift for us in order to help us grow and do the work that we are so blessed and so lucky to do. So, you know, the polarity is always there for growth. There are currently 3 main timeline fractals overmerged onto the human 3rd dimensional Earth dimensions. So again, time is multi-layered, and so currently there are 3 existing timelines that we have anchored in. One of them is, the first one is a negative timeline. So, you know, the oppressive experiences and the anchoring in of a darker time. But luckily, on January 22nd, I had a very clear meeting with the star people, and they were hugging me, and they told me that that timeline had collapsed. So I'm really excited to share that with you guys, that we have been doing the work, that we have shifted this. We have done it as a collective. The second timeline is a Noah's Ark style rescue, and 144,000 souls on Earth during a cataclysmic event of waves, followed by 1,000 years of peace, and humans joined the intergalactic community. So that was in 2012 that I was shown that timeline directly in an actual abduction event. I was shown the timeline, and I was brought onto a ship. And there are other people who I've connected with in my network who have actually had the exact same experience and even been able to finish sentences and describe, you know, everything down to the color of the walls. And so we were all shown that in 2012. And I believe that timeline has shifted as well, because the third timeline is human consciousness becomes empowered and creates a consciousness revolution. The extra dimensional parasites leave naturally and humans advance. So again, it was a gift. All of this is a gift. And it's been an incredible experience, because as we know, as light workers, as starseeds, we do know that shadow work and working with the opposite polarity is our greatest teachers, and it accelerates our growth. And the supreme creator, whatever you want to call it, God, you know, that intelligence created both polarities for this beautiful balancing act, this yin yang that operates throughout multi dimensions and multi frequencies in the cosmos. And it is there just for growth and experience. Otherwise, there would be no existence. You have to have friction, you have to have polarity in order for existence and experience and growth. And so that's how it works. I mean, that's as far as what they showed me when I first started to receive these teachings. The very, very first thing that the galactics showed me was a yin yang symbol. And they just made it very clear to me that this is so important. And they are very well aware of the perfect balance of this consistent balance throughout the universe and throughout the cosmos and all beings and all levels. Now, at the highest level, there is no form, and therefore that doesn't exist. But when we exist in third dimensional planes, and when we exist in lower dimensional planes, lower than the highest supreme consciousness, then we will experience growth through these frictional polarities. And that's okay. It's not wrong. It's perfect. All right. So the next thing I wanted to mention that was a direct, these are all direct teachings, but this one was really important. It was grid and portal work. So starseeds were placed, I'm sorry, I have to tilt my head because it's sideways. So starseeds were placed to be of service exactly where they are now or where they are called to go now. And that is in a perfect geometric grid pattern across the world. South America is a main calling point for starseeds. And there is a new consciousness coming out from this area, which is spreading through the field energy, so through the collective consciousness. So there are certain points that are gathering starseeds, and I've seen a lot of work around Peruvian shaman, and I have seen that the ETs work directly with Peruvian shaman as well. And I believe that the South American teachings, the ancient teachings, are very in line with star nations, and there are some extremely important ancient knowledge that's coming from their ancestors and coming through in their own spiritual practices. So I do believe it makes sense that people would be drawn to those areas. They do know what's coming. A lot of them are able to see, they are able to see into the other realms. The shaman are definitely very in tune with what's going on in this world. And so yes, there are some collection areas, and I have seen them. And so I have spoken to, I don't even know how many starseeds who said that they felt drawn to places like that. So it's really neat when you meet people who don't know each other who are saying the same thing. So starseeds are being brought to Earth grid points in astral travel. So a lot of us have contact in the astral world or in astral travel during deep meditation, or when we're sleeping in dream space, dream contact. So we sometimes are brought to these places, these grid points, and we are doing work in the astral. We're actually anchoring in new frequencies. I mean, all of this work is paying off. It's really shifting. So it's really amazing. And I'm sure some of you have experienced these where you're in another place like the pyramids of Giza, or you're in the Himalayas. So in your astral, in astral travel. So Starseeds have been shown multiple PowerPoints, and I'll name a few, but there's so many. The pyramids of Giza in Egypt, the Himalayas, the Eiffel Tower, Mount Shasta. There's actually a huge amount of Earth intersect in Edmonton, Canada, and there's so many more. So working on these lines and points magnifies and intensifies powerful healing energies. So we do that for Mother Earth and to help her shift. Mother Earth and for the collective beings of Earth. So when we help with the Earth frequencies and Mother Earth, then we help with all of the collective of beings on the planet as well, because they are, here in this field energy, and even the bugs and the animals and the plants are shifting too as Mother Earth shifts. And as we act as like pressure points or acupuncture points, we bring in these frequencies and we bring it in for the highest good for all. And that's what we came here for. So, okay, this one is merging quantum reality with the third dimension. So I've been shown that in the quantum realms, you are a band of color and frequency. So when you go to your quantum self, which is something that you can do during meditation, and I was being shown this and being directly given this teaching while I was asleep. And so I was taken to the field. The field is a rainbow. It's a rainbow holographic field. So yeah, so therefore we are each interdimensional and able to access all points of time and space. We are capable of changing the rainbow holographic field to alter reality in immediate ways by stepping into the rainbow field and accessing the blueprint of all, including yourself. You can heal yourself, you can heal others, you can change the weather, we are really capable of a lot more than we actually know. And it begins with the third eye, your gateway to all of the other dimensions and worlds, and your quantum self, quantum reality. So meditation enhances these abilities for sure. The pineal gland is how we can see these realms. So that is our way to be able to see where we're going, what we're doing, and it is, everyone has these gifts. It is innate in all humans, and even animals have these gifts. So we've just been sort of programmed through various things in our lives. We've been programmed to be anchored into a third density and to not, as children, often we see these realms, we have these experiences, our third eye is open, but we learn to shut it down because it's scary or we don't understand it, we don't have guidance. And so we do have these abilities and we can open up our third eyes again, and we can work in these realms, and we do. And so do all of the ETs. These are all the very basics for them. And when we are working with them, this is the foundational basis that we can connect with them and understand how they perceive us and the entire cosmos. So yeah, so we are already oscillating in multi-dimensions. And I think a lot of us are starting to experience this more clear multi-dimensional self and multi-dimensional reality around us. We see things like symbols and signs. I just had a beautiful woodpecker show up just as I turned this conference on, and it was just like multicolored rainbow, gorgeous. It was just sitting in the tree. So another symbol, another bird, totally in alignment with the conversation in the beginning of the conference. You guys are talking about birds and symbolism. So yeah, that is sort of a confirmation, and it's part of that multidimensional reality where the bird shows up because it's in alignment and it's part of that field energy that's resonating. And you'll see more symbols. Rainbows are huge from the galactics. They are so big into sending us beautiful, beautiful, loving symbols like rainbows, butterflies, birds, animal symbolism, and they will let you know that they are with you by sending you these symbols as you progress through your own evolution and your own quantum reality. So our reality is our perception of it. And so I'll share a direct quote from the Galactics. They said, how you treat others and how you treat yourself, it goes out and it creates a pattern. And that pattern comes back to you, but it also goes out collectively and creates a larger pattern. And eventually that pattern comes back to all of you as a collective. So micro, macro, again, all like quantum, but it's just interesting how they said it creates a pattern, like a sacred geometrical pattern, that we are creators, we're master creators. All right, so I'm gonna go to my next slide. So our activated abilities. So we have been advised to build the new world. So that's like, it's done. Focus on building your new world because it's here. We are told to only focus on the new world. The dark timeline has fallen. The ET civilizations are prepping us for direct contact and interactions. First, we must learn universal science and consciousness basics so that we can handle the contact. And they've told me that, this is kind of interesting. They've told me that we can fly in our body. They told me that we can speak telepathically. They told me that we can travel and exist interdimensionally. They told me that we can heal without medicine. They told me that we can communicate with all beings telepathically, all beings, so interdimensional, multidimensional beings, animals, everything. We can communicate. That's actually the main communication for ETs. And they told me we are able to see the future, which is something that I've been able to do since I was a child. And many of us can. We have these premonitions. They said that we can communicate with any being in creation at any time in the field energy. And they also said that we can create anything in this holographic rainbow field of consciousness, meaning that we are creators, where each of us are creators. And as we create individually, we come together as a collective. Now, I think, and I can see that the starseeds were all being brought together. We are being brought together. If there's a starseed in your area, they will find you and you will find them. And if you're the only one, you're there because you're needed to be there, because you're there to hold a frequency. But there is so many amazing beings, so many amazing people that are coming together on the internet. This is a great way for us to connect if we can't connect physically in the 3D person, right? So it's we're not alone. And I know that I'm not the only one who does sometimes feel alone. You can't talk about contact dreams or quantum reality with just anybody. And the experiences that we have are so far beyond just regular small talk or just how was your weekend. Sometimes we crave more depth and we're looking for it, and we are feeling isolated because we are a little bit different in some ways, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing, and don't feel like you're doing something wrong. It's just that our souls incarnated here, and we kind of had a feeling. I think we were told ahead of time that we would be a little different, and that's okay. Just keep your mission in mind, and just don't forget who you are, because some of us, we forgot, and then we were activated, or we had these experiences where, for me, it was a lifetime of just strange, like being rescued from death many times, and even, having these experiences that stopped me from being injured, and just strange things. So it did start to come together later on in life, like there's something happening. And then, it was activated, and I remembered, what it was. And there's a lot of us felt activated over the last 2 years, where suddenly we just knew that we were here for something. And some of us before that, some of us way before that. but I guess each of us had our own process and have our own process, and we're doing a great job. We've done so well that we have shifted to a positive timeline. And I believe, and I think that's a huge part of it, is just knowing that we did it, that we've done it, that this is a new era that is just absolutely perfectly beautiful. It's a blank canvas for us. Where do we want to go as a species? What do we want to see in the world? What kind of world do we want? And so here we are. And it's a wonderful time. And it's wonderful that we yeah, I think I have 3 minutes left. And
Okay, Crystal, keep going. Do what you got to do.
okay. Yeah, so I think I wanted to just like give a quick shout out to Vancouver UFO. I am a co-organizer with that organization. They are amazing. There's a lot of people who have these experiences, who are abductees and starseeds, and they are meeting each other online with groups like through Meetup. So Vancouver UFO, you can look them up on YouTube. And this is my website. It's crystal-grid.net. And so I do all different types of things. It's all listed on the, yeah, it's all listed on the website. I do some starseed support myself as well. And I do presentations with Vancouver UFO. And so, yeah, my contact information, you can actually email me through the website. And that is, yeah, that's pretty much what I've got. But I did want to actually mention something else that I think is really important, was that when we step into this, and we are stepping into this human consciousness revolution, I think a lot of us starseeds are going to be the path. We're going to be sort of leading the path for others. So many of us, you know, we're getting ready for it, and so people were going to start to look at each of us and say, what's going on? What do I do? And so I think it's really an honor, and each of us can, you know, take a moment and say thank you to the Creator. Thank you. It's an honor to be here. It's an honor to be of service, and I'm here to help. So that's about it. Got 1 minute left. I hope that wasn't too fast.
No, that
Trying to
was so
rip through all.
beautiful. It was short and sweet and deep. So thank you for transmitting such profound information to us all.
Thank you. It's an absolute honor to be here.
Oh, I'm honored to be here with you. You know, I have like a resistance to allowing new people in my life for whatever reason, and you just broke through my walls, and I'm really grateful for your kindness, your friendship, and the amazing work you're doing on this planet. And we have a little time before Raji comes on, so I'm just curious if you could share, you know, how you get some of this information, because I know you've had some experiences.
Yeah, well, actually, there's 3 forms of contact. When I was a kid, I used to get abducted all the time, and my mother and I would get abducted together. And I work a lot with the Greys, and they were the people who, I'm pretty sure that we were part of this hybrid program. So that was the first form of contact, but I didn't remember any of that until way later in life. And the second form of contact was having these strange experiences, like I was saved from a speeding car through a crosswalk, and whatever stopped me had kind of hit me right around my belly button, and I thought something very short just saved me from being hit by a car. It was really, it was like 3 feet tall, you know, so it was
Wow.
able to actually manifest into the physical, to be like, whoa, you know, it literally put its arm out, was like, stop. And then the third form is is well, there's two different ways. One is it just happens when I'm sleeping. But the other thing is that you can actually really intentionally connect. You can say, I am ready to talk now. I want to work with you. And you have to make sure that you can see what you're calling in. So you can always ask for protection, because each of us, when we go into these quantum realms, we have to have our spirit guides and our ancestors, our spirit guides, our protection. We always call that in because we're sort of new. We're kind of new compared to some of the beings out there that live in those worlds. We're just like figuring out. It's like we have training wheels on right now sometimes. So yeah, so meditation was when it opened the floodgate for me, and it got really crazy, you know, where they healed like a nerve disorder in my neck, and it was like I had been in pain for quite a long time. No medication was helping, and I was just like, there's something to this, and I'm gonna get more into it. And as soon as I opened the door, I was like, everything just clicked, you know. And at first it was like I was letting everything and anything in, which was not necessarily the best. So I had to learn how to control these abilities, so that I was like not just going willy-nilly out into the into the other dimensions and calling in anything that wanted to talk. And so I kind of had these rules and these ways of sort of setting it out, like I only for the highest good. And you know, I asked the ETs to send me a sign when they would come to talk, and they would send 2 white owls. So they would come and they would show up outside the window. That was in the beginning, so that I was being guided. So I knew I was talking to them. And you can ask for a symbol, a real life symbol. And you could say, you know, I would like you to send me a symbol that I will understand. And another thing you could say is, I would like to go to a location that is safe. And they'll take you to a higher light realm where nothing negative can come in to interfere or confuse you.
I love everything you're saying, and it just comes down to request. You know, there's a
Yes.
humility to making a request, because oftentimes people are frequently asking me, how do you connect with beings, etc.? How do you open yourself up? And as simple as it sounds, it's make the request out there to the universe. So I appreciate you echoing that.
Oh yes, it's like, you know, all you have to do, what does it say? Ask and you shall receive. I think that's a quote from the Bible, but it is very relevant. And a lot of us don't realize that all we have to do is ask.
Interesting. And for whatever reason, right now, when you say the word ask, I'm thinking about an ankh, which is like a key. And to ask is like to get the ankh or a key, so you could open doors to our universe. I mean, we could go for a while, but I just really
I
want to
know.
thank you again. Crystal-grid.net. Do you have social media?
That is my main way of, yeah, that's it pretty much. You can get through to me through contacting me, yeah, through that website.
Perfect. Well,
And I
thank
do have a
you.
YouTube channel, but it's not quite, yeah. I'm still working on it.
It's not yet dancey. It looks like you're about to start dancing for a second.
Oh yes, today is definitely a day for dancing.
Well, thank you again for your time. I'll catch you in the physical, and I hope to see you again on some of these Star Codes events. So, sending love your way.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so let's just keep it rolling. Hope everyone's feeling well. We have an incredible lineup today. And I was looking at the lineup the other day, and I'm like, man, we're just gonna stay high vibe from start to finish. So our next presenter is actually the co-host for this evening. Raji is the co-founder of Wholehearted Media, a new earth news media platform that recognizes intuitive awareness as equal and symbiotic with evolving intellectual knowledge. Raji wholeheartedly believes that there is an essential meeting point between resonant media, spiritual evolution, and healing. Wholehearted Media draws from her experience as a 15-year meditator, a yoga instructor, and a certified hearth math and accelerated evolution coach. She is a good friend of mine, a soul family, and when we have our chats online, I'm just blown away by everything you're bringing to this planet. So grateful to have you. Ladies and gentlemen, here she is again, Raji.
Yay! Thank you so much, Flo. I am super grateful to be here with you all, and man, this whole morning so far has been so enlivening. I have like a ton of notes that I've taken already, and I can't wait to share more with you guys. I am a journalist through and through. I've been journaling since I was like in grade 6, and when I became a professional video journalist, I started realizing like, wait a minute, I've been journaling for so long, and I say it's in the most truest form because I've been documenting my life and journey for a very long time. So thank you for being here. And my name is Raji, like Flo said, originally born and raised in Toronto, Canada. My ethnicity is Punjabi. I have Indian origins, and the spiritual path is the most it's quite a path. I think there's a lot of people here that could relate to the ups and downs, but outside of the ups and downs, it is the most beautiful, wonderful path that we can walk in this life. And I'm so honored that I get to walk it with you. So I'd like to open with a little prayer, if I could. How grateful I am to be here at this time, at this place with my fellow awakened souls, knowing that the love of the divine is inside of me and all around me. It is through the omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscious presence of the divine that I, Raji, sit here as a humble servant and wish to see the greatest and highest timeline for humanity come to full fruition. This is why we are united now and for eternity. Life is good. Life is great. And I thank you and love you for it all. Waheguru, Waheguru, Waheguru. So I'd love to start with a question. And the question that I'm going to pose is, what do you think is our greatest power when it comes to creating the life and world that we want? And I'm gonna wait a second because I'd love to see some of the answers in the chat. So I'm gonna repeat the question again. And the question is, what do you think is our greatest power when it comes to creating the life and world we want? Love. Nice. Our hearts. Love. Wow. Self-reflection, heart space, beautiful. Yes. Seek first, understand. Of course, love, coherence, authenticity, dissolving conditioning. Yes, 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 I agree. And in full resonance with everything that you guys are writing, our ability to dream. Boom, precisely. Because I'm gonna say it's our imagination. But it's not just our imagination, it's our feelings with the vision. Because I see that our imagination essentially bridges the seen world with the unseen world. And it's pretty much a superpower that we have as humans. This is important because our thoughts are things, and our feelings are the secret to activating the forces of nature to basically coalesce and make what we desire so in its exact form. In its exact form. So that's why we're constantly in the StarSeed community, in the personal development space and world, we're constantly talking about, your thoughts. And I mean, like, we know that we have 70,000 thoughts every single day, and 70% of them are negative. And I see that changing, especially from the last 2 years. And I'd love to take a quick moment and just honor COVID as a giant catalyst for ushering in the new world, the golden age that we've all been promised. Some of us are prophecy keepers. Some of us are just waking up to all of this but have a deep resonance with a golden timeline. So for myself and Wholehearted Media, I am holding down a very strong feeling and resonation with the golden timeline. But let's talk more about that, because I want to ask you now, well, what is your vision and timeline, highest vision, highest timeline for yourself? The vision that you see, touch, think, and taste today can actually be your North Star. In fact, it's all of our North Stars, because it's only through the individual that the collective is healed and seen. So by you doing your own work, by me doing my own work, we are naturally healing the collective. And that is great news, because some of us are like, how do I save the world? But it's like, okay, let me just focus on myself, and things naturally start to shift and move as they need to, because we're aligning with universal intelligence. That is great news. Like that feels like relief, so let's roll with that. You matter. Your vision matters. And you better believe, guys, that if you're not visioning for yourself, something or someone else is. So let's dial in a little bit more today. And by seeing your highest vision, like I said, you actually kind of set the tone for humanity. So it's pretty cool. And by the way, there's no wrong way to do this. And if you're wondering what the heck I'm talking about, sorry, I didn't even tell you that we are going to be launching into a visioning guided meditation. And I would love to invite you to join me on a journey. And like I said, there's no wrong way to do this, except the first things that come up. We are imperfectly perfect or perfectly imperfect. And it's awesome. There's, like I said, no wrong way to do this, okay? And with this visioning guided meditation, we're going to be connecting to your highest timeline. So go to the bathroom right now, grab a glass of water, do what you need to do, come back, because we're going to start shortly. You might hear a bell, this bell. Don't be alarmed. It's a tool. It's one of my favorite tools to help focus. And if you hear it, just allow the sounds to move through you. It helps with drawing things up and forward. So just go with it. The real magic of this process that we're going to do is when you not only see, but really feel and know it and experience the imagery with all your senses. And if you're not really a visual person and you have a hard time seeing, it's okay. Allow the thoughts or allow the body sensations to come forward. And if there's a little bit of frustration and stuff, like that's no problem, but stay with me right to the end, okay? So we're gonna prepare a little bit now. Meditation is immensely important in my life. I realized that there is higher meditation, and it's been quite a journey. I literally could not sit for a minute when I first started meditating. I was frustrated, I was annoyed, I didn't understand how people would sit for hours and hours and hours until I started practicing. And I learned to calm my mind, quiet my thoughts, and then I journeyed into my heart. And then I started connecting with other spirit guides and ascended masters and my higher self. And then I started accessing universal information, and then essentially connecting with my soul's essence, connecting to the oversoul. So meditation is quite a journey. And whether you have a really strong practice now or are just on the path, it is one of the most important tools when you're walking the spiritual path. So I'm honored to be sharing this with you guys today. Now, I'm going to invite you to do the opposite of what you usually do. So if you usually sit for meditation, I'm going to say lie down. If you're usually lying down, I'm going to say sit. Just do the opposite of what you would normally do, or just do what you feel comfortable with. And now I would like to invite you to close your eyes and follow my voice. I'm going to be turning my camera off soon to lessen any type of distraction. Give yourself permission to allow what wants to come through to come through. Give yourself permission now. Do I have your willingness to do this? Are you willing to see your highest vision and timeline? Your only job is to relax. That's it. And listen to my voice. Try to be the most relaxed person in the room. Remember, we're working with the subconscious mind here, so just try to get out of the way. All right. I want you to move your head side to side, like you're preparing to go into some type of dance or movement of some sort. You can twist your back. If you're lying down, stretch your legs. Do your arm stretches. Roll your shoulders. Remember, while you're stretching right now, think that you are preparing your physical space, your body, for the vision to come through. You're allowing more space in your body and being. Good. Now it's time to release judgment of yourself, of me, of this conference, of this session, of this day. Release it. Release all the judgment. Good. We're going to go into a little bit of breath work. So let's take 3 deep inhales through your nose. And exhale through the mouth. Again. Last one like that. Great. We're going to go into one round of one of my favorite breath works, and it's by Wim Hof. And all it is fully in, fully out. Through the mouth. We get in the most air through the mouth. If you want to do the nose, go for it. But I'm going to recommend through the mouth. So it's going to sound and look like, okay? And I'm going to time us. And we're going to do 30 of them. And then we're going to go to 4 square breathing. All right, let's exhale wherever you are and begin. Halfway there. 3, 2, 1. Inhale, exhale. All the way out. Hold your breath. Hold it. Hold your breath. Release. We're going to go into 4 square breathing. We're going to inhale for 4, hold for 4, exhale for 4, hold for 4. Ready? Exhale wherever you are. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go on your own. And release, 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 release all control of your breath. Relax. Relax. Observe. Now relax even more. Relax your legs. Relax your stomach. Relax your chest. Relax your arms. Relax your shoulders. Relax your ears. Relax your face. Relax. And follow my voice. Give yourself permission to surrender to the universal life force energy that you are. In a sincere tone, say to yourself, I surrender to the universal life force energy that I am now. Good. From the bottom of your spine, your tailbone or your anus, imagine roots forming and growing down into the earth from where you're sitting or lying down. They're forming, they're growing. They start to take root. Wow, they're getting even stronger as they start shifting and moving through the dirt and rocks, burrowing further and further down. They're taking hold, they're taking root, going pretty quickly. Boom, now I want you to zoom out and see a beautiful root system that got built. And there you are, rooted. See, sense, and know yourself rooted. You are a tree. Perfectly balanced. As you take a deep inhale, drawing up the water, the goodness, the strength, the care, the compassion, and love. Draw it up through your roots. Bring it all the way up. Take a small break around the center of your body, your heart. Let the energy swirl around your heart. Wow. Now let's keep going. Keep coming up past your throat. Whoa, feel that rush of energy in your face and your head now. Now imagine the best that you can branches begin to form from your head. Wow, these are strong, strong branches. You are a tree, rooted in the earth and growing up towards the cosmos. Beautiful. Deeply inhale. Feel the perfect balance of polarities right in the center of your being. Perfect balance. Keep exploring and feeling this balance. Feel all the universal life force energy flowing through you freely. See and feel the cycles of energy moving through you. It's following your breath. Now, bring all your attention and awareness to the center of your being. Imagine your breath is flowing in and out of your heart. Breathing a little bit slower, a little bit more deep. Now it's time to set the intention. Repeat to yourself, Great Soul, Spirit, hear me now. It is through the love of my divine right of will that I wish to be shown my most perfect day in all its glory for the highest and greatest good of all beings, including myself, now. In perfect gratitude, I receive the vision. Deep breath into your heart. Great. And now let the heart project the picture in your mind's eye. Visualize a movie screen if that's helpful. Imagine yourself on the edge of a beautiful forest. There's a path ahead of you. Start walking. Take note of how the path feels and what the forest is like. Are you wearing shoes? What kind of clothing are you wearing? One foot in front of the other. Keep walking the path. You look up ahead and you see a little house. Go towards it. As you approach it, you feel compelled to go inside. You know this home. It's familiar, it's comfortable. And there's a beautiful light coming from under the door. You turn the handle and go in. Right before you is a glorious staircase. Go towards it and take that first step up. Good. And as you take that first step, everything around you begins to turn a deep red. Wow, red like an apple, red like a fire truck, red all around you. Breathe in this red. It's comforting, it's grounding. Now take the second step up. The red starts to fade out, and the most warm and joyous orange begins to emerge. Orange like the sunset, orange like the juicy fruit. Breathe in this orange. Slowly, the orange starts to fade as you take the next step up. A vibrant yellow starts to appear and swirl all around you. Yellow like a banana, yellow like a sunflower. Breathe in this warm, vibrant yellow. Take the next step up. Slowly, the yellow begins to fade and a calm, loving, safe green emerges, swirling all around you. Everything is green, like the grass. And with little flakes of pink dancing all around. Breathe in this green and pink. Take the next step up. And as you do, the green and pink slowly begins to fade, and the most beautiful blue starts to emerge. Wow, blue like the sky. This turquoisey blue penetrates your body, and it's all around you. Breathe in this blue. Take the next step up. And as you do, the blue slowly begins to fade and purple begins to appear. It's wonderful and strong. Purple like a beautiful flower. Breathe in this purple that is all around you. You're almost at the top. Finally, the purple begins to fade and a glorious white light begins to emerge. It swirls all around you. And as you breathe it in, it penetrates your being with the most loving and healing light. Oh, feels amazing. There's gold flakes floating all around this white light. You're at the top, and before you is a door. This is the doorway to your heart. Beyond this door is the truth, and nothing but the truth. Breathe, grab the handle, and push all the way. Go in, close the door behind you now. Please accept the first image you're shown. If you don't see anything, accept the first feeling or thought that arises. Wow, it's bright, white, misty, with gold flakes all around. If it's too bright, ask for the light to be turned down. If it's too dark, ask for the light to be turned up. The healing white gold mist begins to part. Something is coming through. Accept it and allow it to emerge. See yourself. Breathe as you allow more imagery, thought, body sensation, and emotion to come through without judgment. Where do you see yourself living? How are you living? What's your work like? How's your health? Who are you spending the most time with? What are your relationships like? What's your town or city or community like? How are others living? Remember, breathe, allowing without judgment. What do you love doing during your days? How's the world? Hmm. What's the state of humanity's spiritual evolution? What's unique about this world? Now, see yourself in this world. Not only see, but feel, think it, know it, experience yourself in this world. Your special place on the planet, exactly where you belong. Send your awareness out and see the entire earth floating in perfect balance. Wow. Send all your love and gratitude in its direction with the intention, with nothing but peace and anything else you think it needs. Now imagine a field of white light all around you. Breathe in, and when you inhale, draw in all the white light around you through your third eye. Inhale, 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 drawing it all in through your third eye. Then boom, exhale, shoot it out. Then inhale, draw it all back in, straight through the third eye. Good. Now boom, exhale it all out. Great. Last one like that. And when you're ready, open your eyes and let me know when you're back in the room. Back. Excellent. So I have a couple of integration questions here. But the first thing that I'm going to say is overall, how is that for you? Overall. And then the second question is, what are you more conscious of now than you were before, if anything? Thank you, Ashley. So tell me, what are you more conscious of now than before? And this might be for your journal. If you're like, I want to process that, because that's good. Because the next question is going to be, what was good about this process for you? The power of creation. Yes, beautiful. We're conscious of the infinite possibilities, especially in creating a higher timeline in love for to humanity, the peace that's all around us. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, guys, now grab your journal or your phone. I want you to write down at least 10 to 45 things that you remember Write them down. They can be in quick point form. Where were you? How did you feel? What did you see? Who were you with? Like anything that you remember, just jot it down. It's going to be super important because you can come back to this vision over and over and over again, and it may change over time, and that's okay, and you may add things to it, but guess what, the vision is always there. Yay. Yay, the plan is always there. And that feels, again, so relieving to know. And so many of us have felt alone for so long, and this is unifying, this is connecting us. So I love the last things I'm going to say is practice connecting to your heart, but more importantly, practice listening to it, and then learn to trust it even more. And if you didn't see anything, that's okay, because perhaps there was body sensations, thoughts. Like I said, just accept whatever was coming up, because we all have different processes, right? And so it's okay. There's no wrong way to do this. Yeah, cool. If there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, this was what I had for you guys today, and I thank you for joining me so wonderfully on this journey. Yeah, I went super deep with you guys too. And also, I was using my bell, so I also recommend getting a little tool to help to anchor you. Okay. Well, I'm just reading some of the comments. Thanks so much, guys. I'm getting so hot. How do you do this when you are by yourself? Well, I would write things down without a guide. That is a good question. Breathe into your heart. Remember that heart-focused breathing, and remember that you're a tree. You're always a tree. So once you connect to the earth, allow the earth energy to come up, and then remember the branches are growing up too, and the universal energy is flowing down. And guess what? They meet right here in your heart. And your sincere intention and childlike innocence is what is really going to allow the vision to come through. A lot of us, including myself, have self-worth issues. I think it's a human soul type thing, because there's so many layers to it. And sometimes we feel so unworthy that we're blocking ourselves from even seeing the highest vision. So that's something. I hope that answers your question. Please find me at www.houseofraji.com, or please connect with me on Instagram at House of Raji. Send me a DM. I would love to. I really want to know actually what you saw, how it felt, and all the good things. So I'm just going to take a second here as we shift gears and continue on our journey with the StarSeed Conference. And I get the pleasure and privilege of introducing my good friend, Flo, who is the best person ever. Flo Karuna is the creator of starcodes.com and a being tapped into his extrasensory perceptions. He is a grounded starseed that is passionate about serving our planet and the giving. He's passionate about serving our planet and giving the new offerings that unify Earth for the next 7 generations and beyond. He's the creator of the Pleiadian Oracle, the Masters of Light Group Oracle, and the soon-to-be released Lyra Oracle. Please give it up for my friend, Flo.
Thank you, Raji. So grateful for your talk.
Thank you.
Can't see it, but I had to shift outside because the energy of Mother Earth was really calling me to be in her and to communicate today through her frequency. So first off, I just want to thank each Sorry, just getting this camera ready. I want to thank each and every one of you for putting some time today to come to the StarSeed Conference. And I'm grateful from the depths of my soul to be living my truth, to be living my purpose. And this purpose and mission is embedded in each and every one of us. I'm here in the cathedral of Mother Earth behind me, and every element, every creation of this planet has a unique authenticity, an authenticity that wants to serve, that wants to express itself, that wants to just be the blueprint it was designed to be. And within your soul essence, within your human essence, you have an authentic code that wants to be released. And we've just came out of a cycle where we've been suppressed. We've been had fears of being our authentic self, from social stigma to authorities, etc., etc. That's the old story. But in this new time, in this new earth time, there is an opportunity for you to be yourself. There's an opportunity for you to express freely. And the metaphor that I always get from the star guides, from the star family, is the door is open. We are no longer in this confined space. The door is open, and only in our minds do we think we're in a cell or a room where we have no exit. But in reality, this doorway is open. And we want each and every one of you to step through this door by revealing your truth to the world. Just speaking from the human experience, it's amazing how impacted we all can be by other people's opinions. Another person's opinion can shut down our energetical field and prevent us from being the person we want to be. And it's amazing how oftentimes we close our energy field to somebody who doesn't even care about our best interests, doesn't even see the true potential within us. It's actually a form of madness for us to close ourselves to beings that affect us and they don't have our soul's best interests. So we, in this new earth time, we want you to be your authentic self. We want you to express yourself. And if you're having trouble revealing that around you, it can begin in the comfort of your body. It could begin in the comfort of your home, perhaps by writing a journal entry where you express your truest self and just put aside any form of self-judgment. It can be when you look in the mirror to maybe make a silly face, to maybe put on clothes that you've always wanted to, or colors that you've always wanted to wear, and allow your life to be an experimentation. Because we are in the game of consciousness, each and every one of us. And at this journey of incarnation, when we get to the end, and I've tapped into many of my past lives, and I remember transitioning multiple times to the spirit world. And when I came to the spirit world and I had to look back at the life review, how I live myself on planet Earth, it came down to stuff that our human minds don't really focus on in the big picture. We tend to focus on, our career, our job, our money, etc. And of course, that has a purpose for the 3D way of living. But when I went to the spirit world and I look back at my life, it came down to how truthful was I? Did I speak my truth in those moments when I had an opportunity? Was I authentic and true to my heart's calling? Did I honor my relationships? And these are the things that come when this precious journey of life comes to a close. It's just part of the game of consciousness. I was in the Himalayas in 2013, and I was about to take it's actually a really magical story that I won't go into, but such a high synchronicity level came where I was provided with an opportunity to hop in a 4x4 Jeep and go with a couple people we just met from Ladakh, which is northern India. It feels like Tibet almost, and go to where the Dalai Lama lives in McLeod Ganj. So this was a 2-day drive through the Himalayas, and these roads are only open 2 months of the year. And the day I got presented with the opportunity to go was the second day it was open. So I didn't know what I was getting myself into. So I hopped in this 4x4 with my friends. We had a driver who was taking us on this 2-day trip. And it soon became apparent that I was on a crazy, dangerous road. So we're meandering through the Himalayan mountains. The road is super tight. Like it feels like you could only fit one car. And we're passing other cars somehow. And on the cliff, there's a complete fall off. So I'm at the edge of my seat this entire trip. And the second day, around half an hour into our trip, a massive snowstorm hits. We are just surrounded in whiteout. Our car can't move, and the engine is stopping to work. So our driver suggests we all go outside and start digging to get us out. So we all go out there. I wasn't prepared for such cold weather, and we're digging, and we got our Jeep to move, and it would stop 5 minutes later. And this happened for like the next 45 minutes to the point where everyone in the car started to shiver. And the aspect of potentially dying was coming into your awareness. And in that moment, all I remember thinking about was my relationships. How did I treat my family? How did I treat the ones I loved? And there is like this intangible magic that we all are connected to. You could call this a true form of wealth that in the way we're programmed in society, we tend to overlook it. But if we go deeper into the wisdom of our heart space, into the wisdom of our soul, we realize we have incredible wealth all around us. And it's in our friends, it's in our loved ones, it's in our family. So, dear ones, we have a tendency to look to the future. We have a tendency to try to accomplish a goal, which is honorable. And each person should have some sort of motivation, I feel. But it's irrelevant to the beauty that is around us right now. So maybe just take a deep breath and feel the gift to be alive on planet Earth. Feel our heart palpitating. Feel the genius that is flowing through our cells, to our molecular structure. And when we begin to consciously connect with this aliveness of the body, we actually enter into a multi-dimensional state of being. Because to be, as all the masters have said throughout time, when you connect to that present moment, don't mean to sound like Eckhart Tolle here, but to connect to that present moment, we actually gain access to what is around us. And what is around us right now, when I'm in this heightened present state, are timelines. They're all around us. They're gravitating around us. They're twinkling around us. What's around us right now are akasha. Our soul lifetimes are twinkling around our auric field, twinkling around the energy around us, and we gain the awareness that all is alive. And this is why I really respect the native and indigenous cultures of planet Earth, because they had a foundational belief that everything there's a relation, everything there's an exchange. And the reason I share all this is because when we consciously realize that there's an aliveness, that there's a relationship with everything around us, we expand into a higher state of awareness where everything upgrades. The trees upgrade, they start to vibrate and oscillate at different frequencies. The bugs tend to oscillate at different frequencies, and even our pets and animals. And it's interesting because my cat, I have two cats, Yin Yang and Maestra. Maestra is like a Spanish word for master, because when I connected with her, I felt mastery. So I called her Maestra because she's a female, and it's a feminine. And the animals become alive, and my animals were communicating to me today. They shared with me, especially Maestra, she's like, she wants to hold space for the conference. So they have a routine every day. Every day they want to go out as soon as the day starts. But today, Maestra didn't want to go nowhere. She's never done this before. And I share this because there's an upgraded way of experience we all can receive. And one of the most powerful way to expand our awareness, expand our consciousness, is to return to the cathedrals of our planet, to return to the magic, the beauty, and genius that is all around us. And when we start to pay attention to the clouds in the sky, the trees, the insects, something begins to shift in the field of awareness. And we begin to bridge into a unified state of consciousness that accesses us to all. So the masters, the yogis, the shamans, the teachers frequently would repeat, we're all one, we're all connected. But sometimes it doesn't feel like that when we're in this body, right? We could feel completely alone. We can feel completely disconnected. And we've all had our moments, many times for me, and I'm sure many times for others. But when we come into Mother Earth, Mother Gaia, we begin to reorganize our structure and remember why we're alive, remember who we are. And this is such a paradoxical existence where the most simple medicine can give us the most powerful awareness. And we cannot take for granted these simple gifts. Taking it to the ground level, we're starseeds. We want to evolve our consciousness. We want to connect with the star beings. We want to fly. We want to astral travel. We want to journey. That's all possible. But there's a powerfulness to starting this process in our tree of light by rooting down into our ancestors, rooting down into the planet. And from there, when we do begin to explore the astral planes, when we do begin to explore the dimensional planes, we don't lose ourselves. And oftentimes and there's no wrongs on the journey, but oftentimes this can happen to people who have a massive spiritual awakening to completely abandon their human self, myself included. I had a spontaneous awakening I always forget the year, but in like 2005, 2006, spontaneous awakening in downtown Toronto. And at that time, I was running a men's dress shirt business. I just came out of college and I decided to run a men's dress shirt business. So I had this boom, whoa, connection plug in to unity consciousness. And I just had to put all my earth stuff aside. I had to completely abandon the business and rediscover myself. But now in this new cycle we find ourselves in, we can do this in balance. When we awaken on the spiritual path, we don't have to put aside all our material possessions. We don't have to abandon society, because in this new earth time, it is all about integration. It is all about integrating the masculine and integrating the feminine polarities into our lives. And what this looks like is us bringing our spiritual gifts, bringing our soul gifts, and sharing them with the world around us, sharing them with our communities, sharing them with the people we love. And if you are seeking your star family, if you don't have that connection, begin the journey by making peace with yourself. Begin to love all parts of yourself. Begin to love your quirkiness, your weirdness, because we're starseeds. So I imagine we all have a hint of weirdness in us if we're exploring this sort of pathway. And when we begin to make peace with the inner parts of ourselves, we begin to reflect back and pull back people who are going to fully honor us for who we are. And this is why I love the school of incarnation, because when we go within and we start to re-engineer our vibration, our thoughts, our field, etc., we begin to shape shift the field around us and pull forth or vacuum into us all the experiences of what we are. Because if we are looking at ourselves, family, I am you, you are me. For in individual bodies, we do have to honor the 3D, but from a bigger dimensional plane, we are all part of the universe, the ocean of source, and swimming in this plane. So, how do we access the unified field? Many ways. Going to Mother Earth was one. One meditation practice that I personally love to do is I feel myself, actually, not see, feel myself as a droplet of water. And then I imagine that all around me is the ocean. And when I do this practice, I just tend to dissolve the boundaries and interweave and interconnect with this grand field of consciousness. And once you access this grand field of consciousness, you gain an ability to download topics of your choosing, to access energy, and to be able to translate the alive field. This is a vibrational plane. And why the star family, the star seeds talk, when I communicate with the Arcturians, Palladians, the Hathors, etc., there's a consistent communication to working with sound, the power of sound vibration, the power of communicating and expressing what you want to the alive field. And as the Lyrans teach me, is this alive field is almost can be attributed to an empty farm field that wants seeds to be planted. And how we plant these seeds is tuning into our heart and vocalizing the messages from our heart. And then once that process occurs, we begin to have miracles. For this field is seeded for miracles. This field is seeded to shapeshift at will, to be fluid, to enter holographic universes, timelines, etc., because nothing around us is solid. Everything around us is interdimensional. And this is the opportunity of our time, beloveds. Our opportunity is to tap in to the magic, the genius that is ourselves. And through this vessel, which has been coded to upgrade, you have been designed to upgrade, because in our DNA, in our field all around us, it's not stagnant too, just like the reality around us. So we're in a constant state of flux. We're in a constant state of flow, transition, etc. And the mind is probably the last piece to catch up to that. So when our mind is communicating who we are, we need to take it with a grain of salt. Even see it as a humor, to detach from it. I love to use humor a lot, because when you're in a state of comedy, when you're in a state of humor, life doesn't become so serious. And from an energetic level, you stop creating cords, you stop locking in to what is in front of you. So if your mind is telling you this, like, I'm not good enough, why am I not here? It's always past related, future related. Start to see the mind as that element of your mind as a comedian. See it as like, okay, here we go again. Yeah. And through that process, we begin to stop putting so much empowerment into false belief systems and attune to the truth of who we are, as we are empowered souls, we are shapeshifters, and we are flowing with all of creation. This is the gift. This is the opportunity. I'm so thankful that we're all here, because no matter what we're going through, there's an opportunity at hand. From a cyclical nature, our planet, our solar system, our universe is entering into a new cycle. Just as our planet rotates around the sun, creating the 4 seasons, depending where you are, so too is our universe in a cyclical dance. And the galactics often speak are Milky Way galaxy is rotating like planet Earth, and in the center, we're gravitating around something called the Grand Central Sun. It's a frequent communication by all the star family. There is a Grand Central Sun, and the Pleiadians, the Lyrians, pretty much family I've spoken with has said this is the access way to creation. So these light codes are available, and these light codes are actually being received into our star and then broadcast into our planet. And what we can do to consciously connect with the Grand Central Sun is to actually connect with our solar codes of our star that shines on our planet. And to receive these solar codes is to receive the Grand Central codes, and using our intention to siphon the energy and get directly what we need. The doorway is open, dear ones. What do you want for your life? You don't need anything. We could be content just simply being who we are. But they call this place a planet because we're meant to plan, comma, it. You are here to plan the planet. We're creators. In our highest essence, we're creators. And our species, in its past immaturity, has been like a kid or a teenager that's learning its creation powers. And there's been a lot of destruction on our planet. We've polluted the airs, we've polluted the waters. It's just the truth. But since we have the power to destroy, we have the power to create. And this is what we want our Starseed collective to truly embody, that you are a co-creator with all existence. And if you know this, we're going to stop becoming disheartened and lowering our frequency when we hear, the news or some conspiracy theory. Instead, we're going to be plugged in to the mastery of our soul that sent each and every one of you to tap into your co-creation and to learn in your Akashic field the power of your individual strength and wisdom. So begin, family, to start vocalizing to the alive field, the planet you seek. Communicate to your wherever you are, communicate to the air particles, communicate to the water particles. We've seen research by Dr. Emoto on how talking to your water actually shifts the molecules. This is happening on every element, every level of creation. And then we weave back into the ways of the original caretakers of planet Earth who communicated with the elements, communicated with the animals, and we in turn become planetary guardians for the next 7 generations and beyond. I sit a lot in Gaia. I sit a lot in the trees. I listen to her because, my journey, in addition to that spontaneous awakening, was spending time outdoors. And looking back, it was the trees were actually guiding me. The elements were guiding me. And they have a plan for us too. So when I sit outdoors in the last couple of years, Mother Earth would always repeat something consistently. And the message she would repeat is, you're going to get more responsibilities. You're all going to get more responsibilities. And I didn't really know what that meant. But as I begin to unzip those files and see my life transforming and see my reality transforming, it became apparent that in this new Earth timeline, our consciousness is interlinking with the weather. It's interlinking with the elements. It's interlinking with the genius of our planet. So we are actually co-creating everything moving forth. And if we zoom back into the Atlantean times, into the Lemurian times, we find, through our soul recall, through past life recall, to people sharing, we find like they were working with the winds. They were working with the waters. They had like a deep relationship that carried into from Atlantis to many cultures around the world. And then we kind of lost it in these quote unquote modern times. And now we're reclaiming it. We're reclaiming ourselves as guardians. We're reclaiming ourselves as masters, goddesses, gods, and we are one with this planet. We have been manipulated to feel guilty when we claim our power through various institutions that are on their way out. And it's imperative that when we look in the mirror or speak to ourselves and own our power, we become aware of any energies that are attempting to perhaps suppress that, especially coming from the egotistical standpoint, and really invite the mastery of our soul. Imagine if a beautiful cedar tree was destined to grow so big and gift the world, for birds to live on it, for it to give oxygen, and it thought in itself, oh no, I shouldn't be my great self. I should just grow a little smaller because I don't want to upset the forest. It would be ridiculous, right? But we do this to ourselves, and I'm talking to myself. I do it all the time, right? As a human being, this mind kicks in. It's like, dude, take it easy. So how to get through this? How to get through this is courage. Courage. When we have courage, we cure age. That's how I at least break down the word courage. And 2020 started star codes. This whole COVID thing, and I just got guided. You have to create a 7-week course. You have to create an Instagram page, etc. And man, I was like scared to create a course, scared to create a conference. But what got me through it was courage. And having courage doesn't mean you don't have fear, but means you could go through fear. And I encourage all of you to keep moving, to keep moving, to keep moving. You got fear, keep moving. Is insecurity, keep moving. And you will look back and be like, wow, everything is possible. You are possible. We are possible. And this is our opportunity. This is our time. Just gonna check the time. This is our moment. So I went a little off my talk, but that came through. So I did want to talk about the tools of the new earth, just to give you guys some practical tools to elevate your life, benefit your life, and give you a glimpse of where we're heading as a species. So the first thing that came down for the tools of the new earth is group work. So since we are in a cycle that is feminine tilting, there's always a tilt in the cycles. We're feminine tilting cycle. A lot of the work that we're going to be doing as a collective is in the spirit of council, is in the spirit of group consciousness. And I invite you all to be open to work with groups to co-create. I love the word co-create. It's one of my favorite words. To us to learn how to co-create together. Because just think about this, even from like the simplest logical perspective. If we can't harmonize in relationships, if we can't harmonize in groups of 5, groups of 10, etc., how can we evolve as a species? So this building up begins with harmonizing with like-minded people in your field. And through that, we're going to begin to embed codes into our live field of what harmony works, what harmony looks like, because everything we do is being shared with the alive field. And we in group consciousness can access accelerated evolution, because as we scale up the dimensional plane, which is occurring naturally through the cyclical dance of life, as we enter the 5th dimensional plane, we are more unified, we are more plugged into each other, and as we evolve, the butterfly effect occurs, and it's going to impact somebody across the globe. So don't underestimate the work you're doing, and be open to group work, which, I'm just in service. That's my mission, to be in service. And they want us to come together. So this is everything I do is based around that, like creating the chat on Telegram, which I invite you guys all, or meeting in the physical, which is the plan in the future. We're hoping for next year's StarSeed Conference we could actually meet in the physical, but that's another story. Okay, so info for the new Earth. So in addition to group work, activations should be easeful. Yep, you heard that right. Our belief systems create our reality. And I'm not sharing that there shouldn't be any sort of, everything should be given to you on a silver platter, but we don't have to struggle so hard to connect to our gifts. We don't have to struggle so hard to activate our body, activate our DNA. It could actually be a very playful, joyful process. And, there's no black and white in our universe, so it's just a general statement. I go through my ancestral cleansing, I go through the journey like each and every one of us have my emotional days, but overall, there should be a grace and ease to our lives. And you can call that in. You can call it in by connecting with the energy of our universe, the flow of our universe, and allowing this to take your life somewhere. In preparation for the talk, I thinking a lot like, oh, should I do this? Should I do that? But you know what? Then I got the thought, I need to step out of the way and just do whatever I could do to be in service. And once I got out of the way, boom, the tools for the new Earth came down. So there's a power, family, to stepping away and allowing these currents to infuse in our body. And these are the codes of all that is. Okay, I got 10 minutes, I think. All right. So we need fun in our lives. I work a lot with the Pleiadians. I channel down the Pleiadian oracle, and they're very playful. I think the word play is in Pleiadian for a reason. And they've taught me to have, instead of productivity, playativity, to infuse joy in everything you do, to realize that fun can be productive for your life. Once again, brought up into we have to really examine our belief systems from society, because they could hinder our path. And a general belief system in society is like you have to have hard work or be serious to get to your goal. And I'm not saying you don't need hard work. I know how to grind, I know how to put my foot to the pedal, I know how to sweat, but also I won't lose that element of play, of seeing this as a game, of seeing this as a co-creation, a joyful experience. And that could be for you right here, right now. We want you to see life as a blessed experience, as a holy experience, as a fun experience. And just imagine the service you're impacting to this alive field that, like I said, we're all connected in the higher dimensional planes. So you're embodying fun and joy into your life. That is taking out the bonds, the pain and suffering from people you don't even know. This is how powerful it is to shift our field, because we're having an impact on everything. Explore your belief systems, write them down. It's good to be like, what do I believe is real? Ask that question. It's powerful. And start writing them down. And you might be like, whoa, there's a lot of unconscious stuff in our programming field, and it's like, that ain't serving me. Delete that shit, and I'm going to install something more positive, something more uplifting that serves my path. And just to stress once again, we're not black and white. So this is just a general alignment for your life path, and we're still going to go through night and day because we're on planet Earth. Okay, so the next tool for the new Earth is the wisdom of Gaia, the wisdom of Earth. Our spiritual practice, our connection, I highly suggest you integrate it into the planet. The more, I only speak from my personal life, but the more I've grounded, the more I've anchored into the planet, the more I've realized all these codes, all these soul codes that we all have from multiple incarnations, from multiple galactic incarnations, have an opportunity to plug in to the Earth and our visions actually manifest, actually materialize. And I like to consider myself a grounded starseed because I've gone through the journey of being super floaty, super flying, and I've noticed the difference. And to have an impact on this three-dimensional field, we should ground down our codes, and then this field, this alive earth field, begins to respond to our manifestations, and she in part serves us. For we are here to create heaven on earth, and heaven on earth involves heaven meeting earth, not just heaven on heaven. I say that a lot. We need heaven on earth. So attempt to infuse into your practice, your spiritual practice, Mother Gaia. Perhaps it's connecting with the animals, perhaps it's connecting with the elements. I mean, the original caretakers of our planet, I thank them every day because they had so much wisdom to share. And it's all available. It's all available now. In addition, a tool for the new earth is be physical. Okay, you're talking to a guy who used to meditate like 5 hours a day, 8 hours a day at some point, like hardcore monk. But in this feminine cycle, I've realized that we cannot just simply be in the etheric plane. We have to be in our 3D body because it allows for our DNA to evolve. It allows for us to transcend aging. It allows for us to activate the templates in our body. And one of the most powerful ways that we could ground is to engage in physical activities, whether it's exercising, whether it's dancing, whatever it is, bike riding. I love to bike ride. I mean, whatever it is, go for walks. But if you incorporate your body in some way, do yoga practice. If you incorporate your body in some way, you integrate into your gut, which is the gut, the sacral is the equivalent of the crown chakra in our times. And the more this center is awake, which is the womb space in women, the womb space, the place of creation. This is how we co-create with Pachamama. This is how we co-create with our planet. It's all available to you here. Okay, I got a couple more minutes. All right. The next thing is find unity in everything. Okay, so unity codes are a pillar of the fifth dimension. If we're in unity, doesn't mean you have to agree with someone. Doesn't mean you have to hang with them. But you're open to the fact that they are one with you. They are one with your soul. And that unlocks the fifth dimension. So attempt to the best of your ability to find a reflection of yourself in other people. And this is the beauty of our planet. You know, everything is coexisting. We have cactuses and we have snow in different parts. And just because there's a cactus doesn't mean the cactus has to say, oh, cold weather is bad and get an argument. It's accepting it because each person has a medicine. Attempt to the best of your ability. It's not easy to tap in to unity codes. I'm just trying to flow through this. I got 5 minutes. Okay. The new earth is all about the quantum universe. Okay, this is super exciting. So as we evolve, we gain a new set of gifts that come with us. And as we, as empowered souls, enter into the higher dimensional plane, we gain access to the quantum field. And if you look around with various messengers, cosmic messengers, or you getting messages, the galactics talk a lot about the quantum universe. And I feel this is where we are going as a species. We're going to gain ability to start to play, start to maneuver with time. And I feel it's the timeline jump. So timeline jumping, that's another story, but I just want to share, we be open to the quantum exploration, be open to the quantum universe, and all is possible. Okay, last one. A tool that you can use is in the masculine tilting cycle, we accomplish stuff by going for it, right? Like the sexual organs are a reflection of the cycles, masculine, feminine. So we went for it. The feminine cycle is about bringing it to you, vacuum technology. And in this cycle, we have to learn how to allow for everything to come into our lives. And one of the ways we can allow for the universe to bless us is the element of letting go. Simple, sounds so simple, right? But when we let go, we allow for the intelligence to flow through us, activate ourselves, and guide us to our full potential. I was just trying to get through everything really quickly because I saw that they added people, but I hope this talk served you. Hope it gave you something, and I would love to connect with you all. I co-create star-codes.com. You could add us to our Telegram. We run a 7-week StarSeed activation course that we're doing in July, which I feel is very powerful. It connects you to many species. And I just want to be here in service to show you that and remind you that you are incredible, you are beautiful, you are the same genius and creation that made the clouds, made the mountains. Know who you are, love yourself. Thank you for your time. Infinite love and blessings. Hey, Raj.
Yay! That was so awesome. The comments were lit in the chat. Dude, you just dropped like so much. Super appreciate everything that you spoke about and the stories that you shared. Wow, Flo. Quick question. Where can people buy Oracle deck? The Pleiades one.
Yeah, so we're on Amazon. I know some people don't like Amazon, but we're on Amazon. We have the Palladian Oracle deck, and we have the Lyran Oracle deck dropping. It just started in production, so it's gonna be coming soon. And the Lyran deck, I mean, the Palladian deck's on the next level, but the Lyran deck is this next level codes, and there's a lot of teaching fused with practicality for your life.
Cool. Who did the art for that deck?
Actually, I graphic designed everything. I got a lot of copyright. I find copyright free images and then co-created with whatever the Lyrans wanted me to do. So everything was very intentional.
Cool.
But the cover was done by Light Codes, who does amazing pictures of star beings. Maybe some of you heard Light Codes, and Encoded Frequency, who does light language backgrounds. Actually, before we go,
Gonna show us?
I just want to show you that's like the background of the Lyran Oracle, like super high vibe stuff. And someone asked me about the music. I got a StarSeed album. It's been taking its sweet time. Sorry, it's gonna be released in July.
Awesome! Wow, you're up to so much. Well, super grateful for all your creativity and for putting on this conference and bringing so many amazing people together. Truly, thank you.
I'm honored. I mean, we're all in this together, so
yes, sir.
I'm deeply honored.
All right, so we'll see you. We'll see you in a little bit.
See you later.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let's keep this wonderful conference moving. Our next guest and speaker is Mary Ann Savino. She is a starseed empath, a sonic alchemist, a chantress, and a channel for vibrational sound known as the language of light, and is an ascension guide and educator. She is also a womb priestess and has a background in feminine temple arts, assisting women to embody and reclaim their feminine essence. For over 25 years, she has served many people, both privately and in groups, to achieve personal growth, empowerment, and transformation. Her mission in life is assisting others to access their infinite potential to align with their soul purpose. Mary Ann, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Raji, and thank you, Flo, for inviting me. It was such an honor when you reached out to ask me. I was like a little, child jumping up and down thinking, oh my God, this is so great. So I've been watching all day, and wow, all these incredible meditations and all of the amazing wisdom that's been shared. I don't know what more I can say other than I'm going to share my story in the shorter version, just because it will give you an idea of my life and how I got on the path. And I'm also going to offer later at the end a transmission in the language of light to help us to be in whatever timeline that is, you know, perfect for each of us, and the highest timeline that may be right for us, to help us step into that in any way that we can. So I just want to start by saying that it's been an incredible journey, this life so far, and many times it's been extremely challenging and unnerving, but there's also been amazing gifts and beautiful souls. And you know, I'm realizing how how fortunate and blessed I am to be here with everyone, even through the challenges and struggles. And coming to the earth plane, as they say, is no joke for us. We volunteered. We heard the call. The clarion call went out. Mother Gaia needed help. The bravest of the brave, the starseeds that we are, chose to be here to assist. Yes, we're here for Mother Gaia, more importantly than any, but we're also here for our own soul's growth, to transform, to have experiences, because through our human journey is how we get to understand something in the deepest sense. So my story begins, unfortunately, with tragedy and the trauma that I had as a 2-year-old. I lost my father. He was murdered when I was 2 years old. Of course, that devastated my family, my life. Certainly, I had to really navigate through some tumultuous experiences going through life, not having him there for me. And as I began to walk my path, and as I was, growing and getting older, I started to question things like, why do these horrible things happen to some people? And what's the reason for my being here? What am I doing here? What's my purpose? What is life? What is this all about? Like I was raised Roman Catholic. I left religion a long time ago. I took the pieces that I felt dear to my heart, the teachings of Yeshua and Mary Magdalene and Mother Mary and the archangels and Saint Francis, because of the animals. I love animals. I love nature. And I started to feel this hunger in me. Like, wow, there's something deeper here and I'm not sure what it is. So I'm going to keep seeking and searching. And that's going through the struggles. I really, at the time, it wasn't fun, and it never is. But then you realize when you come out of, the underworld, so to speak, you realize, wow, that was really a gift. Only I just couldn't see it when I was in it. It's hard to see it when you're in it because it's really painful. And that's the thing. I've come to realize that, our souls come here for experience, right? For growth, as I said earlier. And the only way we can know something is to have the experience. So there's the balance of shadow and light. We can't know pleasure without the pain, love without fear. It's all part of us. I don't believe in that that term. I hear sometimes people say negative emotions, and I used to say this a lot. Yeah, those are negative emotions. I don't want to go there. But then I realized really there's no such thing as negative emotions. All emotions are valid and are human. And it's really more how we think about it and where we place our consciousness. So getting into the timelines, the highest timeline, when I hear that term, I think, yes, we're going higher. You know, we're going into a higher level and state of consciousness. And, you know, you think, okay, I'm going higher outside, right? Going up, right? That whole word ascension is to go up, but really it's misleading, because the ascension and jumping timelines, in my experience, is that we have to go in. You know, I want to go in through my heart space, and I want to drop down and anchor into earth, into mother. And then from that place of going in and down and rooting like a tree and really feeling the roots that I am connecting to Gaia. And then bringing her essence up through me. And then from that place of the depth, you come up, you rise. But as you rise, you also expand out. And when you do that, you now enter a new timeline. And, you know, there's so many things to say about timelines, you know, jumping timelines. It's when you're moving from one reality to another reality. We have our own personal timelines, and then we have the collective that, you know, we sometimes tap into. You know, many of us starseeds, I think probably all of us, we're highly sensitive. And I like, many of you had said over the course of the day about, you know, being here on the earth. Many times, and I agree, many times I find myself saying, gosh, I don't want to be here like this anymore. And I had to be careful because, believe it or not, after going through the trauma and tragedy as a child, it led to more. I am a 3-time cancer survivor. I'm still here, I'm breathing, and I'm alive, and I'm grateful, even with the challenge of it. That also has led me to question a lot more, like, be careful. You know, you keep saying you don't want to be here. Well, you're getting these messages, you know, like your body's telling you, well, if you don't want to be here, you know, here you go, and give me a diagnosis. And I'm thinking, oh, wait a minute, wait a second. No. Let me change that consciousness. And it's okay. I don't beat myself up about it because I'm human. And the little girl in me, little Marianne, she was devastated. So when she shows up in fear, because fear is also a cry for love. And so when she shows up in fear, instead of me running away, I say, oh, okay, what you know, what do you need from me? What do I do? How can I help you? And then she'll say to me, please don't abandon me again. Please pay attention to me. I'm trying to tell you something. And I sit and I listen and I look at what the fear is about. Can I sit with this fear and show up with unconditional love, with compassion for all that I've had to go through? And when I meet others on this path who have been through, you know, similar things or even more challenging things than I've been, I say to myself, I want to know what this is like to come into a level of compassion from having gone through so much struggle that all you can do now is surrender. Take the struggle like it's a baby, like it's an orphan, and give it love and nurture that part of yourself that perhaps you've dissociated from, you abandoned. Because no one is ever going to love you the way you love you. And that doesn't mean that we don't want to have love from others. We are love, we share love, but if we don't go inside and love the parts of us that we deny, then we can't receive from others. So going through these intense experiences with my health, I realized, what's going on with you, girl? Do you want to be here or not? And many times I've said, well, maybe I'm done. Maybe I'm ready to go home. It's okay. But then that pulse rhythm that's in my heart, that's connected to Gaia, says, oh, girl, you ain't leaving yet. Mother is here for you. And she called upon you and you showed up and you're a warrior and it's not time for you to leave. So instead of saying, I don't want to be here anymore, I changed that to, okay, today I may be going through a troubling time. I'm having some depression, or I'm feeling, not good about myself, but I'm here. I'm alive. I'm breathing. I belong. I'm supported. The universe loves me. I forgive myself for forgetting that I am a divine being. And I'm claiming that right now. I'm claiming that part of me that says, you're not good enough. It's okay. You are just as you are. I can love myself in all that I am, the shadow, the light. We can't know the light without the shadow. Shadow is the greatest teacher to help us find love. So the highest timeline is to love inside yourself, all those places that hurt, all that you believed that isn't true. And, we talk also about the dimensions, the third dimension. I catch myself saying, oh my God, that's way too 3D for me. I don't want to be anywhere near that. And I'm thinking, well, wait a second, you're still on an earth plane here. And I know a lot of us have been saying, oh, we've entered the fifth dimension, 3D is gone. But now I realize that's not totally true. What I found happening when I tuned in with spirit and I called in my galactic self is that we are navigating in and out of dimensions. Third dimension is polarity, and it's part of being human. And we need that aspect. We need those parts to help us be human so that our galactic starseed nature can feel the depths of our soul and know it in a way that it can't know it when it's in spirit form. When we're in spirit form, we have different experiences. I've had experiences, and particularly when going through cancer treatment, where several times I could have not made it through, and realized that, wow, when I'm fully anchored in earth, I get to feel things that I don't feel when I'm in spirit realm. And that's the privilege, even though the pain is excruciating sometimes. And I'm thinking, oh my God, how am I going to get through this? But that's when you go in and say, I allow this pain. I love this pain. I set free anything and everything that no longer serves me. I give myself the gift of compassion right now in this moment for taking on this earthly incarnation that only my soul knew what it was getting into. And I also had an experience when I asked spirit one time, when we're coming in, like I went back and did a rebirth journey, a really powerful one. And I realized that before I incarnated, and I know that this is not just me, this message, of course, it happened to me, but I know it's for others. I feel it. We forget who we are. When we come through the birth canal of the cosmos and we incarnate, when we enter, I studied the epigenetics, and I was also a birth doula. I asked my mother about, my birth when she had me, and it made total sense that you forget who you are, but you start to get these glimpses and you start to realize and you question what is, like I said earlier, what is this all about? And then you tap into your star seed galactic nature or your angelic nature, whatever it is you resonate with. And you start to ask, I know I have these gifts in me. And I know I used them when I was a galactic or an angel being or, whatever. What can I do with those wonderful wisdom teachings now in this lifetime? Because that's what we're here for. We have the ability. We tap into the ancient ways because they're rooted in something. New Age, the new, golden age is not rooted the way the ancients are. It's like we're merging the ancient teachings, the ancient, ways of life with the new age so that we can merge them together, be anchored, but then have our wings, to fly and soar above. But in order to do that, we need to root. So it's like roots and wings, being connected to Earth, but also our cosmic force that we are, that lives inside of us. My first experience that I had with light beings was an angel experience, and I called it Angel in the Night. I was about 3.5 or 4 years of age. I don't remember a lot about it, but I do remember, and it completely made sense because my father couldn't be there for me. This beautiful angel showed herself to me. It was a feminine energy, and she showed herself to me, and she showed up to let me know that just because your dad is gone, he's not as far away as you think. It makes me cry when I say that sometimes, because I never got to have him and I never got to know him. And I said, yeah, but I never got to have him or know him. And I said this later on when I started remembering more. And then, sure enough, wouldn't you know, I met my dad in the dream time when I was 28 years of age. And I'll never forget this. I felt him. I could touch him. I felt him. I said, I know you're real. Let's go tell everybody you're alive. And he said, no, dear. And he put his hand on my cheek and I could feel it. He said, you're the only one that could see me. I showed up for you because you never got to have me. And I want you to know how much I love you and how much I am so proud of you and who you are and what you're doing. Just know that everything is going to be okay. And in the moment of that, I went to hug him in the dream and I woke up. He was gone. And I woke up actually like this, sitting in my bed. And I thought, what just happened to me? And I started shaking and crying. And I realized that was not just a dream, or what is a dream. That was a definite contact I made with him. And it was so profound. I thought, well, I'm going to take this to heart and say, I'm really blessed and grateful that I got to have that experience. A number of years later, I had another experience. I'm not going to go into the long version of it, but I will show you some images that I found. I call it Journey Through the Stargate. I wound up in this pod. I didn't understand what it was that looked odd to me. And I got in, I shut, the door closed, and I started to go up. And I thought, wow, where am I going? Where is this taking me? And I looked behind me and I could still see the earth. But when I looked forward again, I was out in the universe. I turned back around and the earth I could see from the distance. Well, what's interesting is years later, I had not seen these images. This is a pod and it looks exactly like what I got into. And I found out that this is an Arcturian light ship, and I am connected very deeply to the Arcturians. So I got into this pod, and when I looked out, I saw all these beautiful, what looked like jewels of light. And then I found this, and this is exactly what it looked like. So when I came out of this, again, I thought, well, this was another intense dream. But what was interesting about it, I've done shamanic journeys. And when you do a journey and you come out of it, usually you're cold because you entered another world. You entered spirit world. I had the same experience when I came out of this. And this is the shorter version. I can't go into the whole version. I'm writing about it now, but I was sitting shaking. I had to grab pillows and put a blanket around me. And I started to cry. And I said, what's happening to me? And I heard very clearly, you've arrived. And I thought, where, what does this mean? And he said, you'll find out. It's the start of a magical journey for you. Actually, you've been on the journey. You just weren't aware of it. You're now remembering who you are, why you came to the earth, what your purpose is about. And you are in a place that you've never experienced before. So you're feeling a little uncomfortable because now you're birthing out of the old essence, the energies of who you used to be, and now you're birthing into the new. And I thought, oh my God, this is really intense. And for like a couple of days, I had to stay like in a cocoon because I would shake and cry and I would get chills and then I'd get hot. It was a definite, absolute rebirth. And my gosh, I don't know what else I could say about that other than I'm really grateful I got to have these experiences and that I'm getting to share them with everyone today. Something had come up I wanted to share because the galactics have been talking to me a lot lately, and I didn't have time to put a PowerPoint together because I'm not so savvy with all that, but I wrote it down, and there's actually, let me just pull this up too. I called in my divine being. And when I called in my divine being, I asked, can you share something with me, you know, something that can help me to have a better understanding? And this has been coming up lately. So one of the things that came up was my divine being said, I set aside time to get quiet and surrender to the stillness within. I love you and I am listening. I am listening for the song of the stars as they sing to me. How does this make me feel? What do I hear when I'm listening? What do I see? What am I remembering? I wrote this out because I'm going to be putting together, I actually am in the process right now putting together a webinar for, you know, a StarSeed origin webinar, and I will be putting a lot of this information in that. So another, you know, another message that came through about timelines is that this came through actually just the other day. I was preparing for this, and you know, in my personal experience, shifting into higher timelines feels like I'm navigating a wave. You know, it's like weaving in and out of multi-dimensional layers. And in order to go higher, you know, it includes having, as I said earlier, you have to go in and anchor down, you know, with the earth, rise up and expand to enter the new timeline. So when you get into the feeling nature of timelines, you know, when you're shifting and moving into a new, you know, a new reality, there's a deeper sense of soul wisdom that comes through, and that direct experience is really, you know, is such a great teacher, and, you know, also trusting that your journey is one of the keys to unlocking, you know, some of the mysteries of life. So it's been very interesting what the galactics have been sharing with me, because we're being guided to live more in the moment. And I know that's not always easy. Sometimes, you know, it's hard to be in this reality. And sometimes I'd like to just take a break and enter another dimension, which I do, you know, another timeline, because I feel that we are weaving in and out. We're weavers of life. So, you know, we're being guided to live in the present moment with present moment awareness, to cultivate harmony, peace, unity. And our hearts are opening and expanding in a very profound way. I've never experienced anything so powerful. And there's physical, a lot of people are having a lot of physical pain in their heart chakra area. And also in the root, their hips, because we're connected to the earth. And then, you know, our throats, some of my friends are saying they're getting sore throats. And I'm thinking, boy, we're really going through this shift and clearing major old patterns and programming that we no longer need to carry with us, because it's time to let it go. We can't take it with us into the new timelines and into the higher dimensions. So, our hearts are opening and expanding. Our vision is changing, not just the physical, our eyesight, but our heightened intuitive abilities are changing like amazingly, incredibly powerfully. I love it. We are connected to the multiverse and always have been. But sometimes we forget. We forget, and now we're remembering that we are here to embody the love that we are. That we don't have to go anywhere for the love. We don't have to, live small anymore. That we are a force of light who is living in a human form, and we get to shine our light and share our light, with each other, with Mother Earth, with all of the cosmos. And that when I catch myself saying, the earth isn't my home, and I say, no, Mother Earth is home. Everywhere in the multiverse is home. Right now, at this time, I am home. Mother Gaia, you are my home. You are my heart, and I love you, and I am home. Yes, someday I will leave this earthly, human suit, this earthly life, and go back to the stars. But I'm learning to appreciate that Mother Gaia is my home, and that even with the struggles, and I know it can be really hard sometimes, but that even with the struggles, that it's okay, that we're not alone, and we never have been alone. And the galactics say to me, you are the bravest of the brave. We are always with you, always call upon us. For we are not as far away as you think, because you see, dear ones, you are the galactic having a human life. Welcome home, beautiful soul. That's what they said. That's what they say to me. I want to make sure that I save, I don't know how much time I have left, but I want to make sure that I give this beautiful light language blessing transmission. I'm feeling called to do it now. Even if I have time left over and I want to share something else, we'll do that. But if I have time, we can do that. But so what we're going to do, place your hands on your heart. We have many galactics and angelics, the fairy realm, beautiful Lemurian, Atlantean priestesses and priests here with us. We call upon the fifth dimensional particle spin of the Merkaba resonance to flow to us, through us, and from us, cleansing all chakras, cleansing all meridians, and all throughout the auric field, spinning, spinning, spinning. Cleansing, removing, and releasing anything and everything that is not serving us with gentleness and ease. We release you to God's light. With love and appreciation, we thank you for all of the lessons and blessings that guided us to everything that we needed for growth. We thank you and receive this beautiful sacred transmission to help you align with your highest, most beautiful, newest, and expanded timeline. Shorit ar ushkatar ianas urvate push eniasar ut. Enijaran uzvara kasul ije pus udin anjan usatai. Melush aliva sandur I kashemai iazaronaya. Alus arvandar I lakush arakatan aida. Haluai zaru neshavai anus I la mushika sayata. Anialai azur I kasur vanesha katua ia. Mejianai alai 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 irakatar us atenaye. Ejiarin anavan uzer I kasuva ajar utemai avai ira. Ye. Shaine anozi ayauma. Halua I kasur vashan odiara na voi I miarona alua. Alua I anovaro mai ayo yaina lo sia wama kwaya. Halua ya ye aye 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 ye aye. Halua yata. Arakuta isad urvana. Ashkata ishkata I. Acha. And breathe. Keep breathing. If you have water nearby, please drink some water. Anuriata. Aluasat urvana. We say to you, you are the pioneers, the way showers, the beautiful galactic warriors of love with gentleness in your hearts, but strength greater than the universe, who've come to the earth plane to shine your unique light. Remember you are human, but remember you are a galactic being of light, an angelic force. Your true star of origin, first and foremost, and always has been source creator. And then you decided to go into other galactic systems, stars, other galaxies, beyond the beyond, as you gain wisdom and knowledge every time you incarnate. And for this, you are honored, you are blessed. The universe is blessed to have you know who you are, remember who you are. You're a pure being of light, a beautiful soul of love. To take on human existence is no small task, but you are magnificent beings. And we love you, we appreciate you, we adore you. Alua iakatur vanashaka suviara, mejoro aqua isa umata aveaya, ana. It's 4:44. Thank you, angels. Does anyone have any questions? Was there anything you would like me to share that maybe you feel I could assist you with, or I'm just trying to see what's coming through?
Whew. Well, Marianne, well, I have tears in my eyes. That was one of the most powerful activations I've experienced in a very long time. So thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. We do have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Let's start with, so earlier you were sharing about your journey with sickness and stuff. Someone resonated with that and realized that she may be attracting sickness because she didn't really want to be here on the planet. I think a lot of people resonate with that. And so she's asking, how do I clear that from her consciousness?
Okay, this is a really important and a wonderful question. First of all, do not berate yourself. Don't be hard on yourself about it. It's okay when you feel like I don't want to be here anymore. It's the part of you that feels disconnected from God, from source, but it's not true. The truth is we're not disconnected. We are source. We have to remember, it's about remembering that I am God in body. I am goddess. I am soul. I am source in a human, fleshy, bony body suit, human suit. And that when that comes up, it doesn't have to be a life sentence. We don't have to go through so much suffering. Some suffering is necessary. As I said earlier, shadow teaches us about light. So when that comes up and you say, I don't want to be here, you have to make a commitment to yourself, no one else. I commit to being here. I commit to this life. I choose to root myself here in this earthly incarnation. I call any fragmented aspects of my soul back into my human existence. I choose to embody and integrate my galactic star seed nature with my human life. And I have a self-cleaning energy field, and I am in beautiful, perfect, harmonious alignment. I am fully committed to my soul's human journey, and I choose to see this life as a great adventure for my soul. Earth is my mother, and I am home. I am actively creating a beautiful life here, and I bloom wherever I am planted. And so it is.
So it is. Ooh, thank you. Another question we have is, what language was that?
You know, well, it is the language of the soul. It is a divine remembrance that lives within inside of us. It felt to me there were a number of galactics that came through that. I felt Lemurian, Arcturian, Pleiadian, Lyran. There was some Andromedan. There was some, I felt this warrior priestess, like from the Amazon, who came in like almost like she was an older, like an Amazon priestess, but older. I felt her come in, and there was some animal spirit and a few angelics and fairy energies that came in. So it was a cornucopia of beings that, you know, that like to come through and play. They have a lot of fun coming through and getting to, you know.
Yes, well, it was very beautiful. Like my whole body was vibrating. And so, yeah, I know when that happens, like, well, truth. So it's really nice. The last question that I quickly just saw here is kind of pertaining to, you sort of touched on it a little bit, but for someone that doesn't even feel connected to Earth, is there something that they can do to help embrace Earth and feel like they're part of Earth more?
Some of what I actually wrote that declaration down. So I'm going to probably, I could post it on my Facebook page or something, or give it out to everyone as a gift. I'm happy to share that. You know, sometimes I hold my body, I hold myself, and I rock, and I put my feet on the earth if I'm outside in nature, or sitting, you know, with my spine against the trees. And I just say, my body is beautiful. My body is my gift to my soul, so that my soul could have a human experience here. And it's okay if I don't feel grounded all the time. Don't give I'm not going to give myself a hard time about it, because trauma is what creates that. But you could say, I am home in my body. My body is my home. I'm living here with Mother Gaia. She welcomes me here. I am supported. And really anything you can do, I sometimes like to tap, you're feeling like you're coming out of body and you're dissociating, tap the top of your head, tap your heart, rub your hands, because we have lots of chakras in the hands, rub your feet. I put essential oils on the bottom of my feet, especially tree resin oils like pine, or cedar wood, or spruce, anything, Idaho blue spruce, anything that will get you into that resonance of earth. Also, stomping your feet, bouncing. I do a lot of movement. I believe movement practices, whether it be yoga, tai chi, dance, even if you like to go to the gym and work out, get comfortable with your body. And I know some of us have self-esteem issues, or we've been abused and traumatized. But that's when you go to the part of your body and say, I'm so sorry for what you've been through. I'm so sorry you've been hurt and that this was inflicted upon you, but I love you. I believe in you. I'm here. I support you. I talk to my cells and say to my cells, thank you for being in this life with me. Thank you for the health and the harmony. I accept you with the deepest gratitude, and I function optimally and fully, and I am healthy, whole, and complete.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so happy to have met you today.
Oh, I am too.
How can people reach you or find
Okay,
you?
I'm on Facebook. I'm also, I go on Instagram occasionally. I've been going on more. I have a website, and it's www.sacreddanceandsound.com, sacreddanceandsound.com. I do have some webinars I'm putting together now. I'm offering private sessions. I have a discounted summer rate that I'm offering. It's all on my website. I'm trying to think if I'm on any other platforms. I'll be going on more. I'm just trying to stay. Sometimes it's hard. This sensitive starseed. It's like if I get pulled into too many directions, my energy drops. So it's like, whoa, okay, I had enough of Facebook today.
Yeah, always navigating, riding these waves. Well, Marianne, we want to thank you so much for being here at the conference, and you're such a pleasure and a joy to have on here. And wow, thank you so much again for that activation. Flo, do you want to say anything?
I'm just feeling the buzzing from that light language activation, and so grateful for you being here. So thank you so much.
Oh, Flo, it's such an honor. And I am loving your Pleiadian deck. I can't wait for my Lyran deck. I've been loving it. I love it so much. It's so exciting.
Awesome. Well, we will definitely be seeing you again soon, Marianne. Thank you again.
Thank you, both of you, and everybody who joined in. Many blessings to each of you. Know that you're not alone, and know that you are so much loved by the universe. And thank you. Many blessings.
Thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Wow.
This has been the best day ever.
Yep. Can we just like shout out to like the 55 people in the chat right now? Thank you so much for want to honor you all, and thank you.
And 75 on YouTube, and we just got a new host to the mix.
Woohoo!
Yeah,
Ashley.
in the house.
Welcome.
House.
Yes.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, sure. So where to start? So it's been a long journey to get to where I'm at, especially in this life. I've had many lifetime experiences, pretty ancient soul. And so I really like resonated with what Mariana said, and the flow earlier about having the courage to, just kind of step out of those boundaries and, detach from the fear that was, and the trauma that's been placed upon us, or, just that we experience, just letting that go. And just, I've gone through a lot of reintegration and balancing, and have a lot of, I had to drum up the encourage myself. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
But I'm super excited to be here. I've been working, with energy pretty much my whole life. But at first it was, I was scared of it because I didn't understand it. And the environment around me and people around me, frowned down upon it, wasn't real. And so, kind of went through that whole thing throughout my life. And then about 10 years ago, I got into substances and really getting down to the bottom of understanding energy and who I am, and following my intuition, learning what that even was, and actually starting to build the courage to believe in myself. So it's been a process, like it is for anybody, and so now following my intuition, I'm now here and galactically connected, and I love to speak. I'm here to alchemize with my voice and to write. I love writing, and just empower others, unite others, and yeah, get that collective energy going.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ashley. Super appreciate that. Love having you here. And you guys are going to see more of Ashley as a co-host for later. So let's keep moving. I can't wait for our next speaker and guest. Alan, you guys are in for a big treat. Alan Steinfeld has been involved with disclosure since his experiences as a young child. From that time, he realized that the only way for humanity to accept the fact that we are not alone is to shift our worldview about what we think is possible. In this way, he feels we must transcend the old limitations of our mind and tap into what is beyond mainstream psychology, beyond our education, our religion, and our political ideologies. He feels that disclosure is an inside job. It is only when we wake up to who we really are as galactic beings that the cosmos will come to greet us in our full magnificence. Alan, thank you so much for being here today. Welcome.
Great job you guys are doing in putting together for some of a next generation of starseeds, people who are already awake, who didn't have to wake up. I think that's what's so interesting about this time. How's my mic? Is it okay?
Sound wonderful.
Okay. So I'm really happy to be here. So there's so many different approaches we can take. Wait. Oh, Raji.
Yep. Okay.
Go. Don't leave me. Don't leave me for a sec.
I ran away.
Oh, hi. No, do you have stuff to do? No, I just want to what is the best approach here? How do we bring it all together? I mean, there's so many different angles we can take.
This is true.
I just want to, I didn't see all of it. I've loved some of the development here. So I want to bring people to an understanding of what it means to go beyond the human. How do we perceive something we cannot conceive? That's the interesting thing. If we know it, it's already integrated. How do we initiate people? And I think everyone's done a really good job of opening people's minds to something new. So just want to give people a sense of the unknown of, maybe I'll go with this PowerPoint. Let me just see. Okay, let me see. Do you see my PowerPoint?
Yep.
Okay, maybe I'll try this PowerPoint and just see where we can go with that. Anyway, all right, you have stuff to do? Okay, I'll take it.
You got this.
Do you have any questions though about?
Well, the theme of today, what is the highest timeline? So I'm curious to see what you have in your slides as I think about, the highest timeline. So,
right. Okay.
Yeah, let's take it away. I'm listening.
The highest timeline, of course, is being witness to the divine and becoming the transformation as we accept this bigger picture of reality that exists within consciousness. Now, everyone just uses those words, consciousness and reality, but it's a state of being. It's a state of activity. It's a state of ongoing discovery of the unknown. Oh, wait, let me just do slide, show current slide, present your view. That's better. Okay. Oh, this is a little event that I presented recently, but I want to talk about this guy who was so important for our movement, John Mack. John Mack was a Harvard psychiatrist who said people are coming to him with abduction experiences and meeting aliens, and that was nothing he could relate to, nothing at all that he could understand. As a psychiatrist, he would think these people are psychotic. And so he did think they were psychotic until he actually met them. And when he met these people who were claiming to have contact, he understood that there was nothing psychologically wrong with them, that they were actually in a way of thinking that was beyond his current worldview. So what his choice was, either I invalidate these people's experiences because it's not my experience, or I look at their experience as something that maybe I can understand at some point. But we can understand what people are saying here in the old way of looking at reality. So John Mack said, we're dealing with a phenomenon which violates our sense of reality, which operates in the gray area between the physical world and the subjective world. Now, we just think either it's objective or subjective, and maybe that's not the case. Maybe there's only a subjective world, and maybe that subjective world is also an objective reality from the point of view of consciousness. Anyway, John goes on to say, we're being asked to prove that this reality exists by methods of physical science alone. But these methods of what I call Newtonian Western mechanistic science, that means the whole world is really a machine. And that's what the science we're running on says. We can't look at the world in terms of mechanics. We have to look at it with a new way of knowing. This is basically John's understanding, a new way of knowing. So some of what John put together, I put in my book, my new book coming out called Making Contact. Here's a little commercial. Well, my book was also a bestseller on Amazon, which is very nice. Here's a little commercial for the book.
I'm George Norrie, host of the national radio show Coast to Coast AM. Alan Steinfeld has put together a well-conceived collection of writings that covers it all. This is a book most needed at this time because Making Contact presents the opportunity for us to prepare to meet advanced civilizations. Someday, somehow in the future, the conflicts that have plagued our species for eons will come to an end. And by making contact, we will take our rightful place among the stars.
Anyway, that is just a little commercial for this book where I put together the best people in the field. And I realized they all had a different point of view. All these writers about UFOs, John Mack and Linda Moulton Howe and Whitley Strieber, Nick Pope, Grant Cameron, Carolyn Corey, even Daryl Anka, no one was in total agreement. No one really, everyone had a little piece of the puzzle, but nobody had the whole picture. So what was the timeline that we were going to exist on? What were we really focused on? So let me see if I can actually do a better screen share of this. Let me see. So Linda Moulton Howe is someone I looked at, and what she says is we are really being hampered in our highest timeline because we're kept from the truth. The truth is that we're not alone. We're part of galactic civilization. We're part of an eternal system of thinking and thought. So this is what she says. That mind-cracking headline, we're not alone in the universe. So that when we finally, I mean, most of us know on this webinar, we're not alone in the universe, but the consensus reality shifts the consciousness field. That's the problem. It's like, we can all believe something's true, but there's such a huge resistance to that, that we're always fighting for a new timeline within the space of the old timeline. So this is what So there's timelines that exist within timelines, like fractal timelines. So, and we're all living out our own within the context of a bigger picture. It's like different streams that flow into a river, and then that river flows to an ocean. And so all these are, I wouldn't say they're competing timelines. They're timelines that are in our conscious or in subconscious awareness that we get glimpses of. But the predominant timeline is the social consciousness. So I asked her, what if we get this mind, what she calls a mind cracking headline, we're not alone in the universe? What happens then? What does that mean for the population of the planet and the civilization? Finally, a truth. As simple as that. If you go back 5,000 years or 12,000 to Göbekli Tepe, and you look at the history of this planet, is demonstrably one in which Homo sapiens sapiens is abused. Because from my point of view, if you are a civilization that evolves for 12,000 years, and you are always under the thumb of another intelligence that manipulates you, and that humans are never, ever talked to, communicated honestly, then we are today in the 21st century, 12,000 years later. We are an abused species. And part of this abused species is going out into the Milky Way galaxy and beyond without a single general human population knowing and it being told we're not alone. Once we do know, what does that mean? What is that? How does that shift our reality? We are finally being given respect enough for the truth of something so huge. We're not only not alone in the universe, and that I would stress, there are other intelligences and they really care about us and they want us to get past this difficult time of lies, deception by other forces that have never told humans the truth. That is why we've got to have this revolutionary headline. Right. Okay. Okay. Sorry. And so the idea is, if we do get that, that changes everything, because you may think that you're living in one reality, but we have to look at the bigger picture of everyone in our reality, everyone in our field of consciousness is part of the timeline. So if we're still seeing war in the world, that's the consciousness we're creating on some level. When there's no longer any, it's not just like you're not reading the newspapers. There really is a planetary shift because of an ascension wave of higher consciousness. That is when, that is the highest timeline, or that's the process of revelation. So we have to acknowledge what exists now, and we have to activate through levels of initiation, which means levels of consciousness upgrade, how we're going to access these new realities. So I'm certain that after the dust of centuries have passed over the cities, we too will remembered not for our victories or defeats in battle, but for our contribution to the human spirit. So isn't that the highest timeline? What can we contribute to the awareness of spirit and form? That's what I think is our highest potential. Oh, so this guy, Tim Burchett, is one guy pushing for disclosure. He's a Republican, and he's from Tennessee. And
last summer's UFO report, Mr. Speaker, from the Director of National Intelligence was bogus. The report raised more questions than answers about unidentified objects in the skies. It stunk of a government cover-up, Mr. Speaker. Now the Pentagon is starting a new office to collect information on these unidentified objects. The office is called the Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group. I don't know where they came up with that name. I'm sure they paid somebody a lot of money to come up with that. I do not trust this new office, Mr. Speaker. I don't think it'll be transparent with lawmakers or the public about its findings. This is a national security issue. Congress needs to know what is going on so we can respond accordingly. Today, I'm requesting the leaders of this new office bring members of Congress on their bring them in on their UFO findings. This is a matter of great public interest and has been for a very long time to a lot of Americans. Our government should not hide the truth from us for another second. If this new office is to be held accountable, our country will get more reports like the one that came out last summer, or worse, they will be silent and hope we all just forget about the phenomena. We do not need to fear these airborne and unidentified objects. They would have shown themselves to be dangerous a long time ago by now if they were a threat. Our citizens and country can handle the truth, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
So there's one guy who's obviously looking for answers. I mean, I think he's actually a probably contactee himself. Why else would he stand up on the floor of the Congress saying we demand the truth? Now, of course, the Pentagon did come out with some negative reports just to scare people that if we tell you the truth, it might not be fun. So we have a couple of different sides to the story. The biggest part comes to our doors of perception. If doors of perception were cleansed, everything would appear to us as it is, infinite. But we close ourselves up until we just see through a small little chink or hole in the fence, in the cavern. We're not seeing the bigger reality because we've been thought controlled by our media, our politicians, our educators, our religion, all those, our parents, all the people who we've learned from have limited our reality. So a conference like this allows people to think a little bit more outside the box, because I go to this other quote, which is also by, this is William Blake. William Blake was a poet and painter in the 1600s. And so he was a real mystic. And he said, our perceptions are not bounded by our organs of perception. We perceive more than sense ever so acute can discover. When I teach remote viewing, I can see everyone has the ability to see non-locally. That's the incredible thing about knowing that you can remote view. You're not a local consciousness. Okay, so let me move on. That's better for my schedule. I hear some background. Go ahead there. Raji. Oh, there were some people in the background there. Okay, I think we're good. Thanks. All right, here we go. The voyage of discovery exists in not seeking the lands, but having the new awareness. What does that mean? It means you have to think outside the box. What is the box? Everything you know. Everything you know is inside the box. How do you think outside the box? Look at things you don't know. Consider the impossible. That is one way. What seems impossible? And being activated to the witness is the divine. When you step back from your personality and observe the world without preference, without judgment, without any kind of sense of what you like and dislike, then the witness to the divine levels of awareness start to come in, and you start to perceive the greater truth. So now let's talk about perception. This picture of an island looks like a horse's head, right? But if you never saw a picture of a horse, you would think this is an island. So if you've never seen an alien or saw a picture or were able to read energy, you wouldn't notice it. You can only recognize something you've already cognized. Cognition means the association of image with identification, so then you can recognize it. So how do you recognize something? is by having cognizers, which learns the meaning, the association, the image, and how that shows up in your life. So this is how we go to the next level of cognition. How do we know what ETs look like? Well, we don't. They see pictures. We've had people talk about it, but it might not be that way for you. You have to recognize the unknown. Okay, wait, the decisive question for us is, are we related to something infinite or not? That is the key, Carl Jung. Now, Gary Nolan says that DNA, the structure of life, is 9 billion years old, but the earth is only 4 billion years old. So what does that mean? It means that DNA is primordial. It's part of creation. It's older than the earth itself. It is the life force and is probably transplanetary. What does Ashley say? Your mind cannot make up anything it has not seen before. Has so much more meaning now that I expand my awareness. I think your mind can make up things, Ashley, that you have seen before. This is what I call the creative imagination. The imagination takes in the unknown. So the only way, I'm addressing Ashley in the chat here, the only way we can perceive new realities is allow your mind to start dreaming, start imagining. It's imagination that leads the way into the unknown. If your mind could only see, your mind cannot make up anything. How would anything new come into the world? If your mind can see, this is evolution. This is art. Your mind is bringing in images to make known the unknown, which is what I think our destiny is, making known the unknown. And I'll get back to that. So how do we step out of the matrix? We have to climb out of it with our hands and feet. We have to struggle to get out of the matrix because the predominant level of thinking is what sucks us into the web of perception. So we start to think like everyone else. We start to perceive what people have told us to perceive. I think one of the best teachers on how to get out of that is Joe Dispenza, because he says, trust what you are creating in your mind over the reality that you're seeing in the world, and then it becomes true for you. So yeah, you can climb out of the matrix, but you might be climbing into a new matrix unless you are living in the unknown. So most people are not even aware anything else exists around them. I think this is an actual stop sign. Yield for people looking at their iPhones there. But are we about to leap into a new fishbowl with more fish? I think so. I think we are. Our true eternal nature is much more encompassing than our concepts of time and space in which we define ourselves. So we think time and space are universal. But what if you close your eyes and start to go within? Then time and space change, but consciousness is still present. That's the thing. Consciousness is not dictated by time and space, even though it seems like it is. So the going within process creates the doorways to infinite realities. There's infinite reality outside of us and inside of us. And somehow we are the beings between the inner and outer. The remembrance of our eternal nature, our purpose for being incarnate on earth is for one purpose we're here for. That's why you've come into the body. It's not to get a great job and make lots of money and do all those things. There's another reason, I think, this is just my opinion and from what I've learned, is to make known the unknown. That is why you incarnated, to perceive what you have not already seen, to imagine a greater reality. This is why art, creativity, and imagination are the evolutionary impulses. It's hardwired inside of us to be connected to the flow of creation as it pours through each one of us every single moment. The universal mind matrix is flowing into the receiver of your mind consciousness vehicle. Every moment, if you step out of the known and into the unknown, you are downloading new realities. The idea is to free fall into the unknown. It's not easy because you always want to grab onto what you know. But if you can do that, then you start to bring in new levels of perception. You know, if you ask anyone who started to do channeling, at some point, they just had to let go and let go of what their mind said, let go of the known, and start to just bring in the information as they are being downloaded to it. That's what is part of the evolutionary timeline, the fact that we all have access to these other levels of reality, that everyone can channel these higher level beings and our higher parts of ourselves. So that's it. Now, Socrates, the most influential thinker in Western history, said it's the artist that is the key to our evolution. He didn't say that, I'm saying that. For the artist is a light and winged holy thing. There's no invention in them until one has been inspired and is out of their senses and mind, is no longer they're no longer part of their personality. The gods take away the minds of the creators and use them as ministers and holy prophets, so that we who see their work know it not for the individual self, not for the name and person, but for the infinite flow of creation that came through. Like, you know, Bob Dylan was asked, where did your songs come from? He said, I don't know where they came from. They just came. So the really great artists, and those are the beings that are making known the unknown, and we're evolving civilization because of art, I think, or the creative action, are those that are able to step out of the way and allow the state of the divine transmission to come through. That was in the dialogues of Plato, where Socrates asked this poet, you know what makes your poetry so great? And he said, yeah, it's the way I say the words. It's my idea. It's all that. Socrates says, no, it's none of those things. It's when you're not there. It's when your mind is given over to the gods. That is what is so great about your poetry. Anyway, I say, be the artist of consciousness. Your picture of reality is the most important creation. Make it powerfully profound and beautiful. This is the work of Alex Gray. Well, I don't know where these images came from. He doesn't know, maybe, I don't know, but it came to him. And because it came to him, we're able to perceive new levels of awareness, because I think, and it doesn't matter what your art is, whatever you're bringing through from the unknown is adding to the upgrade to create the highest timeline. It is about that. It's about the levels of non-understanding, actually. It's not about understanding, it's about going beyond understanding. Any experience that does not conform to our category's perception of reality will not be real for us. Now, this is the barrier we have to go beyond. We have to realize that there are levels of perception that are not real in the sense of consensus reality. What makes something real is when enough people say it's real. What makes it real for you is your experience. So if you have an ET experience, or you meet a being, or you have this dream, do you believe what other people are saying is real, or do you trust your experience? That is the juncture we're at now. If you tell someone, I had this incredible experience, I saw these beings, I was taken aboard the ship, they may or may not believe you. But if they don't believe you, does that mean it's less real for you? Or do we have to believe our own experience first before we ask other people for confirmation? Yeah, it's great to meet people who will confirm. Yeah, I think that happened to me. Or people just say, no, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. So I'd say most people aren't crazy. I'd say most people have genuine experiences. And I think you can spot the crazy ones. The crazy ones are the ones that are very ego-based. They're very dogmatic. They want to tell everyone this is real, and it doesn't matter what you think. The ones that have true experiences, the people I know who have had true experiences, are usually like shy about sharing it. They don't necessarily, they don't even trust what's happened to them. My job is to confirm that, to trust people's experience. What I want to do is tell people that if you've experienced it, it's a reality. So what I do on my new reality show is collect a lot of experiences to give people the power to come out and start to create a new paradigm that will allow other people to confirm a new collective reality. And that's another level of how we shift timelines, is by confirming each other's experience with our experience. Doesn't mean your experience isn't real if you're the only person that's saying it, but if enough people come forward and share an experience, it starts to create a solidity where we can even go further. But trust your experience is the message here. It doesn't matter what anyone says. No longer will the dualistic mind directly and indirectly interpret spiritual language and proto-communication and simplified linear planetary level of life and death. This is J.J. Hertog in key 406. We have to think beyond duality, and we have to think beyond linear progression. So multiple levels of reality are coming to us all at once. So timelines are flowing through us all the time. If that makes sense. But so we are always in a choice of which stream are we taking. But let's notice all the streams of energy that's coming to, all the streams of possible realities. That's the best level. That's the best multi-dimensional position to be in, is notice everything you notice. So, okay, so that I think of art, and I keep going back to art because art is not just painting. Art is where the flow of creation starts to enter the conscious and subconscious mind. So think of art as a distance early warning system that can always be relied on to tell the old culture what is beginning to happen. So the new ideas, Picasso said, if it's known, it's already old. The new ideas, the new phenomena, new possibilities is what everyone in their art form is here to create at the highest level of their abilities. That's my belief. So let's see what else. The great artist is synonymous with the great intelligence. The artist is the vehicle of the most delicate and most invisible sensations of the brain. This was a symbolist poet in the 1840s, 1850s. The symbolists really led a revolution in bringing in a kind of modern day spirituality into art. I mean, there was religious art for the Renaissance and, the Middle Ages, but there was the French symbolists that then spread out to Berlin and London and all that, started to bring an awareness of spirit in. And then there were the poets as well, and Whitman comes to mind, and so many other of these people. So, so what is true here? This picture on the right is called the well, it's probably more pictures, but each little dot in this picture is a galaxy. And there are trillions of galaxies with trillions of stars in every galaxy. So how can we be the center of creation? That is the big question, right? And you know what? We are the center of creation, and we are not the center of creation. We are both the center and not the center. So how do we live with that duality? Simple. Stop thinking linearly. We are the center and not the center. Just just think of it as and both and. It's not either or, it's both and. It's living the duality. We are the center of creation and not the center of creation all at once. How do we understand that? Well, you don't understand that with your linear mind. There's no way to understand that with your linear mind. So that is what we have to understand. We have to go beyond linear thinking. And so this was a picture I got from the Ramtha school. So we involuted from the highest point to point zero beyond time and space into levels of density until we got to the first level of density. And now we're evolving back to point zero. It's also represented in the chakras. Most people live out of their first and second and third chakra, but as evolution and ascension happens, we start to live out of the heart, the expression, the awareness, the all-wise knowing consciousness. So that is also represented in the brain. The lower cerebellum is the animal consciousness. The neocortex, the new conscious, is where the new thoughts come into the right brain. So all of this, the involution and the evolution from the point of God creation that we all descended from, is in our bodies, and it's in the vehicle of consciousness, which may or may not be in your brain. I don't know. It's not simple to say that we exist in the world with other intelligent beings. When contact is finally integrated into our culture, it will create an acceleration in the emergence of the new human mind, creating a vaster reach of human creativity. That is what a StarSeed Conference is about. It's about building the momentum here that we are galactics. We're humans and galactics. We're part of a bigger neighborhood. We're not just, Earthlings or New Yorkers or Americans. We're part of the galactic consciousness itself. And that will generate higher levels of vaster levels of awakening. Now is the time of knowledge meeting so that we can allow new beingness to enter us. That was Whitley Strieber's communion. Okay. Oh, this is H.G. Wells, who said, a time will come when people will sit with history before them or some old newspaper and ask incredulously, was there ever such a world? He said that in 1938, before like the whole horrors of World War II happened. But yeah, was there ever such a world where people would invade other countries? I mean, do we even need countries, really? And, shoot people. I mean, was there ever such a world? Well, there is that world, but we're evolving out of it. We are. That's why we all need to hold the highest, most positive frequency vibration, because I think Raji said, thoughts are things. They are things, or someone said that today. And lots of people have said that. But that means your thoughts actually do affect the reality around you. And so this is a thought that you are infinite. To see a world in a grain of sand and heaven in a wildflower, hold infinity in the palm of your hand and eternity in an hour. That's William Blake talking about the infinite nature of being. That is our destiny. So because this is the StarSeed Conference, I really wanted to go back to where I think actually probably the first person to talk about starseeds was Ken Carey. This is a channel book, and this really set the foundation for, I would say, the starseed movement. And it was published in 91, but he got the transmission and it says, during a cold and snowy period of 11 days, December 27, 1978 to January 1979, the whole material was recorded, and he didn't publish it for maybe, what was that, 12 years or something. In the years that have passed since those 11 winters, he said his little office was pulsating with the rhythm of some alien yet hauntingly familiar intelligence. I've given thought a number of times of publication. yet my life at the time was full of momentum. But eventually he did publish this book, which is still incredibly relevant to what we're talking about now. In the StarSeed transmission, it says, when you remember your true nature and begin to draw your identity of your being, you begin to draw identity from the totality of your being, which is not your personality or your name or your history. That is not your true nature. When you start to draw on the totality of your being, which is multidimensional, trans-activated intelligence, then it can be stated with all validity that this voice that talked to him, I am an element of your own consciousness. So this is what he channeled for StarSeed's transmission, that this voice was actually a part of his higher consciousness, but it's a part of all our consciousness when we understand our true nature. However, at this point, you will no longer perceive me as you do now, which is this separate voice that he started to channel. When you have awakened to the reality of your true being, you will perceive me, meaning this voice that came into his consciousness, and all species as being inside yourself. Until then, you perceive me, or that voice that came to him, as being outside yourself. All these beings, this whole world, everything you see around you, I think, is inside you. But it's not inside your brain or your mind. It's inside what we're calling consciousness, because consciousness is the true totality of your being. I don't know how many people understand that. So when you define yourself without regard to your internal presence, out of which the universe unfolds, so this is also Ken Carey, it means that the universe unfolds from within you. And when we continue to play out the variations of human history, meaning that we're subject to the emotionalities of the history, this keeps our eternal spirit at bay by imagining greater beings than us in the cosmos. There are no good news and bad news for people who there are no greater beings than you. Then the illusions of the material existence silence the awareness of our spirit. There are no greater beings than you. Each one of you that are listening, you are the ultimate being. Truly, truly, truly. And when you know that, when I know that, we'll no longer have to do Zoom. We'll just know it. We'll just be it. We'll just understand that level of consciousness. So I think I have a little more time here. When the emotionality of indulgent thoughts define us without reference to the sources, then the forces that were intended to connect our eternal spirit to experience of our physical atomic structure bind and limit our perception. So when we get overly emotional, which is how most people are, they're always in some kind of triggered response, that defines them. Their emotions define them. And when your emotions define you, you're no longer the observer of the emotions. I'm not saying don't have the emotions. I'm just saying don't let the emotions run you. Because when you let the emotions run you, then the reason for the emotions, which was to connect experience to spirit, that's the reason for emotions, which is every moment of our waking and maybe non-waking life, we're having feelings, and it's to connect the incarnational experience to the eternal spirit. It's like the emotions are the vehicle of perception, actually, of spirit incarnate. So emotions, well, I would say there's people who get stuck on certain emotions. I actually call it feelings. And the feelings are the eternal process of the ongoing revelations of incarnational experience. Every moment is a feeling. Yeah, there's some moments where you can feel these fantastic or maybe not so fantastic emotionalities, but the emotionalities are a stuck movement in time. So back to this last line, our infinite vision of creation is consumed by the myths, beneath the myths of excessive subjectivity, right? The indulgence in a particular emotional field keeps us trapped in the emotionality, which is great to have emotion, but flow with it, flow it. There is a thin veil between us and the full dimensional perceptions of our eternal self. We require no elaborate technique or ritual to release this veil. We need only to open to the organic current of awareness that flows into our consciousness every moment of existence. Only now, only here. And can we do that? Can we let go of our history? Can we let go of our personality? Can we let go of what we like and don't like, and the people we're attached to or not attached to, the people we don't like? I mean, can we let go of everything and be in the current awareness of the flow of history, of the flow of the moment as it kind of streams through our consciousness? That is the ultimate incarnational experience and the ultimate timeline. When we can do that, then we stop trying to, what would I say, kind of control the flow of the timeline, because the natural flow of the timeline is for its highest level. It's just people get in the way and want to control the course of the river, but by flowing with it, it is the most direct path to the highest reality. That's what I think anyway. When we live in the awareness of the life force, we're no longer defined by the static images of yesterday's history, but in the ongoing participation of creation. That's what it's like to be the artist. The artist of creation is in the ongoing participation of the on-flow of consciousness. So when we know ourselves as witness of the divine's forever presence, then in this great purpose brings the joy to all dimensions of existence. We create the world with our minds, like the Buddhist teachings. The world is inside your mind, but not the limited human mind. It's in the vastness of consciousness that's way beyond your brain, way beyond existence. Let me just see. When we define ourselves in the separation of survival, we are deceived. We get locked into the very small perception of reality. If you're basing your existence on survival, then you're missing the greater portion of reality. Cultural illusions become the reality, preventing the greater witness from seeing fantastic worlds. So it's like we see through this dark mirror as opposed to this really clear window into the outside world as reality starts flowing into moment-to-moment conscious awareness. The apparitions of fear intervene between us and spirit, cutting us off from our eternal origins, leaving us in a diminished sense of self. So that's it. Are you living in fear? Are you living in love? I know that's cliche, but that's one thing. Are we playing with time, or is time playing with us? That's what I want to know. Okay, how much more time do I have here? Speaking of time. Hello, anybody? Raji? I'll keep going.
You're good. You have
What?
like a couple of minutes.
Like what, 5 minutes?
Yeah, around.
Okay. Oh, okay, thanks. Okay.
5 minutes.
Okay. So as we move into fifth dimensional awareness, things like near-death experience, out-of-body experience, UFOs, past life, and these are all become acceptable and the reality of our world. So one way to get into that is to overcome left brain thinking. This is what we're born with on the right. This is the great imagination. By the time you're 5 years old, you are put into a box and you're told to think this way. There's nothing wrong with ABC 1, 2, 3, but that is not the totality of reality. The totality of reality is all the other things on the other side. Let me just turn out of this PowerPoint there. It's everything else on the other side of reality. Okay, let me just get to the most important slides here. Okay. Okay, here we go. I'm just going to go here and just share the screen. All right, let me do a little quick update here, screen share. Okay, there. Okay. Okay, so we do have to think beyond time and space, right? We have to think in this ultimate reality as MC Escher did, where up is down and down is up, in is out and out is in. And the infinite flow of consciousness does come through, I think, our right brain awareness, which is more connected to the infinite flow of creation than your left brain, which just is local awareness. There's non-local and local awareness. This is how people can remote view. Looking for consciousness in the brain is like looking inside the radio for the announcer. You know, the radio breaks. It doesn't mean the announcer stops doing what he's doing or the music stops playing. No, we are non-local awareness. The yin and yang, I'll go over that. Let's just see. My brain is only a receiver in the universe, which is the core from which we obtain knowledge, strength, and inspiration. I have not penetrated the secrets of the core, but I know it exists. This is Tesla, 1909. So are we looking down at the chessboard or up at the chessboard? The idea is to transcend duality. That's the idea here. You know, I'll go into more of this. We are asleep. Our life is a dream, but we wake up sometimes just enough to know that we're dreaming. That's, if we can have that realization, then we start to think of the bigger realities that we can come to. The limits of my language means the limits of my world. Well, no, I just said it doesn't. Language is only a thought form limitation for the mind to kind of think inside a box. No, we are thinking outside of language all the time with these greater realities. For instance, the dolphin's brain, much more complex than the human brain. Dolphins can admit more than one language at a time, more than one sound at a time. Humans are really trapped in a very small, and even the human brain is only taught to use half its brain. We're only taught to think on one side of our brain. Dolphins think or are always awake, either on one side of the brain or another side of the brain. If you anesthetize a dolphin, they will drown. They will drown. So let me just see about, okay, let me just go beyond. Okay, let me just end with this. Okay, let me just, here we go. Okay, I'm just going to end with this little meditation here because I could go for hours. Okay, here we go. As our mind becomes more conscious, as we become more aware of the capacities of consciousness, this is bringing on what we're calling the close encounter experience, because maybe these beings are connected to an evolutionary awareness that brings in a new level of cognition. Experience of contact with non-intelligence is the key that will open the door to understanding consciousness. So this is why there's this three-part aspect to this question. There's quantum physics, there's consciousness, and there are UFOs. I think they're all related.
Hey, Alan, are you sharing your screen?
Yes, I was. Is it you're not seeing that?
No,
What were you seeing?
you.
Oh, well, I was sharing my screen. Okay. Well, okay. Thanks for letting me know. You see that? One thing
Yep.
the
Great.
visitors do by accessing quantum physics is not collapsing the wave function. So they don't create a definitive place in time and space, but live in a multiplicity of superpositions. When you're accessing these other positions, you're in hyperdimensionality. So we need to think that way. And our thinking has become concretized in comprehension. We need to think in a higher level. We need to think abstractly. Quantum physics lead to this new understanding, this new level of meaning means we need to think in the abstract. This apprehension versus comprehension. These are what I feel the levels of quantum physics lead to. This new understanding, this new level of meaning means we need to think in the abstract. Abstract thinking means letting go of concrete ways, the ability to be abstract. It was the key to our survival. No other animal has the ability to think about objects and situations which are not tangibly physical. Quantum superposition of apprehension allows us to be more than just our five senses. It frees the mind to look at more creative solutions to satisfy the basic needs of eating, sleeping, and reproducing. The key is to see the difference, I feel, between signs and symbols. This illustrates the comprehension idea versus apprehension idea. When we see a sign, like a stop sign, you just know it's a sign. When a stop sign is put into a polluted body of water, then it becomes a symbol. There's no question that's what it is. We have collapsed the wave function into that concretized observation. But when we use that same stop sign in a picture of a polluted ocean, then that stop sign becomes a symbol. It means that is less definable in terms of, oh yeah, I know what that means. It means stop, but it means more than just stop. It means the urgency of stopping. It means stopping a whole way of life. It means an urgency to change our way of living. I have a whole lecture on signs versus symbols. This is a little take. It takes on a less concrete, but more overview effect of what that image actually means. This is how I feel the ETs are in control of their reality, because they don't concretize into comprehension a single meaning. The power of the symbol lies in its ability to convey multiple meanings at once. Words concretize the world into specific meaning. What we get with images, an emoji, you may give someone a thumbs up after they say, oh, let's meet, but it doesn't just say, yes, let's meet. It says right on. It means thank you. It means a multiplicity of meanings. Johann Goethe says, symbols are a living, perceptual, instantaneous revelation of the, okay, I'm back. So that was just a little, it was kind of intellectual. Was it too intellectual for some people? Did I lose people in that?
No, it was perfect. There's a lot of people in the chat that were super resonating. Why don't you tell people where they can find you, your presentations, and your work?
Right. Okay. Could you just tell me what they were saying in the chat? Because I didn't really have time to read it.
You know, they were just agreeing with a lot of what you said. This man has a lot of information to share. People were really into some of the videos that you were showing.
Okay.
Thanks for all the information. There's a lot.
Okay, great. Because what it basically comes down to is we have to start to perceive the world differently. We can't use the old definitions anymore. We have to invent new ones. We have to see with a different part of our brain. We have to see with our right brain awareness, which means intuitively, means non-locally, it means multidimensionally. So I do talk about this on my YouTube channel. That's New Realities, youtube.com/New Realities. You can read about some of this in my book, which is a collection of essays by the leading speakers in the UFO field. I'll put a link to that in the chat after I get off. And then I'm always on Portal to Ascension as well. I just did a Making Contact 5-part series. Raji, it was great. We had some of the best people in the field going deep into the philosophical question, because this is a very complex situation. The UFO phenomenon, the starseed. It's not like, oh yeah, I'm a starseed and it's great if it's just that, but it's levels of perception that are not accepted by the mainstream reality. We have to, and Bridget does talk about this. So hi, Bridget. So we have to change the way we think about the world and the way we understand ourselves in relationship to the world. Does that make sense, Ashley?
It totally does. Because it makes me think of humanity. Humans need to know where we stand within the galactic realm. I think it's one of the last pieces to our puzzle. We need to know where do we rank, where do we stand in the galactic space.
And we
So
have to stop accepting what people are telling us is true. Like some science is great, of course, you know, it drives a car, flies a plane, but a lot of it is belief. So we have to question what we're getting by the mainstream sometimes. Wait,
mhm.
Ashley, was that you who asked that question about your mind and or said, wait, and then Flo, what? Yeah,
Am-
hi, Ashley.
yeah.
I don't think I asked that question, but
Oh, there's something.
just wanted to intervene real quick, Alan. And I resonated very much with everything you said as well. And I found that for me, detaching from the time, the timeline that's been kind of put upon, Earth, and realigning with natural time has been incredibly like life-changing,
Right.
for all
Right.
being.
Thank you.
And so that's incredible information. Thank you.
That's, wow, I appreciate that. And Flo, what were you going to say?
I'm just always in gratitude for you being here. Everything you've laid a foundation for a lot of the work we're doing right now. So I just always in deep honor for your service and your continued service. And
Well,
every time I hear a presentation by you, I'm just
I recommend the StarSeed transmissions, Ken Carey, and he was a revolutionary. He's no longer on the planet, but that book, when I picked it up, it's like, wow, this was written for our time and our starseed people now. It wasn't meant 30 years ago because no one can understand it 30 years ago. This is my feeling.
Yeah.
So there's been visionaries all along who have been leading us along this path of evolution that's very exciting. And you're one of them. Raji, Flo, I don't know you, Ashley, but I'm sure you're one of them too if you're here. So I think we have to keep talking about this because we need that collective power to bring these realities into existence. Because we could say you're a starseed and that's great, but until we come together as community, we're just isolated. We're not building the thought form realities that start to sweep through the collective population. If you know what I mean.
One of my favorite quotes that you said today was consciousness is the totality of your being. I like that a lot.
Well, isn't it? How could it
right?
not be?
I know. Okay, before we close on, I just want to say thank you for, I feel like I got a mini history lesson today as well. So thank you. Needed that. And real quick, Alan, what's the most ease-filled way that you know to trust in life?
Oh, that's really a great and hard and simple question. I say go relax into your being. One practice I do every night is just stop thinking about all the thoughts of the world and just drop in. Drop in. There's a place inside of all of us, and that's the place I relax into. I fall asleep from that place when I can shut off the mind, and then it just unfolds. The universe really wants the best for us. It's called pronoia. It's in our favor. And so when you drop into the divine self, the divine takes over, which is us, which is all of us, which is
beautiful.
Yeah.
Amazing. Alan, thank you so much for being here. Super appreciate everything that you shared with us today.
Thank you. I also want to thank everyone. We're being broadcast on New Realities. Thank you, everyone on New Realities. Subscribe to this channel and take out a super chat. And I'd love to do more with you. And Raji, we have to talk about doing some productions.
Yes, let's do that. All right. Well, we'll see you soon, Alan.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Flo, for inviting me. I appreciate it. Of course. Okay.
Take care, brother.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Oh, wow. Just soaking it in, feeling it. What a gift. These teachers such as Alan who just come here and enlighten us.
Yep.
And I think, just we're a little behind now, so I'm just gonna keep it moving. And I'm actually gonna invite Diana Divine. So let me give a little description. I'm excited for her. So I got to meet Diana Divine at the Lyra conference. We're doing a lot of conferences now at Star Codes that are based on StarSeed groups. So we did our first Remember Series conference on star-codes.com, which was the Lyra conference, and we're going to be doing an Octurian conference on July 24th. So Diana Divine, incredible soul. She's a soul guide and galactic Lyran shaman in service of others to activate their multi-dimensional potential. As a shaman, quantum hypnosis healing therapist, crystalline soul healer, Reiki master and high brain living facilitator, human design and astrology reader, and graduate of Therapist School for Process Work and Family Constellation. That's a lot. Diana is able to weave all the quantum, shamanic, and psychological tools and offer customized approaches for each of her clients. She founded Source Language Institute to teach and activate others to the purest communication via source codes known as light language. Diana Divine, the floor is yours. Thank you for your patience and looking forward to your chat.
All right. Am I on?
Yep, you're on.
Awesome. I'm trying to navigate. I've been having a lot of technical interesting issues today. So that's always fun. Hi, everyone. This is exciting. Last time I was here, that was for the Lyra conference, as you mentioned. And yeah, there was so much information that came through right now from Alan. And I'm like, where do I even pick up from here? And I've met Alan and some really beautiful souls like Marianne Savino that went before me, and Marianne's transmission was so powerful. So I kind of want to bring in a little bit of that feel of source language and just reset a little bit, because our brain right now, someone wrote on chat, had a psychedelic trip. I felt the same way. It was just a lot of info. And it's important to go through this like contemplation process. And I feel like we also on a biological level sometimes need to like metabolize and digest this information. And so best way to do that is actually to go to the bathroom. I facilitate a lot of ceremony, and I've noticed bathroom time is like portal time. I think a lot of you might feel the same way. It's an interesting place to be, and to drink a lot of water. So I'll bring it in kind of more light language, more, I call it source language. It's just how source expresses itself through sounds, through lights. It's not just light, right? Through our unique expressions. So please grab water and keep on drinking. This is like 6 hours now of the conference. So you wanna really allow your body to take that in and to ground. So I encourage you, if you're not drinking water, to go grab some, put some lemon juice in it, any way you can alkalize the water so it kind of goes through your system better, because we made it from a lot of water. So I'm gonna drink. All right, perfect. And Neil was supposed to go before me, and he always brings like really beautiful poetry, and I feel like that would be a great way to start. And I wrote this poem a few weeks ago, so I'm gonna bring it in. So I encourage everyone to just take a deep breath in into our hearts, just to receive, reset, recalibrate. If life was a love song that would never end, dancing in infinity, eternity we could spend, the bliss in my heart through the touch of your soul, making you joyful would be my ultimate goal. As we continue to sway from side to side, life is just beautiful. Gracefully we just glide. We listen closely to the most lovely tune, at peace with ourselves, forever attuned. Our life is a love song. Accept and embrace. Our soul's language is the music, and our heart is the place. Just open to be with the vibration. You are your soul's synchronization and reverberation. Shikuatia chinya kuntura tiashi kanyasiaku. Itarti kuarti kiar kumanyasiaku. Shuati ati shumanyasati. Shikui. Shu. Arrukur. Inyasata au kanyasiawa. Ishu tuatia. Just taking this moment to be with yourself and honoring your presence, for being here, for being with this beautiful soul family, for learning, for connecting, for remembering. And when I say remembering, it's not just remembering from your memory, but also remember. If we separate the word, we're becoming, and again, connected to our membership, the bigger membership, right? The StarSeed membership, whatever that is, whether your soul started somewhere in the Lyra system and then it moved on to Pleiadian, a Sirius system, or Andromedan, all these various systems that are within our Kasha, with our soul stream. We have those frequencies within us, all of these aspects that we're bringing in here into the wholeness, into the now, to be here on your divine sacred mission. We're all on this mission together. So I honor you for being here, for doing the work together collectively and individually. That is so important on both sides. So I have more slides, and now I'm like, do I want to overwhelm you with more slides? But I'm very visual myself, and they help me kind of just to kind of piece things together. And I feel like listening to the last 6 hours, a lot of things that I have here are pieces of things that were already shared, but maybe sometimes to digest, we need to hear them again. So I would love to see questions as we go along and having it more like interactive. And at the end, I want to do another maybe light language, source language activation to finish off. So to help you just really metabolize this in your body, in your being. All right, so let me share. All right, so as everyone mentioned today, when you understand that everything's frequency, the universe becomes a symphony. The other day, I was actually with my kid, who is first timer here on Earth. So we have these amazing children in this wave that coming in and they volunteering, and many of them never been in humanoid form. So I'm meeting a lot of these beings now, and they just learning their way. So for him, it's actually kind of difficult to be here. So I feel really grateful as his mother and he came in 2012, 2013. Actually was pregnant in Guatemala at the end of the world. So we're talking about the timeline. With this new life. And so I knew we were just in the beginning of something really amazing. This is not the end, it's just an evolution of where we headed. And so I was helping him with a piano recital, and we started kind of playing piano at the same time when he was about 5. And I realized that just like the piano with all these different notes, the keys of the universe are right in front of us, right? All the dimensions, everything is here, everything is available for us. And it's all about this blend of frequencies and resonance. And as each frequency shifts our reality, our perception just kind of looks at the same thing from different angle, our reality can have like big impact and small impact. And it's all kind of moving in this resonance, half a tone in the piano scale or larger scale of the piano. So universe is really, we talk about duality. Yes, some say feminine, some say masculine, some say positive, some say negative, but ultimately it loves harmony. It loves balance. Just like you want to hear the song really beautiful in the piano recital, because if it's a little off, like you can hear, same way, this like beautiful harmonious song. That's why I said life is a love song. We literally writing a love song to the universe. And that's so beautiful. With our unique frequency, we able to weave this song and have this connection with the universe, with the divine, and express it through ourselves as the divine instruments, right? So we are those piano keys. And I also think of ourselves as these like light particles, the photons, right? So if you think of divine as the sun, and the sun has so many rays, and let's say a ray is your higher self, your console. The other day I had Akashic reading, and the image that came through was this console that I'm connected to, right? Different beings in different dimensions. And as I'm channeling and I'm pulling this information, each one of them is kind of collectively has an essence, and I'm pulling the streams from them into this reality. So what am I? I'm just a photon of this beautiful ray that has this amazing expression. And yeah, I'm here moving in rhythm and resonance with the universe. I'm just an expression of the sun, just in the form. But before that, I was not in the form. So I didn't always have this physical reality. And so we need to move. So last night, actually, I teach this workshop with cacao to open our hearts, and I call it quantum soul dance. It's something that's going to be evolving. So as I've been evolving, all of us, it started more kind of in the shamanic realm. And as light language opened up for me, and many of my kind of galactic family connections started activating, I realized we need to really work on being in the high frequencies. And the best way to do that is through movement. And so sometimes we have to go into the darkness. So dance that I teach is blindfolded, because we need to learn how to be in those uncharted territories. A lot of things that Alan mentioned, kind of how do we learn about consciousness and whether it's local or non-local. The only way to connect to it is to go within, right? But also to be able to move beyond the comfort zones, beyond the sandbox that you know. And so it's so as I was observing these participants last night, like it's picture actually from the workshop yesterday, I literally saw them kind of moving like these light particles, and each one of them was reacting to the music, and their body frequency was moving in a certain way. And it was just really magnificent, because as an observer, I can see these like slight deviations, right? And how each one reacts to it, and how each body has its own sacred geometry, and how when the music hits the sacred geometry, there's certain activation that happens. It's it's really amazing, because when we able to go into these ecstatic states, and through movement is one way, we then attune the body, and I'll talk more about attunement, to its most natural state, where we release all the limitations, right? All the thinking, and we're just being present with the rhythm, with the universe. And it's what our bodies are meant for in this reality, is to actually move as the universe is moving. So we're moving with the rhythm of the universe. I'm gonna move this over to see. This was, someone asked me where this was. This is in New Jersey, actually, a beautiful space that my friends created, and it's called Embrace Life Community, with a lot of ceremonies and now going to be made. So I'll talk a little more about that, but I think it's important for us now to create, we in this creation process, to create these spaces and opportunities for workshops. I'm so excited. I was telling Flo about this in-person conference we're going to have in Sedona. I think it's time for us to really connect on one-on-one and have these experiences, because we can talk, but really I feel through experience and experiential feeling do we really understand these concepts, right? Because the left brain accepts information one way, but the right brain, like the artist, like Alan said, has to receive it a bit differently. So more to come. We'll have fun, big dance party. I see that in our future, right? We co-create in our reality, and I'm putting my intention. So, all right, next slide that I have. I'm almost feeling like I need to go through this really quickly. I was just thinking about the highest timeline, and I was thinking of what Alan said, beyond time, and I completely agree with him. Everything, as we are the universe, one of my organizations called Love Ripple, I see as creators of these ripples, right? So as we shift frequency, as we resonate differently, all these ripples that we can create and affect in our communities and our family. Not everyone might be ready for it. And this is what I've been noticing. Some people feel rejected. I know Marianne said about the throat. I've been seeing a lot of people experiencing a lot of blockages in their throat, and we're just learning how to express ourselves. We're learning how to be radically authentic. But there are these like waves of time. If you think about just linear, a quantum kind of mechanics part of it, and these waves of time are always in flux. And from my understanding, and again, everything is just half truth, and we're still kind of figuring it all out. The timeline itself gets created when there's a culmination of enough energy and to build up large enough charge that pulls you towards the fixed point in the future. So this is kind of gets me into two terminologies that I really like, whether they true or not, they're still trying to figure out in quantum theories, but entanglement, which you might have heard of, and retrocausality. So entanglement basically says if two particles are connected in space at some point, no matter where they are in the universe, they always, whether locally, non-locally, they'll always connect to each other. So, which is really amazing. We all then in some ways entangled, right? If we on a starseed level knew each other in some other incarnation in another system, just by mere presence of being here and hearing my voice, something within you might get activated. You get entrained because there's entanglement that's happening. And then there's the retrocausality, which I'm experiencing quite a lot. I don't know if others have been experiencing as well. So sometimes, let's say I have a workshop coming up, right? And it's a few days in the future. My body starts overheating. I'm feeling like the temperature goes up by like quite a lot. I'm sweating, and it's not me being nervous. It's like my body is preparing to what's ahead of me. And so I feel the future can influence the present and the past. So if everything is entangled and connected, sometimes the future pulls us forward as well. And that's why it's so important to work in some way with the highest frequency vibrationally, because as we embodying these frequencies and doing all that soul expansion work, we also co-create in this future. And I'll talk more about kind of the new Earth future that I have some visions of, but we all kind of co-create in this real time, right? And it's changing in every moment, of course, but I think having a vision of it, we get pulled towards it as well. All right, so pivoting from that, I love this quote by Albert Einstein. There are only two ways to live your life. One is though nothing is a miracle, and the other is as though everything is a miracle. And I love this quote because, of course, I live as though everything is a miracle. And if you believe in miracles, they will happen to you. So I just want to share a story. And the story is that about a couple of weeks ago, I was driving from Vermont, and it was a downpour, and I was driving my kids, and I was worried, in my mind, I was thinking about the fact that we are full spectrum beings. When I say full spectrum beings, it's kind of what Alan mentioned, a lot of people mention. We have different emotions, different feelings, but also literally, I feel we in our frequency have access to all various frequencies from high and low. And so we isolate on the frequency level in different ways, right? Depending on what we feel in that day. So, and we also, like many mentioned today, we are the elements. We have those elements within us, whether it's water, the air, and like Flo said in Atlantean times, it's very true. I remember that as well. We as priests actually was sinking to the water and activating the water and making storms and changing kind of the realities around ourselves. We were moving rocks. That was like one of our Atlantean high priestess training. So therefore, nature always talks to us if we feel we are part of nature. So this is my experience. I'm driving, it's downpouring, and then I was like, no, I want a rainbow. And I started like calling in the rainbow out loud and kept on saying and looking for my rainbow. And then we pulled into Service Plaza and kept on downpouring. I was like, no, kids, rainbow's coming out. You'll see, you'll see. We go into the plaza for a second. We come out. The whole environment changed, the rain stopped, and there was this magnificent double rainbow all over the parking lot. The kids were screaming, and they were like, oh my God, Mom, like not only you just called in regular rainbow, double rainbow showed up. And so this is the miracle level, the fairy tale and the reality that we can co-create here is all here. Who says that we cannot call in rainbows? Like, who stops you from doing that? No one, right? And nature will confirm and say, absolutely. And that happens to me a lot. Like, and I heard other speakers were talking about it too, whether it's the birds. I had the great blue heron the other day, the snakes, the nature constantly validates and talks to you. And like Alan said, through symbols, like I always look up the totem of that power animal spirit. So like, oh, the snake. Oh yeah, I'm doing breath work. I'm going through transformation moment. Of course, there's going to be a snake in the water by the pond that I'm sitting because it's trying to confirm that I'm on the right trajectory, right? And you can say, well, you put in the interpretation into what's happening in your reality, or you can say, no, I'm just paying attention. It's just another sign, right? Just the same thing as 1111 333 on your phone. So yeah, so that's, I just want to share that. And then we ask ourselves, all right, well, art of dimensional living, what does that mean? How can we manifest these rainbows all the time? So I just very quickly want to go through this. So the way I see it is, first of all, it requires radical authenticity. And what that means is you have to have faith, trust, and to the fact that you can, call in the rainbow. So there was no doubt in my mind at all that that can happen. And then to make a shift, you have to set the intention. So that's kind of the right brain, the left actually brain ideation, right? So we have to make a choice. So if we choose a certain alignment to this desired reality, in my case, it was a rainbow, I'm getting out of a time loop that tells me you can't do it. You can't do it. All these, doubts I'm putting aside, because if I'm stuck in my time loop, it will never happen. So we have to make a choice and we say, this can happen, right? And then intention is this concentrated focus energy. And the way I see it, because my name is Diana, so in the Greek mythology is the goddess of hunting. And so if you see yourself actually shoot an arrow into the universe, you put your intention, this focus, concentrated energy into the tip of that arrow, right? And you shoot it out. And you just trust it's going to happen. if you're trying to attach to it and say, oh my God, I'm going to do it this way and this way, it's going to come to me, it won't happen. You have to actually release it into the universe, and energy flows where intention goes. So you can ask yourself, like, what do I want? You got to get really clear. What are the things I'm desiring? What would my dream life look like? All these questions, all these concentrated intentions that you can set. Or you want to just manifest a rainbow, that's fine too, right? And then the next part of it is that you have to feel it, right? So first you have to think it, and then you have to really feel it. What it would feel like to have this at this moment. The joy is really important, or the anger. You just need to charge up the feeling, either or. So in an old paradigm way, we lived in, I'm thinking like back in primordial time, in the cave, and we had a fire and there was a tiger running outside, and we knew that if we go down the right path out of the cave, there's a tree with some berries on it, and we quickly would go down, collect the berries, run back, and we knew we're safe. The minute those berries dried out, you would freak out, because all of a sudden you need to go to another path and find another tree with berries. There's tiger out there, and that's scary. And that's how our old mind, low mind, the ego mind is working. It kind of equates sameness to safety. The new way is to, and I think many speakers mentioned that, is to assure that it is possible. So fear is not real, right? So you have to feel that joy. You have to feel as though you having that really fun time and excitement when the rainbow shows up in your body. And then coherence. And when I say coherence, is like you got to live it and be it. So it's important to hold that energetic emotional state over extended period of time until it becomes real. So it becomes your reality. And in the next slide, I'll talk about how to anchor that. But when some people, I don't know if you heard of Heart Math Institute, they've done a lot of testing on coherence and what coherence means. But really, it's very simple. All you need to do is just drop into the heart, just like we did in the beginning. And you can go, sometimes it helps me, for instance, to go to a happy memory, something that happened recently or all the way back into my childhood, and really feel into the memory as though it's happening right now. So I'm invoking that emotional state of happiness and joy. And then I'm expanding and breathing into that feeling from my heart. And then I'm just feeling this kind of golden energy of light surrounding my body. And I'm feeling this coherence. My heart is beating in a coherent way. So there's no discoherence. It's just there's a rhythm to it, right? Back to the rhythm of the universe and harmony. So simple as that. Just drop to that happy memory and bring that coherence into that feeling you're feeling in that moment. And that's how we create a shift. But even though you created a shift, and I'm talking about like more substantial, like timeline type of changes, you have to anchor them. And sometimes you vibrationally also have to adjust. So we choose, of course, every moment the state we want to be in. But how do we anchor the timeline? So it keeps, so we're always in that highest vibrational state. So first, let's start with the body, right? That this physical material reality that we're in. So our body is an electrical body. So we actually have, just remember back to that idea of us being a photon, we have a voltage that runs through a system in our circuitry. The mitochondria constantly exudes voltage into our body. We never think that way. So this is the question I want to ask you all right now. What is your voltage percentage right now? If you were to measure it from 0 to 100%, and you can put it in the chat, what do you feel your voltage is? Like just energy charge that's in your body. Are you 50%, 60%, 70%? So, or are you 100? And 100 is like optimal. And when you're 100, so when you're 100, it's not only you healthy, but you also charged up with this light quotient. And so for us to stay in that frequency, we need to have a lot of charge. We need to have that light quotient. And I think many mention it here, like some people have been feeling exhaustion, right? What does exhaustion mean? That means your voltage is low. And so how do we get ourselves to be at 100% or 90%, right? We need to actually build practices to promote our voltage to stay in those ranges. So let's start with nutrition. So the foods that you eat need to have the light in them. You can eat meat wherever your diet is, but it's just known that fruits and vegetables and herbs, they just have more photonic charge. So the more you eat clean, the better your body is, and there's just more light in your body. We have to move our body. So many mentioned here qigong. So every morning, this is what I do. I run. I do qigong practice outside. I work with the sun. So the sun has so many codes, but it also helps us with the light quotient. And so working with the sun, whether you do sun gazing or sunset, that's kind of just good time of the day, in the morning or in the evening. But I love the morning. You want to receive the sun codes, and you want to kind of dance with them, receive them, and it will do not only give you vitamin D, but it will do amazing changes to your body in terms of the voltage. So movement, charging up with the sun, and eating fruits, vegetables, things that have more light in them. And then for the soul, breathing. So just for a second, I want to talk about the fact that we consume too much oxygen. Most of us actually breathe in too much oxygen into our body. And that's why when we're talking about longevity and oxidative stress, part of it is because we're not breathing correctly. We actually, many of us are breathing into our lungs and not bringing the breath all the way to into our diaphragm, into our belly. So, and the breathing has to happen through the nose. If you noticing yourself always breathing through the mouth, that's not a correct way to breathe. And so there's many methods out there. There's like Wim Hof, yogic pranayamas, and all of them I teach in what's called intermediate hypoxia training. So a lot of the whales or dolphins actually can hold their breath less than the whales, but some whales can actually hold their breath for 90 minutes underwater and then come up, and they're known to live for a very long time. So if we're able to learn how to regulate how much we breathe per minute, and we also learn how to hold our breath for a minute or two or three, what we're doing, we're training our body to increase the oxygen carrying capacity. Actually, CO2 is good for us. We increase the brain blood flow, we enhance our innate immunity, memory and cognitive function, and proliferate anti-aging stem cells. So I breathe 22 minutes a day. That's a daily dosage. And when I say breathing, I'm doing like rhythmical breathing. So either Wim Hof or Soma breath, there's many, many different techniques out there to get to a place of connection with myself, but also with oneness and higher self. So I don't know if you ever heard of default mode network, but there is a lot of studies right now in Psychology Today and other publications, really exciting. Because I work with plant medicine, I've always wondered, how do we bridge the experiences that we have and the science behind it? And we finally, in this moment in time when they finally doing studies And it's a really exciting time. So for instance, they started doing studies on the psilocybin and what happens to the brain. And what they've noticed is that when you take plant medicine, your default mode network, which is the area of your brain, the neurological system that's responsible for kind of spinning your record of who you are. It's the part of the brain that allows you to understand who you are, like the story of yourself, right? The problem with that is if all you know is just about yourself and it's like that broken record and you keep on ruminating or you keep on looping and looping, you don't have a moment to be an observer. So what they notice is that when the default mode network is overactive, that's when people have the anxieties, the depression, the OCD, and they've done all these control studies. But when plant medicine or breath work, 22 minutes of breath work a day, deactivates it, amazing things happen. Not only you don't feel those things, you're also able to access parts of your brain, the prefrontal cortex, where you're able to fire and rewire the parts of your brain that have not been used before. And you step into the observer, right? So all of a sudden, instead of being so stuck in your story, you're able to look at yourself from different perspective and your perception changes. And you're able to understand maybe there are parts of your life that you never perceived in that way and things need to change. So that's why ceremonies often do such amazing things for people and they're so transformational because of the observer effect. All right. So for the spirits, we talked about body, we talked about breath work. For the spirit, we're going to laugh more. Laughing is the best thing we can do for ourselves and it raises frequency. So laugh more, enjoy, have fun, sing more. So sound is like super important for the spirit, singing, in the shower, just allow yourself to express you and to hear yourself. Sound actually penetrates your cellular memory, your DNA so deeply. And this is where the source language, light language comes in. It's, we all have it. So I started a source language institute because I'm so passionate about this expression. Did not know that I have that ability. I had a transcendental experience where just opened up for me and I started kind of blooming and opening up, but we all have this right. And when I think about highest timeline, I see all of us speaking light language. So every Tuesday, I actually hold a room on Clubhouse. Everyone is invited. It's called Soul Communication Club. And it's at 8 p.m. Eastern time, where it's just a playground for people to come in and speak light language. Or if you don't speak light language yet, you just listen to others. And just by merely listening, you start getting activated. You're just in the presence of these multidimensional sounds and frequencies, because linear language is great. Like I speak several languages, but it's limited. And sometimes the frequencies of the multidimensionality that we can express are way beyond what we perceive in this moment. So, and what they can do for us, not only they connect us to our higher self, but also they recalibrate our body, they activate our DNA codes. They just really allow us to be tuned properly, like divine instruments that we are. And you can do it to yourself. So it's really dropping into being in this child, this innocence within you, and give yourself a permission to speak gibberish, to make nonsense, but really through the nonsense, because the children, right, they don't know what's right or wrong. Things start making sense. In some way, the soul is just recognized, oh yeah, this is actually, there's a frequency here and I'm resonating with it. So how can we learn the language? We don't learn it. we remember it because we always spoke it. And so some frequencies, the first frequencies that come in are usually from the system where you most likely started, like a birth language. And then as you open up to it, so you can start with just humming be in the shower. Water really helps with conductivity. You can just start humming, and through humming, just start, allowing just different vowels to come in. Just add singing to it, like a toning. Just play with sounds. Remember the piano, up and down the scale. And then as you feel comfortable, again, it's the art of allowing. You got to allow it. You can just start playing with it, and maybe a word will come in. So that's how you learn. There's no learning. It's just really playing with the frequencies, and it's all through the throat. And if you feel like you need more guidance, I know Marianne is available. I'm available too. You can find us on Instagrams. I do one-on-one section to activate. Come to Soul Communication Club on Tuesday on Clubhouse. There's so many avenues of expressing yourself in light language and play with it. And it's amazing what it can do for others, right? When you do transmissions for others, just like you experienced Marianne and a little bit of my transmission, and I want to bring another one in, things are happening within your body. And the way it works, we all have a blueprint, right? We all kind of holographic in nature. So tone, the sounds hit your sacred geometry, because your sacred geometry is unique, and it start recalibrating and retuning it. And your higher self knows exactly what it needs, right? Because it's not the experience of one person versus the other is going to be completely different, because all of us are unique expression. We are different photons, but we're all kind of dancing together. Yeah, just the most playful light language came through. Awesome. Yeah, just allow yourself. All star seeds have light language or source language. It's within you. Just start playing. And you can go to the forest. It's really easy when you're in nature. You can start talking to the plants. The fairies might come in. The fairies are really playful. They're like, they always make me laugh. And I connected to the fairies really deeply when I allowed the light language to stream in. There's so many frequencies, right? You can talk to the mushrooms. Mushrooms have language too. Everything has a language, but it's a vibrational frequency language, right? So it might not make sense for your logical brain, but your soul would be like having a lot of fun, and actually will thank you for it. All right. I also want to talk about light language as codes in art form. So this is actually a really beautiful piece called We Are Creators by 3 people, Marion Hobbs, Walter Boyd, and someone by name StarSeed Light Codes, I think Marcus. So Marion actually is someone who founded the Source Light Language Institute with me. We just taught a course in being able to bring these codes into an art form. And what's a bit amazing about this piece is that 3 people worked on it together, and there's a resonance to this art. So it's, all art is beautiful, but I feel like when we bring it into this reality as, these codes, the true star codes, it really also activates our DNA and blueprint. Like you can feel the charge of it. And also most of art in my house now is mostly light language art, whether something I drew or others did. There's part of me that just resonates with it and activates and reminds me about who I am. So yeah, so this is what they wrote: activate and fully awaken the circuitry of the creative divine within, the spark of all that lies within us. There's a shift that occurs within the self when we discover the underlying connection between all things. The walls of separation fade and we experience the all through unity, the seed point of all potentialities. The journey being with exploring within our own intimate universe, and from there a path of reconnection begins to force, so that we may each play a part as conscious contributors and creators of creation. And it's just so magnificent. There's so many different codes here from different star systems and how they weaved it together to remember this ancient past and the future for us. So just take this moment to just tune to it, and you can also find it on their Instagrams. and very quickly about the transmissions. So there's not a lot of science and proof about source language. And I just want to quickly show you these aura photography photos that I ended up doing in Sedona. So there's a picture before, and then this picture during the light language transmission. And it's really powerful because usually aura doesn't change so much. So I have different frequencies, but Lyran is kind of my predominant one. So I have a lot of like the pinks and a little bit of the green. But then the minute I started my light language transmission, the person who was actually doing the aura photography, she's seen a lot in Sedona. You know, she has some Reiki students that come in, this and that. And she always says it shifts a little bit, but not like this, where it's like, who is this person? This is someone else. It went all yellow. And yellow is usually like the higher teacher. So this is the higher self stepping in. And so this is, I felt like I need to share with you like a visual representation of what happens. And again, this is all available for each one of you. All right, I think this is one of my last slides. So we get to co-create collectively the new Earth consciousness blueprint, and each one of us can do it in so many ways. So Crystal talked about grid work, others talked about community building, Unity's community, sustainable living. This is what I see in this new Earth consciousness blueprint. New financial systems where there's no money. So think of a reality, and this coming actually pretty soon from a lot of channel I saw and some of my friends. Money as we know is not going to exist. So it's going to be exchange of commodities, exchange of our services, bartering, exactly. Like in Burning Man, I don't know if you've ever been to Burning Man, but I got married at Burning Man, so I've been there, and that's a beautiful environment where we got to play in like gifting economy, exactly, where we have these like really balanced divine feminine and masculine representations. Where we teach our kids not what the kids are learning today. Not only their recess time is like 20 minutes. My kid complains all the time. This is the public school system, and I'm in education. So, but actually, like in Atlantean time, where since young age, they were taught about death. They were taught about their galactic past, about how to work with Earth, all these Earth-based, rituals, drumming, and things like that, like more shamanic practices, being more in nature and not connected to devices. So this is the organic timeline. There is another timeline that's happening right now, which is happening no matter what we do. So we're gonna kind of coexist in parallel with it. Yes, our organic timeline is gonna flourish in its own way, but what I see is that other timeline, more AI-based timeline, is there. It will exist as well. So, and we'll dance with it. But I have a lot of beautiful visions for where we headed, and in many ceremonies, I saw that we already actually are there, and now we're just playing our parts. So, just as co-creators, since you are on this conference, I invite you to see, where do you fit in all of this? What's your role? What's your purpose? How are you weaving this new tapestry of consciousness? And how can we all co-create together? So just like Flo said, like, what are the groups you can create? What are opportunities for us to connect and weave this together, some parts of this geometry? Because if you're here, you are supporting that organic flow. All right. And I don't know if everyone watched Free Guy, but I really love that movie. I think it really showed beautifully what happens to someone when you step into your sovereignty, and when you also exercise like energetic boundaries. And that's what we have to do when I'm talking about two timelines existing simultaneously, or many more timelines, right? We have to always come back to who we are, what are sovereign rights, right? What's our true essence, and also learn how to put boundaries, and not always feel other people's things and discern. Discernment is a big thing. Discern what's yours, what's not yours, and what you're willing to take on, and where you need to step in and be radically authentic. So it's really, important to be radically authentic. In Free Guy, I'm going to spoil it for you. He basically, understands that he's actually living in a reality that he can change, and he creates a different reality. And I think that's what's happening to us. We get to, play and co-create and create a reality, different simulation game that serves us in the best way possible. Yeah, the movie has so many, someone said, love this movie, so many like Flo, yeah. so many like deep nuggets. So if you haven't seen it, Ryan Reynolds is fun. So all right, awesome. So I'm actually gonna finish. Yep.
Can you hear me? Sorry, I don't want to cut you off at all because everything you shared was phenomenal and very divine. Thank you so much for sharing. We're running a little bit behind on time, so I just wanted to. But I wanted to share. It was your what you shared was super inspiring. And the whole rainbow thing in the sky, I've had that happen several times after doing like deep etheric work, and it's a beautiful, like a beautiful sign of your divinity and what you did, which might not logically make sense, but in the mind sometimes. But it actually, resonated. It actually happened, and so that really helps kind of guide me through things. And when I'm connected to that level. So
beautiful. Yeah.
Really beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, everyone. I know we're out of time. So keep on expanding and playing with us and continue. Thank you, everyone on this conference and those who are coming. And yeah, keep on sharing light and love with everyone. Love you all.
Love you. Thanks for joining. All right. See, we have Ala and Bay on here. I know you guys are on here somewhere.
Bay and Ala. Hello.
Aloha, family.
How y'all doing?
Wow, so happy to
there you
see
are.
everyone.
We back.
Oh, what a beautiful reunion this is. Thank you, everyone, for just beaming tremendous light and heart coherence today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Deanna. That was such a beautiful articulation.
Yeah, it just catalyzed us into so many remembrances just now, because we just experienced a double rainbow before traveling to a sacred place, and then received a double rainbow when we returned home. So thank you so much for presencing that element that we are all creator beings now, and that we are the love and the freedom of creator. Kami ay ang mahalaya ng bathala. Thank you, everyone. Our intention today is to continue this weaving. We are so grateful that we are all together as one, dreaming of the highest timelines together. Thank you so much. We co-empower everyone to look up towards the moon tonight, where all these planets are all clustered together right now in this moment. And all that brightness, all that light is shining for everyone right now. So we can all really hold that in our heart. What we feel for ourselves is the highest timeline for all of us now. We arrived, everyone.
Affirmative.
We made it.
Yes. And we are so grateful to see our beloved StarSeed family. Ashley, we're so grateful to link ocean to ocean with you right now. And our brother
I'm literally at the
literally
at the ocean.
We can hear it.
We can hear it. We can hear the ocean pulsing through you and all of your environment right now. Thank you.
I was divinely guided to move from the original location I was co-hosting from. So then I'm like, oh, if I position it, we could get the ocean in the background, maybe off the window. So I don't know if you guys can see it or not, but it's there. And the sound of the ocean as well. So it's a beautiful thing to be able to
Yeah.
All right. Do you guys want to add anything else before I introduce Neil?
We're just greeting everyone as other yourselves. We are here as travelers, as you all are, and everywhere at once. We are everywhere at once, and we are collectively just beaming gratitude and aloha in all directions. Thank you all for just being who you are, presencing this moment as one.
Yeah.
See you soon. All right, everybody. I'd like to introduce, the honor of introducing Neil Gar, and apologize if I got that wrong. He's the founder of Portal to Ascension, a conscious event production company created in 2008 that hosts a wide range of presenters on a variety of topics, such as the origins of humanity, the existence of extraterrestrial life, exposing hidden truths, and exploring the nature of reality. He travels the world facilitating gatherings and filming documentaries that are intended to empower the individual to reclaim their sovereignty and awaken to their full potential. Neil also operates an online platform that creates and facilitates about 110 conferences and workshops a year. At this point, Portal to Ascension has worked with over 1,500 researchers, spiritualists, scientists, consciousness explorers, and more. Neil is a philosopher, historian, researcher, and spoken word artist. He presents his research on the ancient wisdom and future science of sound, vibration, and frequency, as well as in-depth explorations into ancient civilizations, archaeological discoveries, space anomalies, shedding light on hidden esoteric wisdom, and exploring ways in which we can create unity and peace on Earth. So thank you, Neil, and welcome. We're super grateful to have you here.
Thank you so much, Ashley. So good to be with you guys. Hey guys down there.
Hi,
Diana,
thank you for being here. We just wanted to say thank you because we've met you initially through several Portal to Ascension events, and we are supremely grateful for your word sound power. And we unite today in such a profound moment in the light. So thank you so much for joining this journey today. We're so grateful for this presence.
Yeah. May you speak with profound eloquence.
Thank you so much, guys. I received that. I really, really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, let's get into this. And I just want to say, Deanna, I'm not sure if it's Deanna or Diana, I absolutely love your energy. You're such an amazing soul. Thank you so much for your share right now. So I'm looking forward to connecting with you, hopefully, sometime in the future. All right, so I have 45 minutes, and to all the hosts out there, I'll definitely be looking at the time, so I'll be good. I'll end in 45 minutes, at which will be 4:45 Pacific. And my presentation today is going to be a 3-hour presentation that I'm going to put in 45 minutes. Hopefully I can get all the way to the end. I don't think I will. So I'm asking you right now to activate your multidimensional bodies to pick up the energy that we're going to be going through here. I have a tendency to go really fast usually. So I'm going to try to keep it slow enough so that we don't skip over anything important. But this presentation here today is entitled Galactic Origins, Dimensions, and Black Holes. And I have quite a few presentations that I've done, but this one is something that I wanted to present on since 2002 when I was 19, 20 years old. And I started understanding, well, not understanding, I'm still figuring it out, started exploring our galactic origins and started uncovering all of this science that really backs up the fact that we're cosmic beings. So what we're going to do here today is going to be running the gamut of awareness from declassified government documents to anomalies in the Milky Way galaxy, introducing to your home galaxy, talking about dimensions and densities and what they are, the science and the history of the esotericism within the understanding of dimensions. And maybe we'll get into astral travel too. So we're gonna get right into it. Just to let you guys know, if you wanna follow Portal to Ascension, we have portaltoascension.org and on Instagram and Facebook as well at Portal to Ascension. So the reason why I created this presentation, I like to start all my presentations with why, the why. Why did I even do this in the first place? And I had two questions, as I started uncovering so many hidden truths. And the two main questions were, who are we? Like, who truly are we, and where did we come from? Did we come from this planet? Were we seeded from other extraterrestrial lives? Were we a native species on this planet, and there was some sort of intervention in our evolution, and then we became something else? And then who are we? Why are we sentient? Why are we awake? Why is it when we look into the cosmos, conventionally speaking, we don't see life elsewhere, and it seems like we're quarantined on this planet? So these questions really started the whole process of the information that I'm going to share today. What we do know, laying the foundation of things that we know, that is basically foundation of this presentation. Well, one thing's for sure, and I think all of you can agree on this, tuning in right now on YouTube and in the Zoom room, is that we are not alone in the universe, right? And even if you may think that that's not been proven, hopefully we'll get to some documents today that kind of show you that, well, something else is going on, and even mainstream and governments are aware of it. And then the other thing is, humans are collectively experiencing amnesia. What does that mean? Well, that's the whole concept of the fact that we've lived past lives or simultaneous lives, depending on who you ask, because time is not linear in the way we think it is. So if we've lived past lives, just watch some documentaries that have come out now that are really just like smoking gun documentaries on the fact that we have lived multiple lives. The fact is that you and I, even though we might have some memories of past lives or some awareness of what we were, we don't have distinct memories like we did what we did yesterday, what we ate for breakfast, what we did last year. So it is pretty much a given now, because the whole past life, simultaneous life thing has been proven in my book, that we must be experiencing amnesia. And if some of us aren't, many individuals, of course, are, right? Because what would happen if we understood all of our lives and realized, the vastness of our experience in this cosmos? Just to drill through some sources real quick of what's going to be shared today, I got a lot of this information from the following and beyond: the Prism of Lyra book, Lisa Royale, who I've worked with a few times, the Sumerian Tablets of Creation, other ancient scriptures, channeled material, peer-reviewed science articles, the Old Testament, Dolores Cannon, Life Between Life Past Regressions, Akashic Records, NASA and Space Agency images and discovery, research studies and laboratory tested results, whistleblower testimony, and CIA and FBI declassified documents. All right, now that we got that out the way. When I was doing this presentation, I kind of saw that there were some similarities into my origin stories presentation, which I just did like 4 days ago on Portal to Ascension, the origin of humanity. If you look at the origin stories of humanity, you see that there's kind of like a split between two types of origin stories, right? I'm talking about like Genesis 1:1, the Egyptian story, the Anunnaki story, stories like that, and indigenous stories from the Americas of how humanity came to Earth. We can split it into two things: prehistory and Earth history. And these are two distinct categories. And this is kind of my own kind of research on this, and I created these subcategories here. Is one of them, prehistory, is before Earth, time, and space. It's the creation of time and space. And then we have stories, which are Earth stories, which are stories of origin on humanity on Earth, what occurred on Earth. And we have some like connections to the Sumerian stories, the Greek stories of the gods, the Egyptian origin stories, and more, which speak about things that took place on Earth or took place off planet, and then was the beginning of the earthly experience. I'll give you some examples here. We have the prehistory example, right? So this is the scientific example, and the other one's the metaphysical example, which is one that I kind of created based on my understanding of metaphysics. So science. Cosmological models maintain that 13.8 billion years ago, the entire mass of the universe was compressed into a gravitational singularity, the so-called cosmic egg. Very interesting, because hundreds of origin stories say cosmic egg, from which it expanded to its current state following the Big Bang. Side note, Big Bang, isn't it very interesting that that event is named after a sound? In the beginning was the word, a sound. Metaphysics. Now look at this. Science has it from this linear perspective of like quantum reality, quantum physics. Metaphysics, to me, is what I like to call metaphorical quantum physics. And I have a whole presentation just dedicated to proving the similarities between metaphysics and quantum physics. A great example is in metaphysics, you have oneness. In quantum physics, you have singularity, same exact thing. So here's the metaphorical understanding of that scientific model. The cosmic egg represents potentiality. It's the pre-creation held within the chaos, waiting to become the cosmos. This duality then sets up a conflict found throughout world mythology, the duality of chaos and order, good and evil, light and dark, love and hate. Now, I'm going to just go into the next slide here, but if you take a moment, you might have just picked it up there, or when you listen to this back later, you can see that they're saying the same thing, but through different words. Okay, so how does this connect to our galactic origins? Well, in the galactic origin stories that we see in indigenous cultures and all around the planet, we see a combination of prehistory stories and Earth history stories. We have humanity's journey from inception, creation, to this current linear experience on Earth, how we descended into densities. So this introduces the concept of a paradox. And if you know anything about me, I love paradoxes. And this is paradoxical because it symbolizes an origin when time is only a construct of our position relative to our sun. So how can there be an origin if everything is happening at the same time? By just understanding, the reason why I know that we're not at the level of consciousness that we can be is the fact that the human mind can understand the paradox, and we realize that everything is paradoxical. Good examples. We are quantum vibrating energy. You are not a solid being. You are vibrating frequency, and that vibrating frequency is vibrating in and out of reality constantly. But you're solid. Paradoxical. Doesn't make sense. The quantum world is paradoxical and doesn't make sense with the laws of physics in the Newtonian world, everything atom and above. However, the quantum world is the building blocks from the Newtonian world. Paradoxical. The universe is infinite because we understand that it's infinite, but it's also infinitely expanding. And our minds can only understand the finite. There's got to be something outside the universe. Paradox. Time exists. It's definitely real. Tomorrow I'm doing something. In a week I got some plans. But it also does not exist because it's just a construct of this dimensional space and time. We are solid beings, yet we're also vibrating frequency. This is what I just said. The universe exists within a paradox. But before we get to the galactic origin story, we have to break down time, dimensions, and the mechanics of our galaxy. So what are dimensions? Well, physics and mathematics explains dimensions like this. A dimension of space is defined as the minimum number of coordinates needed to specify any point within it. Therefore, a line has a dimension of 1 because only one coordinate is needed to specify a point on it. Now, in the spiritual and consciousness realm, which we're all a part of here, this is the understanding of a dimension. A realm, I created this for myself, a realm and or a frequency of experience that can be obtained through various forms of conscious awareness, soul contracts, karmic agreements, and more. Because I'm not going to speculate on all the ways that we can shift into other dimensions. But a realm or a frequency of experience. And using that term experience takes away the hierarchy of dimensions and the good and the bad of this density that we're within. The world as we know it has 3 dimensions of space, length, width, depth, and 1 dimension of time, the 4th dimension. This is a semi-controversial concept because, and we're not going to get into that because some people believe the 4th dimension is a whole other realm and that we don't exist within it. Physicists, mathematicians, and spiritualists believe in the possibility that many more dimensions exist. And according to string theory, the physical universe operates within 10 dimensions. I don't per se subscribe to that belief, but I do subscribe to the fact that they're getting closer to some truths here. Different types of dimensions. Well, so dimension is a broad word. We use it kind of like for many overlappingly and seemingly independent concepts. We have parallel dimensions. We have physical dimensions. We have realms of energy, spiritual dimensions. We have dimensions in the galaxy. We have a realm of no dimension, the void. We have a dimension within a dimension. So it's important to realize these concepts and titles may have been spiritually informed, but are also human constructs based on our perception and unique experience on Earth. When we transcend into other dimensions, do we see dimensions the way we currently see them? When we're in a dimension 4 or 5 dimensions higher from now, do we see ourselves as being a higher dimensional being? or do we see everything from a whole different perspective? A lot of these beings communicate with us in a way where they're telling us what dimensions they're from. Is that just terminology utilized in order to help our linear hierarchical mind? We've been in the Kali Yuga, the age of hierarchical mind, in order to grasp the concept. So now everybody, I'm gonna take a deep breath here real quick, and take a deep breath with me. And I'd like to officially welcome you to your home galaxy, the Milky Way. Welcome. Our galaxy is speeding through space and Earth and is traveling through space at 1.3 million miles per hour. We're going 25 miles per second closer to the center of the Milky Way. We're also traveling alongside our local cluster, which is 375 miles a second towards the Virgo cluster, which is an enormous collection of galaxies that are about 45 million light years away from us. And just throwing in this slide here, you can see that the galaxies this is a whole other presentation in its own, really, the geometry of how everything is created, from mitosis to the geometry of the way nebula and galaxies are created. Now, this image here is showing you the flat plane. I'm putting that in quotes because what really is flat and what is north and south in space? Does that even exist? So the flat plane of the Milky Way galaxy, the milk of the Milky Way galaxy, and this line you see here of going up and down is the trajectory of Earth around the galaxy. So not only are we going around our entire galaxy, orbit around it, but we're also going up and down in around 12,000 to 13,000 years cycles that add up to around 25 to 26,000 years, which goes in alignment with the precession of the Earth's axis, which is also 26,000 years, which goes in alignment with the distance from Earth to the center of our Milky Way galaxy, which is also 26,000 light years. So it's very interesting, how it all fits together. So the Earth is basically, going through these phases. And you can see here kind of like, the age of Aquarius, 2012 and all that, how we shift through that. The milk of the Milky Way galaxy, and I'll show you in a second, this is also proven through the mainstream as well, is a 200 light year photon belt. So this line is 200 light years distance. So it takes us 200 light years in order to go, 200 Earth years, to go from one side of the photon belt to the other side of the photon belt, which is interesting because in between every Yuga cycle, right? Yuga cycle, there's a 200-year transitory phase before the other Yuga cycle fully begins. Now, here is a look of the Milky Way galaxy, and I'm just going to read some of these things to you here, just to show you the galactic environment that we live within. The sun and planets seem to have there's a whole new understanding of our Milky Way galaxy that changed in the last 20 years. Even the position of Earth within our Milky Way. The sun and the planets seem to have possibly originated closer to the galaxy center and surfed outwards along its spiral arms. As the entire galaxy moves through the cosmos, its bow shock sends a deluge of cosmic rays raining down. Okay, so this is extremely important. This has been shown through, satellites now and sensors in space, that underneath our galaxy, there seems to be some sort of bow shock. Just imagine a drum being hit by a mallet, and imagine that you can see that vibration coming off the drum. That is literally what is happening below our galaxy. So when we transition from one side of the galaxy to the other side, we're being bombarded by not only different cosmic rays in general, but also different rays and the bow shock of our own Milky Way galaxy. The solar system, and see, here we go. This is validating the esoteric awareness and the Yuga cycles. The solar system wobbles up and down 200 light years on either side of the galaxy's disk. Passing through bright star-forming regions might have exposed the Earth to hazardous radiation from supernova, perhaps causing mass extinctions. Okay, so what I'm showing you here is that the galactic community and the galactic environment and weather has a direct effect on Earth. Not only does every radiation, every star have this puppet-like, like puppets on a string effect on Earth, but also depending where we are and what's going on and where we're transitioning through, we're going to have some sort of effect that could cause mass extinctions, could even cause people's minds to shift from one thing to another, can even cause the rise and fall of civilizations. And it seems that this is some well-constructed, oiled machine, almost like a watch, in regards to the fact that these things happen at perfect intervals that are designed to create shifts on planet Earth. And the reason why I'm showing you that is because we're at one of the shifts right now. And this is the Milky Way galaxy, just to show you that we used to be at the end of the arms. The new models are saying that we're kind of halfway in, which completely shifts what we used to think it was back in the 90s. Now, jumping all the way to the center of the Milky Way galaxy, we're going to talk about the supermassive black hole. And the supermassive black hole in the center of our galaxy has the mass of about 4 million suns, of our own sun. Sagittarius A is located at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, and it's known to be the entrance to the supermassive black hole, and it lies in the direction of the Sagittarius constellation near the border with Scorpius. It's the location of the supermassive black hole. The black hole lies at least 26,000 light years from Earth. There we go with that number again. And now we see more evidence coming out. This came out in 2020, that Earth is much closer to the supermassive black hole than we originally thought. As our technology increases, we're getting a whole other picture of our Milky Way. All right, so we just talked about Sagittarius, the constellation. And now I'm going to talk about Sagittarius, the galaxy. You may have heard, when I was back in the day when I wanted to be an astronomer, like many people, kids, I guess, when I wanted to go to space, there was something that was taught to us, and it was that we're on a collision course with the Andromeda galaxy. And that sometime billion years in the future, the Andromeda galaxy is going to collide with us, and we're either going to dismantle or we're going to merge, or something's going to happen. But little do a lot of people know is that we've actually been merging with a galaxy for, I think, billion plus years, but definitely hundreds of millions of years. And this galaxy is called the Sagittarius galaxy, and it's been integrating with us for quite some time. And this is the galaxy right here. And the next slide, I'm going to show you the trajectory of when the Sagittarius galaxy came to our Milky Way galaxy and how it integrated over millions and millions of years and what the current situation looks like. The reason why this is important is because it's been theorized that Earth comes from another from another galaxy, and the other galaxy is Sagittarius. Not only are people, deep researchers that I work with that are super esoteric, coming up with this research as well, but also mainstream science is as well now. The reason for that is that the Earth's our solar system is lodged at an angle that isn't the same as all the other planets in our solar system, in our galaxy. So it looks like that we came in and we were sucked in through the orbit of another place, or came in from somewhere else, and the angle on which we came in with our orbit is not natural to our surrounding environment in the rest of our galaxy, speculating that this is the galaxy that we came from. And when we came from it, we got sucked in close to the supermassive black hole, and you can see that sun right there, right? The Earth and our solar system being sucked in right there, starting our process of being integrated into the Milky Way, slowly moving ourselves out to the outward spiral. So here we go. Let's take a look now at the next slide, which is the integration of Sagittarius to the Milky Way 8 billion years ago. So the year is 8 billion years ago. Here we go. One more time. 8 billion years ago. 5.7 billion. 3 billion. 1.9 billion, 1 billion, and then boom, current situation. Continuing with anomalies of our Milky Way galaxy, just to kind of show you all the really interesting things that are happening around us. I just showed you the Sagittarius, but check this one out. At one point, there was a triple star system that moved close to the Milky Way galaxy, to the center of the black hole. One star fell in to the center of the black hole in the Milky Way galaxy, in our supermassive black hole. But with the gravitational pull and the spinning around the supermassive black hole, the other two stars, which became a binary star system, got shot out into the universe, right? And this is to show you that it's not abnormal for stars and planets to dislodge from the galaxy and actually go off and become straggling systems that eventually may be picked up from other galaxies. And then what occurred was, after a while, these two stars formed together because they orbit around each other, and they created something called a blue straggler. And the blue straggler traveled away from our galaxy. The horizontal streak of brightest stars across the center of the image is the plane of the Milky Way. The galaxy center is the bright white spot in the middle of the photo where hot, massive stars crowd together. So my theory is the closer to the black hole, the more rapid of shift or frequency there is in vibration. The immense heat and cluster of stars would make it impossible for 3D life to exist there. So, of course, like if you look at the center of a supermassive black hole, the planets are rotating at such rapid speeds and are so hot that the only way for life to exist would be higher dimensional life, higher, putting quotes again, in order for different civilizations to exist. And we hear of stories, Prism of Lyra especially, about the civilizations that exist in that area that would at different levels, different dimensions. And when you're in other dimensions, these more harmonic, higher dimensions, you're able to manipulate and control your external environment. So white holes. So what is a white hole? It's a hypothetical region of space-time and singularity which cannot be entered from the outside, although energy, matter, light, and information can escape from it. It's the opposite of a black hole. We're not sure if we observed it yet, but in theory it should exist. So possible white holes are other side of a black hole, the universe with its only white holes, maybe the sun and stars in general, suns are white holes pulling energy out of black holes from other systems. And just a little note on that is now we're realizing that sun isn't actually generated from nuclear fusion. So we're thinking that it could actually be a white hole. Could the supermassive black hole become a white hole? Could it spew energy ether miles into space, eventually settles and coalesces at the ends of the galaxy, creating more material to begin creating more physical universe? The supermassive black hole at the heart of our galaxy let out an enormous flare of radiation 3.5 million years ago that would have been clearly visible from Earth. The discovery changes our view of our galaxy's central black hole, which has appeared dormant throughout recorded human history. White holes could possibly be the polarity shift of a black hole, because just last year, scientists said they've now discovered the first white hole ever, and it was the reversal period of a black hole. A black hole stopped sucking in energy and started spewing it out. There's estimated to be 10 million to 1 billion black holes just in our galaxy. So what are these? Are these rips in space-time? Are they portals to other dimensions? And the Keck team, led by an astronomer at UCLA, has actually witnessed through their telescopes a star rotating around the supermassive black hole every 11.5 years. Okay, just imagine that. Supermassive black hole rotating around at 11.5 years. Imagine the rate and the frequency of that. Now, here's an image that was on NASA's website. I remember when it came out, I saw this image on NASA's website. There were multiple images. It was taken down within 2 days from this. This is the whole, now this goes to the theory of, could the sun be a white hole, right? Or a stargate? Because these images were taken where these huge round structures were either siphoning energy from the sun or they were coming out of the sun. And this is, you can see here is the scale of Earth, and you can see that these structures are much, much bigger. So in this moment, we're now going to speak about ether. What is ether? The fifth element, just like the movie, right? Fifth element was ether in that movie. The element that all other elements come from, pure potential and matter, creates stars, nebula, minerals, everything. Ancient and medieval scientists believe ether is the material that fills the region of the universe above the terrestrial sphere. That was what the ancients and medieval scientists, this isn't the esoteric ancients from ancient time, this is more recent. They even speculated something that seems to have some truth there. Physics, they say ether is a substance or field thought to be necessary for transmission medium for the propagation of electromagnetic and gravitational forces. What does that mean? A soup and energy that is responsible for how everything comes together in the physical universe. And my definition is 3D printing material for the physical universe. So could the ether that is sent to the ends of the galaxy act like an infinity spiral of matter to continuously form celestial bodies? Is it possible the outskirts of the galaxy's home lower dimensional experiences do the ability for 3D life to exist, and higher dimensional civilizations are closer to the center of the galaxy? And that ties directly in to dimensions. Because if we're getting closer to the center of the galaxy in a frequency shift, what is a dimension? Well, a dimension is a bandwidth of frequency. We exist, just to give you simple numbers here that aren't based on any truth, but just to kind of show you an example. If we exist in the third dimension, which is 1, 2, 3 dimensions, say that's 100 hertz to 300 hertz. And then say 300 hertz to 600 hertz is the next dimension, right? The frequencies are definitely different than what I'm laying out here. And as the frequencies shift, of the planet and our position in the solar system, we start becoming beings that exist in these other dimensions. So it is part of our role on Earth to continue to shift the frequencies so we can access data from these other dimensions. It's important to note that the word dimension is a human construct and it's based on hierarchy, and that might not be exactly what it is. So I prefer, as I said earlier, to call them dimensions of experiences. The third dimension, what is that? Well, in 3 dimensions, you have length, width, and height. And you can see that at this image below here. So what is the 4th dimension? Well, the 4th dimension is an object lodged within the 3 dimensions, length, width, height. An object lodged there creates the 4th dimension. You don't have space and time until you have the 4th dimension. So it's just length, width, height until we exist within that. And then begins this linear construct that we've created. So is the 4th dimension a dimension of time or experience? Is it an astral dimension? Physicists consider that it's space-time, meaning a spatial dimension beyond the normal 3. And just to show you some more research here, just another paper I'm not going to go into because I'm going to keep moving here, but this is the evidence of the 4th dimension. Institute from the RIT Institute did research on the 4th dimension. But let's go ahead and talk about the geometry of the 4th dimension. So the 4th dimension here is the tesseract, and you might have heard that from the Marvel movies and the tesseract and Pythagoras, the tesseract, which is supposed to be a 4th dimensional object. And in a lot of movies and ancient information kind of speculates on the tesseract being a device, some sort of 4th dimensional cube, a cube within a cube that can actually create time travel because it basically helps you master time travel. So what occurs in this dimension that we are in now is before we enter the 5th dimension, we become the masters of the 4th dimension. Now, what is it to become the master of the 4th dimension? That is to be the master of time and space itself. And that's what we're in the process of. And you can see here the simple geometry of how the 4th dimension geometry is created with the cube within the cube until we finally get that cube there. But this is a better example. The geometry of time and space. So let's move now to the 5th dimension. What is that? Well, it makes sense that the 4th dimension is skipped because we're already in it, right? Some people say, why are we skipping the 4th dimension, right? But if we're in it already, that's why we're skipping it, because we're already in it. It's the time space to move to the 5th. So it could be a transition. If we're moving to the 5th, we could be moving to 2 dimensions of time and 3 dimensions of space. Because what happens when you create another dimension? When you have another point, another dimension, you have another point of time. So time is no longer linear, a beginning and an end. You have another point. It's now a triangle. And that's why I put the triangle at the back of this. When you have a beginning and an end, you have 2 points. When you have a beginning and an end, you have duality. When you have a 3rd point, you have integration point. I firmly believe, and from a lot of my research, but definitely my own feeling, is that humanity's destiny is to be in the integration point, embody the singularity as we still exist within this dual concept, as we still have some sort of linear time as a progression forward, but our consciousness shifts in which we don't actually perceive it that way anymore. So the integration point is very key, and the Prism of Lyra speaks about that. This is the key component to realizing our relationship with otherworldly beings, since if they exist in this dimension or higher, they do not exist within the linear time. Therefore, they are simultaneously existing with us. And here is mainstream physics geometry of the 5th dimension. So you may think that the 5th dimension, that term, might just be something that we've come up in the last 100 years. And before that, maybe we didn't have that term thousands of years ago. Well, it's very interesting because physicists have been experimenting with the term 5th dimension and what that is for quite some time as well. The early research on 5D space was in 1921, and they attempted to develop a theory that unifies the four fundamental interactions in nature: strong and weak nuclear forces, gravitation, and electromagnetism. Now, as I say this, think of it in terms of oneness and unity, and think of if there's anything that they're figuring out here through the linear awareness that really shows that to be true. The dimension would not be directly observable. Check. Klein suggested that 5D would be rolled up into tiny compact loop. Under its circular time, under his reasoning, he envisioned light as a disturbance caused by ripping in the higher dimensions, just beyond human perception. While not detectable, it would indirectly imply a connection between seemingly unrelated forces. Okay, so the first one, a theory that unifies the four fundamental interactions. Fifth dimension, unifying all the energies. The second one, it would indirectly imply a connection between seemingly unrelated forces. In this world, gravitational forces, electromagnetism, how are they connected? They're just two separate forces of the universe. But here in their own studies back in 1921, they were thinking that the fifth dimension would be a dimension where all these forces that seem independent start working together. That we see, that they have always been working together, but we can believe and see how they do that. So the Kaluza-Klein theory experienced a revival in the 70s, right? So due to the emergence of superstring theory and supergravity, the concept that reality is composed of vibrating strands of energy. So you can see that they're on the right path here in regards to understanding the quantum world in 10 dimensions or more. M theory suggested a potential observable extra dimension in addition to the 10 equaling 11. It is difficult to directly observe though the large hydrogen collider provides an opportunity to record indirect evidence of its existence. Physicists theorize that the collision of subatomic particles produce new particles. Okay, I'm just going to tell you what this says because I want to keep moving forward. So basically, they collided two particles together at the hydrogen collider, and then one of these particles put something out called the graviton. The graviton disappeared. Their theory is the graviton disappeared into fifth dimensional space. So this happened, colliding two together, graviton disappeared. The graviton goes to fifth dimensional space. What is that? The beginning of us being able to create a portal to the fifth dimension. We've done it on the subatomic world. And I'm not going to get a chance to go over the government documents that prove this even more. But what they've done in the subatomic world is create a 4D portal to the fifth dimension. And they've been able to, now we just got to figure out how we can do that on the Newtonian world. Okay, this I will also skip. So here's the question. Okay, so let's get to this one here. Well, where is extraterrestrial? Where is ET? That's the question. Why can't we see extraterrestrials? Why do they not just land on the White House lawn? Why don't they come and help us and save us from ourselves? Well, if they're everywhere, why can't we see them? These are the questions that I've heard hundreds of times because of all the government UFO stuff and extraterrestrial spiritual stuff that we do from people that aren't really truly believing into this. So why don't they just land if they really are here? Why don't they just meet our governments, right? Well, this is the answer. It's a frequency game. When you shift your frequency, you will see. Why don't we see the fact that we're the biggest light show in the universe? Where are all the extraterrestrial beings around us? If they're here visiting us, why aren't we able to see them? Why don't they interact with us? Well, that's a huge loaded question. But one of the answers is vibration and frequency. A lot of these beings, the benevolent ETs that are visiting us, vibrate at a frequency that is out of our bandwidth of perception. Okay, and since we can't perceive them, we don't see them. So what happens as we shift into the galactic area where the environment and the weather of our galaxy is different, when we shift our own frequencies, when we start living in peace, when we change our educational system, when we start teaching the true history of humanity, when we start implementing all these things that can assist us in not having so many traumas to work through, what happens? We shift our frequencies. What happens when we shift our frequencies? We will live with ET. So humans can hear, and just to drill this home a bit more, our limited bandwidth frequency, we can only hear from 20 to 20 kilohertz. Other frequencies exist. We only perceive and see visible light, but we know other frequencies exist. We have only 400 type of scent receptors, but we know that there's other scents that we can't smell. Mainstream research, meditation studies on plant medicine experiences show that these boundaries can be broken when we stimulate and activate other parts of our brain, DNA, consciousness. When we shift our frequency, we will see. Our pictures of space, even the pictures I just showed you, aren't real pictures of what we can see in space, but this is what they show us. These are a color spectrum based on the gases of the area that look like that based on the color renditions that NASA has given us. The way we perceive our galaxy has been completely manipulated. Plus, we're not at the frequencies to be able to see these in the majesty of what they truly are. See how much time I got left. All right, I got 10 minutes. Awesome, we're getting to some documents here. Hope you guys are okay with the rapid speed that I'm going at. So here are just some articles and some documents. You can follow a lot on Portal to Ascension. We do a lot of breaking down line by line of government documents and what they mean and how mind-blowing each thing is. So this one was on the sun. Stunning admission. Pentagon admits it has been testing wreckage from UFO crashes and findings may change our lives forever, experts say. This article says the following. And these technologies are in a base in Las Vegas. Multiple technologies, even technology to slow down the speed of light. Just put as a little thing right at the bottom of this article. I'll just let you guys marinate on that yourself. What is really going on? Why isn't this information, these articles, having more credibility? And why aren't people looking into it? Well, the answer is they are looking into it, but it's only in the bottom, what's it called? The bottom reel of like mainstream news. They're not really going deeper into it except for telling us just some basic information of the fact that there was a government UFO program. So I think this is a great way to kind of end this here over the next few minutes, is the different ways that we can shift our frequency to see. Less than 2% of the human DNA produces proteins. The rest, 98.5%, is called junk DNA. But now we're realizing many of the junk sections are actually working and synthesizing proteins that we weren't able to pick up on, even though there are some that are dormant. And it seems that our DNA responds to music. It's like almost like an orchestra, that different harmonic frequencies, here we go again, including the position of the galaxy, what we eat, meditation practices, have an effect on affecting what we have been calling junk DNA. So what could happen if we activate our DNA? Limitless human potential. There is something called the Merkaba light body, I'm sure a lot of you heard of. In Egyptian / Kemetic, Mer means light, Ka means soul, Ba body, light, soul, body. William Henry speaks a lot on this. We have 20 hours of William Henry on this on our platform, and it's all free. You guys can check into that. Etheric body, mental body, astral body, and emotional body are all aspects of the light body. When activated, one can transcend space and time or even travel the cosmos through simultaneous time. The light body could literally be our electromagnetic field. Light body, metaphysical term. Electromagnetic field, quantum physics term. Same thing. Subatomic particles vibrating harmoniously speed up and create our light body, our Merkaba aura. And it's been known to be the chariot of the soul and assist us in the ascension process. Let's see where I want to go with this, guys. I have a lot of poetry in this as well. So we'll end with the poem. How about that? But I'll do this first. And I'll end with a poem in about 3 minutes. So first contact, how's first contact gonna happen? Channeling, vibratory match, communication, telepathy, first contact, meditation, people getting together to harmonize their frequencies, connect with other star beings. Walk-in experiences, this is first contact, it's happening now. We do an annual 2-day walk-ins conference, and we feature many people from around the world that are walk-ins, and the information that they're presenting is pretty mind-expanding. Healing amnesia, astral travel, out-of-body experiences, positioning of our solar system, these are all contributing to first contact. There was a study done in UK with about 2,000 people, and they asked them this: Imagine a scenario in which scientists receive an unambiguous message from extraterrestrials on a distant planet. Of the following options, which would be your preference in terms of how humanity's response to this message should be determined? Just to give you some context here of what mainstream people that aren't in the know are thinking. Most of them thought a team of scientists would be the best way to go, right? Some said 15% said elected representatives, 11% said a worldwide referendum, and then the other one says citizens. 11% said citizens, 23% said they don't know what would happen. So the understanding now is what was once ridiculed by the mainstream media and government is now being seriously considered. Again, this is another entire presentation to show you the history of the ridiculing of the UFO extraterrestrial phenomena and how 7 years ago that embargo, the truth embargo on UFOs and extraterrestrial possibility was lifted. And, I don't have time to go into that. And when it was lifted, they went from going do on mainstream news and having a green man in the background to seriously considering it. And the reason for that is because so many people have been working for the truth to come out that they needed to grab it. They needed to get behind this and be the ones to drip the truth out to us before the truth came out from the grassroots, which is what we're doing. And a good example would be Project Mockingbird, a CIA project in the 50s in which they hired, they implemented news anchors in foreign and domestic news companies that were CIA agents that were on a full-time CIA salary and also full-time news anchors that were basically feeding CIA disinformation to the masses. And then just like always, the information goes black budget, goes black. Basically, they say, oh, the project was closed because it didn't work. But almost anytime you see them say the project was closed because it didn't work, actually represents the fact that it worked so well that they took it off from the mainstream outlet and they started paying it with black budget money. This website is an NSA website that shows some documents. So I'll just give you some, what you can do. Go to NSA UFO, go to FBI UFO, go to CIA UFO on the search engines and look at this yourself. This one right here, this is the last one before I do a poem. This one is by H. Campaign, and this was a key to the ET messages. We've sent out many signals to the cosmos. We sent out this signal to the cosmos a while ago. And guess what? We got a response. And the response was the following. So on the NSA's website, they have the whole entire what happened on this document here, on the fact that we sent this message out to the cosmos. On this one here, they have the what was actually sent back to us. They also say that they have the code to decode this, but they don't release the code on the government's website, on the NSA's website. So basically, radio signal sent out, radio signal received back, coding from ETs, they decoded it, we don't know what it says, right? So there's something going on here, right? All right, I think I gotta close out, so I'll just say this one right here is Martian information to show the evidence of Mars having an extraterrestrial life based on government documents 1 billion years ago. This one right here is the evidence of Venus having a climate that actually could house life and having the organic material from Venus that shows the fact that there are civilizations that probably existed there because this organic material can only be formed, can come out from an organic decaying. And this is more of the Venus. And that's it for that. So because I went so fast right there, I'm gonna take a break here. And I want everybody just to take a deep breath in with me, if you will. And exhale. Well, let's close out with this poem here. Let's see, let's do this one. I think this is a good, yes. Okay. Ballad of an Exo-Consciousness Human. The moment draws near. For years, we've been purging all fears, letting go of the old energies, making room for the new frequencies. I know we all feel these on some level. Higher multidimensional entities embracing our galactic families, emissaries of unconditional love. The one vibration that fits all creation like a glove. I know sometimes this incarnation can seem tough, with Masons illuminating manipulations, facing, tasting, wasting our life away. We must remember the lessons that we're here to play. We chose to be here today. Nothing external to you. To your God self you pray. You see, there's only one speck of light, experiencing itself in multiple forms, within, outside, taking us to new heights. So go against the norm, no longer conform. When one transitions, there's no reason to mourn. Don't scorn, take out the thorn. The crystalline children are now being born. There is no devil waiting for you with horns. There is only love. There is only love. The vibration showering us descended straight from densities above. We must stand up and say enough and take our power back. With peace and understanding, there's no reason to attack and energize fear, as they are reflections of us. Time, it's time to trust our brothers and sisters. This all is a self-imposed test. So you got the job, put all your concerns to rest. Through the darkness, the light will firmly nest into the dimension that is next. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. The moment is now to resurrect the Christ consciousness. Thank you, everybody.
So it is.
So it is.
Wow. Thank you, Neil. So it is.
It was so powerful because it feel like your presentation was a poem as well. So it's like we got two poems in one.
I can't help it, bro. That's how I roll with my
That's it.
speaking poetry.
Yep.
Flowing in poetry.
Mhm.
Yeah, and like you
Appreciate
said,
you.
Neil, it is all a frequency game. You know,
Mhm.
I was very drawn to the part you mentioned with Project Mockingbird with the CIA.
Mhm.
So I'll share something super. But when I was in college many years ago, I was actually recruited by the CIA, and thank goodness I followed my intuition, because I originally wanted to, I was like, wow, this is like a dream job, and so yeah, I've done a lot of rabbit hole digging ever since then. That has a lot to do with,
Wow.
So
Wow, that's so interesting. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you, brother. You are just delivering the fire today.
Thank you. And just to let everybody know, the full 3.5 hour presentation is on portalascension.org. So you can sign up, you get free access to it. It's right there.
Actually, did you have something to say? I may have cut you off.
No, you didn't. I think everybody heard me. I just said I have a 3.5 hour version of this because there was another couple hours left. And basically the rest of the presentation goes in. So the whole reason I did all that was to provide scientific backing for the origin story, the galactic origin story. So then I go into the Pleiadians, the Lyrans, the Zeta Reticuli, and how the Greys got here on this planet. So it gets extremely esoteric. And if you want to check out the rest of it, it's on my website.
Hey, great. Appreciate
Cool.
you.
Thank you, guys. I love you.
Love you.
Thank you, Neil.
Love you. Thanks for joining.
Thank you. See you guys later.
Yeah. Right. I'm going to jump into our next presentation. Unless anybody else has anything to say. All right, I'm going to go. So our next speaker is Bridget Renee Holiday. She is a StarSeed channel, multidimensional medium, and galactic unity ambassador. She holds frequencies of unity consciousness and grounds them in the human experience. Her star lineages include Palladian, Siren, Arcturian, Lyran, Andromedian, amongst others. As an ascension contact specialist, she communicates with the high realms and assists others to expand and embrace those innate connections within themselves. Her mission also includes normalizing the conversations and perceptions around interdimensional, extra-dimensional, ultra-dimensional, and extraterrestrial beings. Bridget also enjoys sharing cosmic wisdom and knowledge through online speaking engagements and workshops. To learn more about Bridget, you can visit BridgetReneeHoliday.com, which I'm sure we can post in the chat for everybody. And welcome, Bridget. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you. It's a blessing to be here. Nice to connect with you. Flo, oh my goodness. This has been I mean, I've been here from the beginning, though I will admit I was coloring my hair during part of this. um, but it was amazing. And Neil, I mean, I'm still integrating everything he just shared, and I'm like, wait, I have to present right now? That's amazing. It has been so fun.
I feel you on
I'm
that.
like, wait,
Still integrating.
Neil, going after Neil is like your mind is already just like so expanded and on, 1,000 different tangents. So it's amazing. Love all of you guys. Thank you all for being here with us. Thank you guys for presenting or hosting, I should say. And I'm just really excited to be here with all of you. So I had a lot of ideas, and coming into this, I was like, okay, we're just going to flow with what comes through. Flow, get it? So initially, I was like, we're going to tell stories and we're going to get really into it, which I will, because I always do. But I think it's important to bring us back to some purposes, especially right now, and where, the whole concept of this 2022 StarSeed Conference is the highest timeline, right? So bringing us as starseeds, activated starseeds, because I believe everyone on the planet is a starseed, but whether we're activated or not is a different story, right? And I think that just comes with the awakening process. My awakening, for those of you that are new to me, came through two contact experiences in my home and during meditation, and with two very different beings. One I don't have a label for. I've yet to find a human label for her. The first one, very high dimensional, beautiful being, and the second was one of the beings who hold the same body style as what we call grays or zetas. So it was quite an illuminating experience being someone who had been communicating and in connection with all different types of beings from birth, that an enormous group within my collective are what I like to call star beings, because that's a whole lot easier than saying interdimensional, extra-dimensional, ultra-dimensional, extraterrestrial, and beyond, right? So when I reference star beings, that's what I'm referencing. When I reference soul team, I'm talking about that beautiful collective that we all have of beings who are parallel aspects of our soul, meaning parallel quote, quote, lives, but also friends and family from both within and beyond the human experiences, right? So, coming in as star seeds, like a lot of star seeds, especially when we awaken, we want to know our lineages. We want to know who we're holding frequency for. And I find that there's great purpose in this, because our specializations and masteries that we all come in with as divine masters, divine creator beings, we are able to consciously access them and ground them into our human experience through understanding what our lineages are. Now, if you ask me, I think we've probably been everything in creation or pretty close to it as an infinite creator being, and possibly are simultaneously, right? I'm understanding myself and my parallels as simultaneous expressions. A lot of the beings that I have communicated with and connected with, who are both within my soul team and who aren't, there's always a direct connection, but a lot of them are parallel aspects of my soul, meaning I like to call it a soul stream, like we share a soul stream. So essentially we're from the same oversoul. If you can think of it as like a huge white column of light that has all of these little filaments coming off of it, going into different, what I like to call source expressions, that are within various dimensional expressions, on worlds, beyond worlds, and dimensional planes of existence. Could be a consciousness form, which is essentially, you're not going to experience yourself as light necessarily, though you do have light. And it could be, a plasmic being that, like auroras. I've recently connected with my auroran lineage, and we look like plasma fire that is light, and it is brilliant. So I'll go into that experience a little bit later if I have time. But what I think is so important about all of this is there are ways to do this. There are ways to bring this information in, right? And the first thing is a very clear intention and a deep, deep heartfelt desire, and also the vibrational alignment within yourself. So weeding out all of the fear that you might have of the unknown, so to speak, or as much as you can, right? I mean, we are human, but, you know, moving into open receptivity, raising consciously, focusing on raising your vibration and consciously focusing on creating your world, your life in a way that is supportive of your fifth dimensional frequencies. So we all, in my perception, we have all of the dimensions within us. We are all of the dimensions. We're kind of this this beautiful CHORD chord of a lot of different frequencies. And some of them are what we would be consciously, we are unconscious to holding them, and others we are conscious that we hold them, right? That they are in our human experience. And when we awaken aspects of our consciousness, we are not only bringing more of our soul light into our human experience as we awaken and continue to expand them, but we're also bringing some of these frequencies that we hold in our other source expressions into our human experience. And the idea isn't that it's just this amazing fun experience, because I mean, it really is, at least from my experiences. They're really fun and they light you up and you feel just so enlivened by them. But also it's because we're bringing them into the human experience that we're all co-creating right now. And we are changing it from within. So as I began to have a lot more of my memories come in, my remembrances, right? We're all remembering who we are at the very core essence of our being and all of our connections that are all within us, right? So we think of these beings as beyond us, as outside, as maybe outside of the earth, as everywhere, but we're all really connected in this oneness field and in this 0 point. And in our linear way of expressing here, we imagine, you know, and we experience it as if they are coming to visit us or we are going to visit them. But really what I've started to understand, I don't know how many years ago, is that it's all happening here. It's all happening within. Even the traveling experience is happening within. So what I would say about all of that, I kind of lost my thread for a second. Let me see if I can catch it again. Yes, thank you. Okay, so when we're bringing all of that in and we're grounding it into the human experience, we're doing this because we often tend to come in and out of expressions that we're in. The human earth experience is no different than that. It may be for some of us, some of our first times here, even with a blueprint of many lives that we've lived on earth, as Dolores Cannon really brings up. It could be that we have imprints of other lives. It doesn't matter. It just builds the foundation for the human earth experience and what we want to do here while we're in this life, right? And also, we'll find that those lives are actually simultaneous. So we're speckled about the entire Earth timeline. But getting back to what I was talking about, that's a fun little rabbit hole we should go down another time. But getting back to what I was talking about, so we're here to ground it into the human Earth experience. And that means being the embodiment of these frequencies. That means allowing them to emanate out from us, because we are rewriting essentially the energetic code of what it means to be human on Earth. And as creator beings, we do this very often when we're creating new expressions. We will pop in some kind of form. We'll have some, energetic adjustments that we do just by being present in the human earth or in the experience, whatever it is. And then we'll pop back out and make more adjustments, bringing in different codes and different frequencies. Well, as starseeds and walk-ins and hybrids, which I think we're all hybrids, but we're doing that from within the experience now. The key, though, is to go within ourselves and really decide what is true for me now. Because in this moment of humanity's evolution and consciousness, we are here to be the embodiment of the new we want to create. And to do that, it means letting go of all of those stories and all of those beliefs really all the beliefs and all the stories that solidify the beliefs within our reality, all of the conscious and unconscious patterning that we've created from it that are no longer serving us as individuals, but also not serving the collective. And with all of this shifting within ourselves, do the healing that you need. Feel your feelings, transmute. We starseeds and walk-ins love to transmute energy, but really understand where we've come from while honoring that expression, and that was important and valid for what it gave us and the experiences we got to it, without clinging onto it and attaching to it or resisting it and pushing it away. We can get into this neutrality zone with it, and then we can allow it to move through us and allow the new to come in. And in the allowance, there is also creation, because we hold that beautiful intention of what we want to experience. We can do this in a very conscious way, you guys. I am practicing this, not saying I'm 100% awesome at it all the time, right? But there are a lot of us that are practicing conscious creation of our reality. And that is what we're all being called to move into right now. All of us who are awakened, I would say most of the people on the planet will eventually, it's like waves of it will come through, is what I'm seeing right now as my team's showing me things. And this is where we also get to be the expansion catalysts that my team has coined us all to be, is through this embodiment, through this very conscious creation of our life, and recognizing that our inner world is directly reflected in our external reality. Through that, we become this powerhouse of energy that just continues to radiate and ripple from ourselves. And in that moment, that's when we are the expansion catalyst. We do it all the time with one another in, often, smaller ways, but we can do this in a way that we're awakening slumbering aspects of millions of people, and then continue to do it. We see this. We see proof of this with the experiment that happened with the monks, where they put them in different cities around the world. I forget the name of it. If any of you guys can remember the name of it, put it in the chat for everyone. But and all they did was meditate, and crime went down like 10%. I think it was either Hong Kong or I don't remember where it was, but it was amazing. And that is a prime example of being an expansion catalyst. But we don't have to necessarily do it only in meditation. Our sheer existence will begin to elevate and raise the consciousness of people. And there are so many ways that we can begin practicing this, right? So when we have something show up in a collective intensity, a lot of contrast within the duality and the polarity that we exist in here, we can choose to have our emotion in a very conscious way about it, because we're human, we're going to have an emotion about it, and to feel it fully and allow it to move through us without spewing it on everyone around us, without pushing our beliefs on another, and understand that this is hitting us in whatever way it is, probably because it's a sign of something that is coming to a head for us all to wake up to and look at, and look within and say, okay, what of this am I holding within my consciousness? Where are my shared frequencies that I've adopted in of, let's just use the energy of war, right? Where am I holding the energy of war within me? And how am I, actively working to release that construct that is no longer serving humanity and the human Earth collective? And of course, everything we do as starseeds is also rippling outward and being communicated to all of our other source expressions, especially those source expressions who have history with that in one way or another, or are currently experiencing it. It's this enormous sharing of expression and learning from one another. We're not completely conscious of this, most people, but we will be when we step more fully into our fifth dimensional and above frequencies, those frequencies that we hold within us, then we begin to understand ourselves more in unity, right? So going back to getting a little segue there, but going back to that conscious embodiment, when we have something of contrast come into our personal life, how are we responding to it? Are we pushing our feelings aside? Are we compartmentalizing? Are we doing all of these things? Are we allowing ourselves time to feel to honor our feelings, not make them wrong, not judge them. Are we stepping out of judgment with ourselves? And then, of course, it's rolling out to a lack of judgment with others. There's a difference between judgment and discernment. I think everyone pretty much knows that now. But, you know, judgment is a huge thing to step beyond. If we're looking for more communication with our star families, releasing judgment is a huge way to get there. Also, beginning the process of understanding that that we are in oneness with everything. Stop killing insects and see what happens in your life. I'm just saying. Stop harming things. Start treating them as if they are the consciousness that they are, and then see how you start to unlock within yourself. It's this domino effect. So this is all part of embodiment. This is all part of conscious creation, right? This is all, the conscious creation draws in more of our remembrances, because it's like our permission slips for ourselves, right? Where we're like, okay, yes, we're ready for more. Okay, yes, we're ready for more. Releasing judgment does that as well, right? So the more that we do that, the more that we are the embodiment of the world we want to live in. And if we're over here judging something, even if it is something that is dastardly, I love that word, you know, in our opinion, right, our human opinion, if we're over here judging it as other than, then we're still in the illusion of separation. We're still in the third dimensional frequencies, and not that third dimensional is bad. There's a lot of beauty in a third dimensional expression. There's a lot of good as well, right? We have the high highs and the low lows. There's a lot of different things within our third dimensional expression that's good. That's another thing. You know, going into understanding that all of my dimensional expressions are true and valid and purposeful, right? And all deserve to be honored. Every aspect of ourselves. Oscillating right now is very normal if we're doing that. But the highest timelines to me are achieved from within into our reality, right? So all of the collective timelines that are in play, and there are so many. My team gives me timeline updates on the regular, and there are so many. There are 4 main timelines that are in play right now. But there are so many that lead into these giant bundles. They kind of look like these enormous, my perception is like these enormous, like bluish, white, gray channels of light that are constantly like moving like this, you know? So I would say highest timeline always comes from within and then moves into the world at large. We build the collective timelines from our own inner, you know, our own timelines that we're coming from within each of us, right? So if you want change, be the change, allow it to ripple out into everyone around you, and then watch how it ripples from them to the next person and just observe, right? So part of conscious creation and part of moving into the highest timeline is the ability to be a neutral observer. So, you know, being able to look at what's coming in from a neutral perspective and above. So if you're having a really deep, full, strong, intense, contrast-filled emotion, feel it first and then shift into neutrality when you've had the moment with it and you've honored it, right? And from that neutrality point, we actually make really good decisions. I just have to say, you know, as a person that, I mean, I'm a Sagittarius, like we all have the labels of you know, astrology. And my younger years, I was quite a hothead about certain things, right? So, and very, very emotional. I had the real high highs, the low lows. And what I found is through a lot of this inner work, and of course, a lot of the, you know, inner work that I did was on trauma, you know, even small traumas, right? And shadow work for some of my deeper traumas. But, you know, each time we peeled away the layers of the onion of all these things that we've just adopted into ourselves and called, this is who I am, all of the things that we feel like are a part of our persona that don't serve us anymore, let it go, right? Just let it go. The more I did that, the lighter I became, the easier conscious creation, consciously creating my life, became. And, you know, there are times, of course, that, you know, I'm feeling the contrast, I'm feeling the intensity, right? But for the most part, I find that, you know, I'm able to balance a lot more, and I stay in harmony. And I think another thing that we can call into ourselves right now is harmony, right? Balance can have an interesting effect, I'm finding. I've been playing with the energies of balance and the energies of harmony and the energies of flow. And I can, there's an interesting effect with balance that it's almost like what my team describe about calling for protection. Like there's an element when you call in balance to show you what imbalance is. But I find with harmony and flow, I'm not experiencing that as much. So play around with this, see what works for you in your life. But the highest timeline, that comes from within us. And the more of us that are embodied, the more of us that are acting as expansion catalysts, and then the more of them that begin to, consciously embody and act as this expansion catalyst. And it's like, people that do the wave in a theater, right? Or a stadium, I'm sorry. It just becomes this thing that just continues to go around, right? And it just ripples out like pond, tons of little stones that are being thrown into a very still pond, one after the other, after the other, after the other. And that's what it looks like rippling through, this beautiful sphere that we're co-creating with one another. It also supports Gaia, right? So the more that we're consciously creating, the more harmony we are experiencing ourselves as with all of the co-inhabitants, as well as our beautiful planet. The more conscious we become of our imprint, and are we working in flow with our planet and our co-inhabitants, or are we, kind of bulldozing our way through them? And we also begin to, of course, to understand just how deeply, and I think I'm speaking to the choir on this, but just how deeply connected we are to all of them, much less our cosmic, and galactic cousins and brothers and sisters and parallels and all of those things, right? So yeah, I don't know. I think this is all about, the highest timeline is all about, that inner journey and how we can then radiate that outward in service, of course, and coming together in community and all of these different things. This is what builds that influence. And of course, we're going to see these moments like what we're experiencing in the States right now. We're going to see these moments of deep contrast that come up because it's like this, it's kind of like shaking someone awake, right? With these, we're pushing the boundaries to where it's about to just crack open, right? These are crack me open moments for a large group of our population where enough is enough with this. And how many more of these are we going to have before, large groups of people are going, okay, enough? And sometimes anger is a good catalyst, right? So, there has to be something better. There has to be something more. There has to be something that we can do to band together, come together as a whole. And these positive things do come out of these really intense situations. And the idea for us as activated starseeds is to feel those feelings and then move into holding your frequencies. We are that what's it called? The weight that they put on a camera. I forget what it on a like a tripod to hold it still. So we are the foundation, right? Energetic foundation for the new that we're bringing in. So when times of unrest happen in anywhere on the globe, when times of great fear, people go into a lot of fear, people going into, a lot of anger and rage. This is when we stand strong in our frequencies. We are being called to activate that. We are being called to really just be that pillar of support for the energies that we've brought in, because a lot of our star seeds are, especially those that are newly awakened, and I feel it every time there's something like this happens, they're getting lost in all of the contrast. They're losing themselves in it and losing faith in humanity and losing faith in all of that. And it becomes this thing where they're detaching from the frequencies that they're grounding in, right? So, they're not wanting to be in body because the world is a bad place, or the world is full of awfulness, or whatever that story is, right? So, and I've done it too, especially when I was younger, but right now it is just so deeply important to just ground that frequency in while honoring your human emotions and your human experience, right? So don't make it wrong. Don't judge it. If you're having that emotion, you're having it for a reason. Look within, see what it's telling you. You know, it could just be that you're really strung by injustice, right? Like it's like you get, you know, your chords get plucked, and like a guitar or a harp with injustice. Look within and see what that is. Within yourself. Why is it so strong? Why are you having such an enormous trigger with it? And then from there, you know, allow yourself to feel it in a very conscious, healthy way. Let it move through you, and then really go back into that neutrality. We're building foundational blueprints for the new human experience on Earth. It's important for us, especially grid workers, to really just dial into those frequencies that we bring in. And when this is happening, allow our clear, beautiful, open channel that mine's like an enormous column, but allow that to just pump frequency through into the earth and into the collective energies, and also, you know, revigorate the grid, pump it into the third dimensional grid. There's lots of different things that we can do for times like this, and I feel that it's just so important. And if you know some of your friends who are feeling, you know, really just set aside by the contrast, like they just can't anymore, you know, reach out, give them love and support, of course, honor them in their journey wherever they are. But you know, it's amazing how much "and I love you, I understand," you know, can do for someone's heart, especially all of us that are so sensitive. And we have these big, beautiful, you know, easily affected hearts, right? So I think, let me look and see how much time I had. I think I have enough time. I hope if you guys have any questions, feel free to put them in the chat as well. But I want to do a crystalline diamond rainbow light kind of activation for all of us. This is something that we can do. I have a lot of people always ask, how can I raise my vibration? My team is also bringing through something that the Aurorans just brought through for me recently. So this is something that I'm new to practicing, but it's working. I mean, amazing. So we'll start with the Auroran practice, they're saying. So we'll go ahead and start with that. So wherever you are, if it's safe, of course, go ahead and just close your eyes. And we're just going to take some deep breaths, just breathing in and exhaling. Okay, so we're going to combine a little bit of this. That's what they're telling me to do right now. So I'm going to combine the two practices that I usually bring through for this. So as you're breathing in these deep, deep, deep breaths, you want to feel your abdomen, you know, expanding, right? And going back down. But as you're breathing in, and I'm just going to tap into you guys and everybody on the replays, you want to hold the intention that you are breathing in a beautiful crystalline diamond rainbow light. I see this light as a white base, but it doesn't matter. Whatever is right for you is right for you. That's what it looks like. That's how I describe it. It's a crystalline diamond rainbow light. This is one of the highest frequencies of light that we are accessing right now within the human experience. Not the only, it is one of them. And this light is, as I know it, to be an unconditional source love light. But this light has so many properties that are amazing. So it activates, it upgrades, it clears, it energizes, it recharges, it does all of the things. So as you're as you're doing the breathing, imagine that you're breathing 5 to 10 times more of this light in. And on each exhale, you're going to be exhaling this light as well. So it's filling you up. And it is a very intelligent life. Obviously, it's source light. So this light will already be moving throughout your physical, energetic body. And it will begin to expand into all of your other energy bodies, right? Your emotional, mental, spiritual, etheric. So as you're breathing it in, it's as if this light is it's like multiplying, right? It's magnifying. And it's going to fill your skin. If you look down with your eyes still closed, You'll notice that it is in all of your muscles. It just moves and travels easily and effortlessly throughout your body. Some of you might be experiencing it streaming in like almost like you're the reverse of a sun, where it's just pouring into you from all angles. That's perfectly fine too. That's how I experience it a lot. I'll start breathing, and on like the second breath, it comes in that way. It's perfectly fine. So it's going to fill your muscles all the way through your body. You're going to see it in your blood, in your bones. With each breath, it's just moving easily and effortlessly, traveling without resistance. And if you look at yourself, just expand yourself out. If you're not visual, feel it, sense it, know it, intend for it to happen. And there's no right or wrong way. Some of you might be hearing it, and I think that's amazing. So what you're doing is you're observing now, observing this light and how it's moving throughout all of your energy bodies. How far out is it going? Just as far as you could probably imagine. So within your body, if we're looking at ourselves from kind of an outside vantage, we're going to see that every single cell in our body is just emanating and radiating this crystalline diamond rainbow light of source, this beautiful, high vibratory, living love light of source. You'll probably, some of you are feeling your vibration raise and elevate. You might be feeling, sensations on your skin. You might feel that zing feeling that starts to happen as you continue to breathe this light in. And as you're looking at your cells, you'll notice, just dive into one cell visually. You'll notice that everything within the cell is radiating with this crystalline diamond rainbow light. And then we'll zoom in on the DNA within the cell. Every single aspect of the DNA, if you look at one particular strand, you'll see what they all will have happening to them. What we know of DNA is actually kind of like a husk of DNA in a multidimensional sense, right? And if you look within the DNA, you will see layers and layers and layers that are being activated within each little segment by the crystalline diamond rainbow light. Some of you might notice that you have more strands that are coming online because this light activates your DNA. You might also notice that your telomeres, those tips on the DNA, are beginning to lengthen from just calling the light into the cell, into the DNA. This light moves to an atomic and subatomic level and beyond. So definitely micro to macro, this light is filling you up, raising your vibration. Your heart is expanding. You might feel all of your meridian lines being cleared, all of your chakras getting reset by this light. It does all of it without you even having to ask it to. If you add golden light to this, it's a whole different experience. I'd highly recommend playing around with pulling in the golden light with it. It does actually contain golden light, but if you add them in together and let them mix together, it's just really beautiful. So as we're pulling in this crystalline diamond rainbow light, which is happening now because we've intended it to instantly, and it's continuing to pour into us and move through us, I want us all to focus on our heart space. And just put your focus and attention to your heart. And by now, this heart is looking like a brilliant sun. I mean, the energy is just beautiful. I'm looking at so many of your hearts. They look amazing. They feel amazing. And as we're going into this, just placing our attention into our heart space, into the seat of our soul, we're going to imagine our light body that's being activated by the crystalline diamond rainbow light. And as our heart is being filled with this light, as if it's breathing it in and exhaling it through the back, our light body, we're just going to sit with our light body. Hold the intention of it becoming brighter of it expanding out. Expand it out 15 feet. If you want to expand it out further than that, you can. And just observing and feeling and sensing our light body. Noticing our column that connects us to source, that runs down our spine. Observing it traveling easily and effortlessly without resistance, almost instantaneously, down into Gaia, traveling through all of the levels and layers of Gaia. And as it reaches the center, she's going to reach out and pull it into her. We don't have to like put it in her. She'll do it herself. And as she does, she's going to send her beautiful energy, her love, up into your energetic body. Travels up the cord, through all the layers of Gaia, travels in to your body, begins to blend and merge with the crystalline diamond rainbow light of source. Travels up your cords to your multidimensional chakras. Just allowing her to play, allowing yourself to play. The crystalline diamond rainbow light, allowing your other parallels to experience Gaia's energy, allowing it to just travel upward. Focusing on your light body, still holding that intention that your light body is expanding, it's activating. And at this point, you can ask for anything you want with your light body. Maybe you would like to soup up your Merkaba. We have a lot of Merkabas, but maybe your travel Merkaba. Maybe you want a travel Merkaba to be souped up. You want to activate it if you haven't traveled before. What do you want? Ask for it. Your higher intelligence, your higher wisdom, your high self, your team, your soul team, they can always grant requests, especially if they're conscious requests. Maybe you want to pull in the most current upgrades and activations for yourself and do it in a way that is seamless and streamlined, balanced, harmonious, with effortless ease, filled with grace. Call it in. And when you've done all that you want to do, just bring your attention and focus back to your body. Look at your body. Observe your light. What is your light quotient now? Right? How much more invigorated, how much more vibrant do you feel? If you're looking at yourself or just looking forward, are you seeing light all around you with your eyes closed? Are you observing it? Are you feeling it? Are you knowing it's there? You don't have to see everything. You can. There's lots of ways to sense. Does your vibration feel elevated and magnified? These are the things that we do to raise our vibration. You can do these kinds of things. And when you're ready, bring yourself back to your full focus back to your body. Call in any energy that you might have left around that is not purposefully left somewhere. Call it in, purified, cleansed, and recharged with the crystalline diamond rainbow light of source. And ask that it integrates itself into you in a very harmonious and balanced way. And then once you've done that, feel free to open your eyes. These are very casual practices that you can bring in for yourself where you continue to call in your highest frequencies. And in this, you will feel and sense and know that other frequencies will be brought in for you as well from your soul team. So I think I'm probably over or getting close to being over on time if I'm not there already. But I hope that felt good. Feel free to go back to the replays and pull any of these experiences that anyone has done during this beautiful summit and use them. Make them your own. You don't have to follow everyone's advice on how to do things. As you start playing around with this higher dimensional version of you, whatever that looks like, whatever dimension you're playing in the moment, you'll start to intuitively know what feels good. Your team will bring things in for you and will, give you ideas and, when you meet your parallel aspects of you, like me and the Aurorans, they're like focused, just sitting. Don't travel when you're doing this because I like to just pop out and go. But they're like, focus on your heart, focus on your light, focus on your light enhancing, or not enhancing, that's not the right word. Focus on your light becoming brighter, and focus on your light and how it feels to be in that light body. That grounds that into the human experience, right? The idea of it, the consciousness aspect of it, all of that. And this is how we bring in the new timelines. So I think I might be right where I am, but if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. And I love you so much. Thank you very much for being here with us today. You are all so very needed and so very special. Each and every one of us on this planet is special. We all came here with some amazing purposes, and it's time. It's time to do it. Love you all. Thank you, Flo. Hi, guys. You guys are so amazing. I love your energy.
Bridget,
thank
aloha. We want to hear your words about being a mother of starseeds, and maybe messages or visions that you have for the educational pathway of this new earth for these starseeds that are rising up at this very moment. What would you like to share on that topic?
Ooh, for mothers of starseeds, is that what you
Or
said?
parents, you know,
Parents.
the love, the supporters of starseed children right now.
They know who they are, right? So this is something that is shifting. My team told me probably back, I mean, before even 2012, they started talking about the waves of children that were coming in. This is well before I even knew about Dolores Cannon. And they were saying that all of the generations are coming in with different blueprints, right? And that means that they are going to exist in the world in different ways. A lot of these, thank you to all of you. I love you. I see the comments rolling in. You're amazing. Thank you so much. Love you guys. So with all of this, we're not like before with children, it was like, we're going to coddle them and keep them safe, but we're also going to tell them who they are, right? And we're not, all of us as starseeds especially know that, like, we know who we are at the core essence of our being, right? This is something that is just natural for us, even more so for these beautiful souls that are coming in. They're coming in with blueprints that aren't reprogrammable. And they're going to come in and just come in because they're bringing in that next wave. Like, we're laying the foundational blocks, they're stacking them up, right? So, you know, of course we'll stack some too, but you know, let them be who they are. Let them teach you. Often the younger ones coming in have so much wisdom, and they're bringing in so much of their remembrance in their human experience already, that there's a lot we can learn from them. So it's a beautiful dance of understanding that they already are who they're going to be, and it's a matter of them choosing the experiences they want to have. And of course, you know, safety. I'm not talking about not teaching your children, you know, and having boundaries and things like that, but you know, for parents of starseeds, it's important to also be an embodied parent, right? Because as children, we learn from that. We learn how to be human from the people that are around us. Even if we're coming in with a blueprint that's not reprogrammable, we're still going to adopt in some of the things that we've learned, right? So it's, who are you as a parent? I'm not a parent of human children. I do have nieces and nephews, but I would say, you know, who are you choosing to be? And how is that something that you're embodying and teaching your children, right? So I think I'm really excited to see what comes with the human experience coming forward. This is an amazing time to be human, even with all of this intense contrast and all of this intense duality and polarity. It is an amazing time to be here, and we're all here for a purpose. Every single one of us are special.
Wow, Bridget, thank you for living in purposefulness. I was curious about the term walk-in because I heard it before, but wasn't quite clear on it. Is it the concept of an energy inhabiting an existing body in present time, and does it fully override the frequency or the soul energy that's already inhabiting the body? How does that?
Okay, so I am actually friends with Sheila Seppi of Wish Alliance, and she's a walk-in, and she has a book called Walk-ins. I think it's either a cosmology of the soul or the cosmology of the soul. So if anyone wants to know about walk-ins, go to Wish Alliance, and check that out. But also that book is, I mean, it's extensive and it's amazing. So it can happen a lot of different ways. So I have a number of friends that are walk-ins, and each of them is a little bit different. I too had a walk-in experience and didn't even know that's what it was. I was calling it a step in. Mine was, I think, what Sheila calls a soul infused walk-in. So an aspect of my soul that is a higher aspect came into my human experience to bring in new codes, keys, frequencies, wisdom, and knowledge. And then 22 years later, exited out. But often what I find with my friends is that the previous soul, there's an agreement. If the previous soul decides I can't do this, that another soul comes and steps in, and often they have to hold similar frequency. Like say this person is holding a lot of Arcturian frequency, the new soul will have to have some of the Arcturian frequency to come in so that it can fully, integrate into the human form, right? So, but there's lots of different ways. There's no hostile takeover. It's not anything like that, right? It is literally, these lives are important. And these lives, these human experiences, though there are so many of us on the planet, they are they're revered and they're honored, and they're kind of not necessarily hard to come by, but there is a waiting list for this, the human experience, right? And I've experienced like the waiting list and what it looks like. So we do have agreements sometimes, especially with souls that are coming in for a really intense either life or some experiences that are going to really just kind of rock the world. They'll come in with a backup plan, so to speak. But yeah, walk-ins are very much like starseeds. We're all cosmic, right? So I hope that explains it. Like I said, I'm not an expert on walk-ins. Definitely Sheila Seppi is you guys should check her out if you haven't yet. She's amazing.
No, that was great. Thank you so much. Thank you for
You're
sharing
so
your
welcome.
heart and your wisdom.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for so much. Thank you so much for
you're welcome.
I felt that through my body like the whole way down to my bones. Like it was beautiful. Thank you.
I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful. Yeah, the Auroran energy was coming through with a lot of Pleiadian energy during that one. I'm kind of a mixed bag in my human life, but also, like we all are, right? So there was a lot of Andromeda and Pleiadian and Auroran energy coming through the crystalline diamond activation. So I'm so glad you guys received it. And if anybody wants to find me, I'll put my website when I get out of here. I'll log into a second account and put my website in there, but I'm running a special offer right now on the Beyond Quantum Healing hypnosis sessions that I do. So I'll link to that particular page, and you can also find me on Clubhouse. I'm also on Instagram and a little bit on YouTube, but Clubhouse is a drop-in audio-only app, and it has an amazing consciousness community. If you guys are looking for community and you don't necessarily have people in your neighborhood, I heard someone asking Marissa this earlier in one of her texts. Do come to Clubhouse, find Awaken Ascending, and come hang out with us. And we talk about all of these things, everything, that we've talked about today, all of the ascension related things, and also all of the starseed conversations. But yeah, definitely check out my special Beyond Quantum Healing hypnosis offers. I work with a lot of starseeds. We connect people in with the birth of their soul, or of course their star lineages, different home worlds and their soul teams, and whatever other questions you bring with you. I only do these offers once to twice a year, so definitely check it out if you're interested. I'll put my link in the chat in just a little bit. And thank you guys for hosting. So much love to you. Thank you, Flo, and it's nice to connect with you guys.
Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you.
Deep gratitude. This awkward moment.
As long
so
the joy
cute.
frequency.
Sorry, everything's.
I love it. It's fine.
Hey, Bridget, thanks for your time.
Whoa!
I think Ashley froze, so I guess I will introduce the next. Oh, she's back.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
It's kind of cutting off. So I
Okay.
guess I'll intro Z, which, okay, I'm stoked because Z is like a good friend of mine, and I met her through sheer synchronicity. I like to share the story often that I was at a meditation retreat in Ontario, and it ended like 2 days into the future, but one day in, I get the message I have to leave and just go. So I trusted that and I hopped on the road and they're like, nope, do not take this way home. We're going to take you on a completely new path. So I started following spirit, started following the angels, and to make a long story short, an hour later, I'm in the middle of nowhere and I find like this residential street and there's a crystal shop in one of the houses. And I didn't really want to go. I was kind of like, oh, I don't know if I want to go to a crystal shop, but because it was in a residential area. And I tried to drive away, and every time I drive away, they're like, you better go back. And I tried to drive away again, and they're like, you better go back. Anyway, the third time, I finally listened, went to the crystal shop, and this is where I met Z. And as soon as I met her, I am like, oh my God, who is this human? I felt starseed vibes instantly, and now she's just, I mean, she was already awesome back then, and now she's gone international and doing amazing stuff in this world. So Z is the Andromedan visionary of the Earthstar Academy. She's a gatekeeper, shamanic healer, medicine singer, multidimensional coach, and self-healing guide. Her soul spent recent lifetimes studying light field genetics and creating mechanics for these skills. She was invited to craft starseed DNA and many wanderers on Earth today. Z fuses ancient Taoist teachings from her ancestors with galactic teachings to creation magic. Thanks for your patience and so honored to have you here.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sweet. Hi. It's so cool to be here. Oh, he's just dropped me in. He's like, all right, okay, bye. He's just left.
Hey, I could stick around.
You're like, you know how this goes. All right, and go.
Aloha, Dr. Z.
Hi,
I just want to say thank you for being here. Flo invited us to the StarSeed Conference last year, where we first introduced you. And since then, we've been joining you for the Earthstar Academy and just riding these waves with you. So we're so grateful to be together in this unified field. And thank you again for your presence on this day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm super stoked to be here. I haven't done one of these in a little while. I just had a baby like 2 months ago. So I'm like, oh, okay, computers, I'm going to do this thing. So I don't know how this is going to go. So I'm excited. So how's everything been flowing? What are some of the things that you guys have been diving into? And where would you guys like to go with this today?
Well, it's been a lot of timeline jumping, quantum field, celebration, energy. I'm muting you because when I talk, there's a feedback, so in case you're wondering. But I don't know if you have any ideas, Vay and Allah, but I always love everything that comes from you.
Sound healing is such a resonance for us all. So
Yeah.
I feel you just cannot go wrong with some sound healing magic. That's one idea.
Yeah.
That feels so good to me too.
All right, so we're going to get started with that then. I'll just open with a little bit of sound frequencies and then we'll just see where the energies take us. Okay, so for those of you that have never seen me before, hello to you. I am Z Earthstar Healer. I'm really excited to share some sound frequencies. These are activation codes from Source, and we're going to just kind of meander into this energy together. I know that you've been hanging out in this beautiful energy all day, so probably something more soothing. Sometimes these activations, they can burn out our cells, and so we're gonna come in with some gentle energies, and we're just gonna see where this goes. And so feel welcomed in the space together, and let's just dive right on in. Oh no. The technology gremlins are out tonight. All right, one more time. And go ahead and take a long, deep breath into the body. Exhaling, releasing all tension. Inhaling this divine love, cosmic energy into the body. Exhaling, releasing all confines. saturated with the vibrations of the ascended realms, divine cosmic love. Just allow our being to be here for a few moments. Hello, everybody. Take a deep breath and breathe that security, that comfort that only comes from being in connection, being in alliance, being in resonance with the vibrations of true love. And exhale as you release any tension, any anxiety, any vibrations that are just in a slight oscillation beyond true resonance. Allow it to dissipate and realign into center. So excited to gather. It's always so potent to be in a resonant time-space coordinate with our StarSeed family. This is a time when we can really sit together and be in recognition of the fact that we are in fact here on Earth together. We are not alone, stranded in our little corner of the planet. I'm going to drink some water real fast. It's really hot here today. Yeah. So thank you so much again, Flo, for inviting me to another year of this wonderful gathering. Every year I feel like the resonance in the field, it's very creative. I feel like it's always a gathering of relatively younger generation starseeds. I'm very used to working with the first and second waivers for the last few years, but I've really been intending on communicating more with our third waivers and our late second waivers, the beings that are really here to actually make a difference in the 3D plane. And I'm going to kind of go into the difference of those different waves. But first, I just want to say that I'm really happy to be here. So I would call myself a embodied star being, I guess. For many years, I've been integrating my multidimensional self through the different dimensions. The first part of myself that I came into connection with is an Andromedan aspect. This is an Andromedan geneticist aspect that primarily works in light field genetics. And for those skills, I basically was drafted to work with the Guardian Alliance to support starseeds in arriving on Earth. So in order for starseeds to come to Earth, obviously we come through our Earth parents and they share with us their Earth lineage genetics, but through that entire process of your genetics being formed, you would have a multidimensional team that begins to actually work with the genetics to begin to weave together different packets of information. And that information would be stored in the holographic aspects of your DNA, as Bridget actually was beautifully taking us into exploration of. And so these strands of our genetics allow for us to be born into the density of 3D Earth, still having our higher dimensional aspects and access into those dimensions relatively intact. Now, most of us that are in our 20s, I was born in 94. Most of the 90s babies, we chose to actually step fully into the false matrix, meaning we weren't born in some temple, we weren't born in the jungle. We were born into the false matrix with parents that may have been slightly awake or completely asleep. And this was basically to allow us to gain an understanding of the false matrix and the density that exists here. And so I feel like the main code that is coming through today for transmission is the existence of what I have termed the New Age glass ceiling, which I have come to know both exists above our consciousness and below our consciousness. And I'll describe and explain what that means. So I believe that the late second wavers, which I would consider myself a very late second waver, and early third waver. And what that means is that, so the first wave came here to basically crack through the thickness of the density. They were the first starseeds that incarnated in this story that the starseed family is a united system. We all came as one family. We came in a fleet. We came with a plan and we came as a unity. We came in alliance, being drafted by all of our different starseed skills and knowledge and aspects in different dimensions. And those lifetime experiences on many other worlds that we have gathered for many lifetimes. So we all have our individual specialties. Some of us are master healers, some of us are master architects, some of us work with planets and star systems and all of those things. And for those specialties, we were really called together and we formulated this plan through the united nature of our highest self, which is God, consciousness, source, unity, our highest united self. We're all deeply connected through the tree of life to that central aspect of our highest self, that united part of our being. And so as we arrived on Earth, some of us, and I believe the first wavers, they're really the most courageous and some of the most powerful beings. Many of them don't believe that they have done their mission because, as the internet came about, so many of the later starseeds came in with so many gifts and they can see so much energies. The first wavers are like, did I actually do anything? And the truth is, the first wavers were their most badass souls on the team because they came to Earth when everything was the densest, right after. I would say the majority of the first wavers began to incarnate around the end of World War II, in the mid to late 1940s. And so, of course, they gradually increased in numbers all the way through the 60s and the 70s when it begins to cross into the second wave. But there's a 20-year crossover. So the main job of the first waver, again, is to just lift the vibration. They incarnate into the density. Many of them incarnate into very difficult families, difficult upbringing, so that they can begin to kind of crack the distortion in the code and begin to bring in the original coding. And then another part of their job was to then scan the environment because a lot of our galactic families, we couldn't really see exactly what was going on the planet. We knew certain things like, there was imprisonment and there was slavery and there was torture and all of the killing, all these things that were happening on this planet. But we didn't know exactly the kind of technologies, the exact measures of mind control and those kinds of things that was happening. So they began to feed back information up into the motherships, where then we work together to curate different kinds of coding. So then the later incarnated starseeds would have different kinds of antivirals in our consciousness so we didn't fall as deeply asleep as the previous generations did. So you can see that is a very intergenerational united mission that we're on. And so the second waivers, I believe, are, mostly people that are in their 40s and beyond. These are people that I guess would be born, in the late 70s beginning, but mostly in the late 70s, the 80s, and into the 90s. These are the people that, who have taken advantage of the raised vibrations that the first waivers have already done. And they're here to, actually have skills in the false matrix. Maybe they gained skills in the financial world. Maybe they gained skills as an architect, as a doctor. People are usually gaining validity in human civilization, and as well cultivating wealth. Okay. And this is why I actually consider myself a late second waiver, because I believe that my daughter, who was just born 2 months ago, she would be a true through and through third waiver. And you can see that these waves really have crossover. But I know that the theme of this conference is the highest timeline. And as I see it, we all understand that we're here to create heaven on earth. So heaven on earth, let's just imagine it for a second. Everyone is aware of their divine nature, their ultimate human destiny to become an avatar of God embodied, to experience all the qualities of God, maybe have mastered certain abilities, have Siddhic powers, as the Siddhic powers are really the qualities of God that we are experiencing and embodying in human form. People are feeling fulfilled. People have complete sovereignty over their energy and their time. People are doing what their heart calls, and we're all working together to build a very beautiful existence on this very beautiful planet. And this is what I imagine heaven on earth to be. Now, the second waivers, we're really getting ready for the third waivers to get the job done. So this is why I consider myself a late second waiver, because I feel like a lot of my mission lately has been the realization of my creator power inside of a human body, and really integrating what the earth experience is. And so actually using my higher dimensional skills and abilities to apply to 3D issues, 3D distortions. And part of that is actually completely understand what the StarSeed mission is about. So the StarSeed mission is essentially a universal project of universal completion. What happened in this universal experience to this point has been this experiment of free will. And free will is a term that people kind of toss around without full understanding of, because there's different kinds of free will. Okay. So we can't get behind absolute free will without allowing for there to be situations like what we have on earth right now, where there are pedophiles and rapists and, reptilians that do crazy things and torture people for loosh, all of those things. And if you don't know about those things, we won't go deeper into those things. You probably already know about those things. But anyway, the reason why those things are happening is because ultimately this universe is going through a game or a life experience. Just like we have incarnations as souls, universal consciousness or universal architecture also has lifetimes. And currently we are completing this universal lifetime in which we are exploring absolute free will. And in order for there to be absolute free will, we're essentially saying pieces of source actually would have to dislocate or sever from source, because God, if you think about the idea of God, and let's just step outside of all the false distortions of God that we have here in this fallen world, the original vibrations of source, of divine creation that we are all in oneness and all connected to through the original tree of life, the qualities of God are infinite grace, divine love, eternal peace, and expansive creativity and joy. All those vibrations, compassion, divine love, these are the qualities that we would associate with the original creation, God. So if that was God, then and I know that in the New Age, people like to say, well, everything is God. And I would like to propose that this is actually one of the viruses of the New Age agenda. But we can see that certain fallen strands of consciousness that then degraded into absolute irreverence and even cruelty and violence and complete reversal of source, that eventually it became, immense violence against young people, children. This was the only way that absolute free will could be in universal architecture and has been an experiment. And many councils in the source realms have decided that we've had enough and we need to bring an end to this experiment. And I think all of the starseeds then were basically called together or even birthed. You hear about starseeds that are born from source that are arriving on Earth these days that haven't even had an incarnation because they're born out of this intent. You can think of creation like if God was imagining and God sends out this intent for universal healing and universal completion, and those starseeds were dreamt right into creation. And many of us feel that connection to that original intent, and we rode the waves of that intent here to Earth, where we have this grand plan of healing the original, healing all distortions in the universal light body and bringing us into completion and into the next octave of universal experience. And so this is what is basically the Christos realignment mission. What that means is repairing universal consciousness, repairing all coordinates and all quadrants and all fallen strands of universal consciousness back into a wholeness and back into our original template of divine love. And so here we are on the absolutely craziest place in the universe, here on Earth. And a lot of beings are, they've forgotten that we're playing a game. They have forgotten that this has been, a universal experience that is only a phase. And they fully believe that the fall is real, and that the only way that they can survive is by the perpetuation of their control and domination over the universal life force, and continuing to actually tear universal energy and reverse creation spin so they can continue to exist. And this is why we have satanic ritual abuse and fallen religions and different kinds of things like that on our planet. Now, I believe that Earth was chosen to basically play part in this universal completion as almost like a petri dish, because we understand that the universe exists in fractals, right? So the human, our single unit of human consciousness in our body, I think this famous quote that's like, you're not a drop in the ocean, you are the ocean in a single drop. It's kind of like that, where the Earth is a microcosmic fractal of the universal whole. And there are very many galactic consciousness of both the ascended energies as well as the fallen. All of the karma and drama that has happened in this universal matrix, all the galactic wars and the degradation of life and the kidnapping of priestesses to create hybrids, and all of these things exist on the Earth so that the starseeds can have a centralized place to basically bring resolution to all major issues in the universe. And that is why we're here. And I know that sounds insane, but when you take a look at what's going on Earth and take a look at the existence of tens of thousands of starseeds that are awake right now, and many more, I believe there's millions of us here right now awakening even more. It's really the only thing that makes sense. I remember when I was first waking up, my galactics would lead me through the city. I would go to the mall, I would ride the subway, and I would scan the reality with one of my few third eyes, and I would begin to perceive the distortions. I would scan people's body. I'd be like, what is going on here? Why are people's light bodies all clogged up? Why is this shopping mall, existing only in 3D when there's 15 dimensions that we can connect to in the harmonic universes? And why does no one even know that they have multidimensional self? And most importantly, why does this world exist in complete disconnection to the original vibration of God, the true vibration of God? And even though there are very many schools of religious thoughts and very many spiritual temples, it was very rare that I came across something that I would scan and actually sense the true vibrations of our original connection to the original tree of life. And so I began to gather information, asking questions, looking at things in front of me, and I realized that as the starseeds activate, our human experience of completely reprogramming and restructuring this human world, which when you span out into the universe, it's not really a big deal, right? It's just this tiny little planet. But this tiny little planet is so relevant to our cosmic story right now because everything that's unfolding on the earth is a fractal emanation that is refracting out into the universe and correcting universal consciousness architecture. And so that is why things are so chaotic and crazy, and there's just a little bit of everything here in the world. And so, of course, that leads to the reality that starseeds, we need to be clear and lucid and activated and empowered and strong and clever. And we must have right use of our holographic anatomy so that we can effortlessly and efficiently move through the next, I believe, something like 30 to 50 years when we basically completely correct and completely restructure this planet to have a planetary galactic civilization. And I believe that is what we're here to do on this planet. So of course, that is going to require for us to be quite grounded. And that brings us into the different New Age glass ceilings that I'm going to talk about today. So the first New Age glass ceiling is above our head. And of course, there's reflections of this in our human world as well. So this is basically a film in our crown chakra, in our third eye chakra, and in our higher chakras, where we are basically capped at a certain level. We are taught different things, like 5D is a great example. We hear 5D, we want a 5D world. Well, actually, being in 5D doesn't even bring us beyond where the distortions exist in our DNA and in our consciousness body. We actually really need to be connecting to 12D and beyond, because 12D is when the distortions actually cease to exist and there's Christ intelligence, Christ consciousness, untouched, undistorted, original template intelligence. And so the fact that most people, haven't heard of 12D and have been just bombarded with 5D is a sign that there is a agenda to basically cap the spiritual growth of people that are awakening. And this is not difficult to believe because we all know that the CIA has been crafting social engineering programs for a really long time. These are documents you can read. They're public knowledge if you can go and find them. They have been doing mind control research since World War II. And really, World War II was a front for all sorts of experimentation, genetic and consciousness and multidimensional, right? Because the Greys, the Zetas, various negative alien factions were actually the beings that made alliances with the Earth government at the time. They really tricked the Earth government, to be honest. I mean, I have... through my oracle journeys, I've seen that the Earth government is actually currently realizing that they've been duped. It took a long time, but there are people in the elite groups of human civilization at this time who have realized that they've been duped and that the ETs are actually not on their side at all. And the ETs are basically going to betray them. They just wanted the Earth government to go along with their plan. And so because of that, those people are actually waking up and reverting back into alignment with the highest human destiny. So this is a good thing. And eventually the star people will be working with those people. I have seen these in visions, but we're talking about decades down the line. And so we understand that social engineering is a real thing. Things like hippies, jocks, these character traits or personalities, 3D personalities, they were all designed to basically be a structure of the personality crystal that would trap the soul in a human existence, a human expression, so that a soul would not actually find its authentic vibration of expression. These are parts of the 3D soul matrix soul prison or the 3D false matrix soul prison. And there's various limbs. There's all of these limbs of the false matrix soul prison, and we can see them everywhere, right? In the education system, in the medical system, on TV, in the media, all of these things. It's just spread out far and wide. Of course, all of this research was being done back in World War II and beyond. And so we understand that they know that the Great Awakening was happening. They know that there's spiritual people on this planet. I mean, the divine war on Earth, the war on the holy people is not new, right? Many of us have fears of persecution and things like that because they've been killing spiritual people. They're still eradicating spiritual people. And so we have to understand that it's not out of the left field that there are a lot of agendas, specifically in the New Age, happened in the 60s that are mind sliding star seeds from our actual mission on Earth. And one of them is what I like to term spiritual airhead syndrome. And this is something that I went through myself, where it's like everything is love and light, and we're talking light language all the time, and 30 years go by and absolutely nothing is getting done. Or 2 years go by and nothing is getting done. And we're existing in this almost like this cap. It feels like we're in bliss. It feels like we're love and light, but we're extremely non-productive. And this is exactly what they want, right? We're actually 5D, right? So we're not connected to the 3D and we're not connected to the 12D. We're floating in this astral space where we think we are awakened and sharing love and light, but we're really not doing anything. And so this is, of course, done on purpose. And so there's two folds of this. So starseeds are coming down. We're waking up to our higher self. We're waking up to these higher energies, and we're blocked because our human self, our earth self that exists in dimensions 1, 2, and 3. So we're never going to not be in the there's not going to be not 3 dimensions because it creates space. Right? So we're experiencing density. So we're not going to not have, buildings. We already don't have buildings in higher dimensions. So it doesn't make sense for us to not have buildings down here, because that's the whole point of having a planet like this. And so we're always going to have rivers and mountains and villages. We're always going to have things like libraries, hopefully, and hopefully places of worship like churches. And hopefully we have schools, and hopefully we have places of healing like hospitals. And we're here to basically recreate these things in the physical, in the 3D. And so our physical body, our human personality, these things exist in dimensions 1, 2, and 3. And of course, there's a lot of false light out there that's going to say, oh, we're not in 3D anymore. And all of this is because as long as your higher dimensional consciousness is not embodied in the first 3 densities of reality, you are not going to be able to do anything, and you're not going to be able to actually materialize anything in real life. And for me, one of the first things that my team shared with me was that I have an earth self and I have many star selves. My many star selves basically are stationed in the different densities of universal consciousness. And so all star seeds have these, right? So our 12D self is usually our avatar Christ self. The being that embodied this was, of course, our Syrian starseed brother, Yeshua, or Jesus, or Isa, whoever name you want to use. Jesus and Mary were part of the Christos realignment mission, the starseed mission, to correct the universal architecture. They came here 2,000 years ago to basically begin to anchor this energy, anchor these knowledge, reawaken the knowledge of our human light body anatomy, right? So when you embody a 12D consciousness in your physicality, right, this is what the word Christ actually means. Christ means divinity, source, materialized. Divine love, materialized. Materialized means realizing it in physical, right? Jesus didn't just disappear. Jesus was in his physical body, and he performed miracles because he embodied source in his flesh. And those were his original teachings, right? And so these are the original teachings that are all over the world, really, in India, in ancient China, in the ancient Native Americas. Everything's always about true source embodiment, the path of the avatar. And so I believe that our Starseed family, specifically younger starseeds, right? The late second wave, the early third wave, we are here to master creation on levels that has never been witnessed before. This is why it was so exciting for all of us to come here. If we just wanted to be like, oh, chakras are cool and light energy and everything's fluffy and nice, we would have stayed upstairs because it's way nicer upstairs. Things are way fluffier and shinier upstairs. We came down here to master our creatorhood and to truly bring the template of human DNA to its potential as we intended. Why do we design these human vessels? So that we can experience source and mastery inside of these bodies. Okay, so I believe that anyone that refers to themselves as a light worker, as a star seed, who is on an awakening journey, who's even on a spiritual path, the true spiritual path is eventually meandering through these mazes that this world has created and realigning with this true calling in our heart to find the signal, the homing beacon of divine love, and realize that the embodiment of divine love is a cheat code that begins to activate our Christ embodiment in our body. And we then basically can master creation to the point where we can create new systems, right? New foster care system, new hospital system, a new library system, whatever system you're here to create, here to anchor. Think about your city, right? Back in the Pleiades, I was a city architect, a social architect, meaning we designed cities, and the cities that we designed were beautiful, and the architecture that we had were beautiful. And the whole point of us awakening is remembering our skills from those civilizations by tuning into the different dimensions of our light body and accreting them through our earth self, our human self. And so until our human self is healed, and we have to go through the healing, it's purged of the viruses, the distortions, the things that exist in this physical world that make it distorted, we're not actually going to be able to fully step into our mission. And the process of us healing our physical body is a simultaneous process that fractals into the world, which begins to realign this external world as well. And I know that this is a lot of information. And so I created the Earthstar Academy. And the Earthstar Academy is definitely coming in from the Guardian Alliance, our collective highest self, who are hosting the Starseed mission. The Aurora families, the Crystal families, the original source families from the high heaven realms of Andromeda and beyond. These guardians are hosting the Starseed mission on Earth, which means that the Earthstar Academy is really a mothership. It's a mothership where Starseeds can basically receive your training. When I first, when this Andromedan being began to communicate with me, it eventually led me to this place in New Mexico. And when I arrived on this land, the man that was there was like, oh, I've been waiting for you. I was like, I'm from Andromeda. He's like, yeah, so the man that bought this land, when he died, he said one day a little Chinese girl from Andromeda was going to come. And this land is meant for her. And she's going to build a Starseed mystery school here. And so eventually I realized that there was actually a Stargate being built, because part of this rescue mission has to do with different Stargates that have been hijacked or shut down on this planet. Many of us have genetics that are able to interact with the grid and with these Stargates to begin to open them. But we're also building new Stargates because some of the Stargates have been so severely damaged that new ones needed to be constructed for us to be successful in our mission. So when I first started having dreams about this Starseed Magic School, they told me that this is a star being training facility. They did not call it a retreat center or anything. It's definitely, I saw us doing push-ups, I saw us reading books, I saw us writing essays, and I saw us, training ourselves, activating our DNA and receiving guidance in this training so we can basically transform infinite cosmic energy into whatever energy output that we choose. And money happened to be one of the possible outputs, right? There's a virus program in our community that wants us to believe that money is evil when really money is just energy. And the spirit of money was this feminine goddess that came to me one day. She was like at the window and she was like, they are using me in ways that are abusing my signature. And for so long, I have existed, right? Money has always existed in human civilization. Even in some animal civilizations, they would trade things. It's really just an exchange of energy, an exchange of value. And so for so long, these evil people have been trafficking energy, trafficking creation energy, which is creation energy, earth energy, goddess energy, right? Goddess creation energy. And so this goddess was like, please help me. I want to be with the star people who are actually going to change the world, who are going to invest in a new foster care system, who's going to pay for, kids that are being rescued and their healing, who's going to train their foster parents in shamanic healing, because those are the kinds of healings that the trafficked kids are going to need, because this is soul level abuse. And so in order for us to actually support the humans of Earth, we also need to engage in galactic shamanism training, because it is soul level abuse. We need to understand, the tangible ways that the soul exists, the structures that the soul moves through, and how souls can become traumatized, and how codes can become distorted, how light bodies can start to awaken and heal, and all those things. And so they led me to start the Earthstar Academy, and we basically engage in 3 kinds of training. There is a curriculum where we break down what is the mission here on Earth, the different negative alien agendas that I play through, the false matrix. We break down how the false matrix has affected our human self so that we can heal our consciousness, right? Again, it's all about healing the earth self so our higher dimensional self can actually accrete. Every starseed is going to go through something like a walk-in process. It's going to be experienced like a walk-in process because your human personality was locked inside of a personality crystal that had to exist to survive inside of the false matrix. And so we go through ego training, we do lucidity training, and we do subtle sensory and perception training, and as well galactic shamanism training. So if these things are what you have been looking for as a star person who wants to be on mission because you believe you're here to actually do something amazing and you have a planetary leadership contract, all of these things are things that we dive deeply into in my school, and you can find me at earthstar.academy. And that's about a wrap. I just kind of spewed a whole bunch of stuff because I needed to do it fast.
Receiving your codes, I just got to say I really resonate with you deeply. I love how you're grounded, Starseed, and you're really encouraging us to connect with the embodiment codes while still connecting with our divinity. I honor your truth telling, and I'm just grateful I know you. So thank you from the depths of my soul.
Oh yeah, brother. It's gonna be so fun. I mean, like my family here at the headquarters, we're just working really hard. I mean, we're working, really, really hard to I've had these dreams that the galactics give us $14 trillion to heal the planet, right? It's like, for example, people are like, oh, I don't want money. But if some alien came and dropped $14 trillion, are you going to be like, no, bro, I don't like money? Or are you going to be like, oh, heck yeah, like I'm going to save the world with this, right? So it's kind of this thing. And it's like in my dreams, no time was it ever actually given. We create it. And that's the fun part. We create it because we restructure energy flow through our embodiment. And so let's get it, fam. Let's get it.
It's so fascinating that for us starseeds, in order to integrate and enter us into the new earth consciousness, we have to actually touch these elements of society that the spiritual movement is terrified of. But actually that is our pathway to liberation, what we most fear. So I mean, this
That's so
is
exciting.
incredible. Sorry.
It's just about eating it, right? At first you're like, oh, what is that? And then you eat it and then you digest it and then it becomes, like usually you poop it out and poop is not as good as what you ate. But in our case, it's going to be better. So for example, I feel like I'm here to design new earth hospitals. And so I see, because my awakening started when I, almost died in the hospital and received very poor support. And I was like, they do not know how hospitals are supposed to be built. And I do. And so how am I going to do that? Sit around and wait for somebody to give me $1 million to build a hospital? No, I'm going to start, doing my work. And that's where we get excited about all the things. We stop waiting around and we get to the good work. So.
Yes, and it's so incredible how our life journey, what we've gone through, the shadow times, the dark times, was actually like a teaching for our mission on this planet. I've gone through my various illnesses. I had my father was in a pharmaceutical sales rep,
No
and
way.
it was like training for me because I knew from a
Absolutely.
kid right away, like, okay, something is off,
Mm-hmm.
and I need to. And I knew it, but as a child, I couldn't really speak it out, but I could feel it in my body, feel it in my essence. And now, going through these last 2 years and being here, I kind of understand why I went through that journey.
Yeah,
And that's something we could
absolutely.
all do, like look at our lives and those potential situations where we're like, ooh, there
It's
might be
always
some.
training.
It's training, it's medicine, it's making us strong, and
Yeah.
it fosters our mission.
Yeah, and really, these years we're just mastering our energetics so we can be hyper productive. There's a lot to do, right? There's not a day that goes by where I'm not in active creation mode, and it's so freaking fun. It's the most fun ever, right? So it's great.
I'm just vibing, resonating. It's so
You
it's
know,
so like the
you've
most
taken several
fulfilling thing.
products too.
It's the most fulfilling thing to be in service to the new earth. I mean, I have to work my ass off, but I enjoy every moment of it.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you
Oh,
again. And we are so grateful for the mamas that are participating in this event. Thank you, Divine Mothers. Congratulations for raising up these star seeds. We're so grateful the star seeds have such a nourishing environment to thrive, to truly embody love and sovereignty in the highest of ways. So thank you that you are here and presencing that love, the answer to it all.
Yeah, the mothership.
thank you to both of you two for, being conscious parents and raising the next wave of starseeds. You two are like the living embodiment of that.
Oh,
Thank
it's
you, Flo.
total honor. And I know that this is a mirroring. We are, one for all and all for one. Let's do this. Let's keep
Yes.
Yeah.
creating. Let's keep utilizing our divine imagination and just raising everything up to the highest light.
Yeah.
I know we got this.
We got this, and so it is.
Yeah. Let's raise that Schumann
Oh, it is.
resonance.
Well, actually, from what I've been hearing, the Schumann resonance is rising today. I don't know if this is accurate or not, but someone sent me a photo. And every StarSeed conference we've had for the last 3 years, the Schumann resonance has spiked. So I think there's something going on. Maybe we're choosing the right date, or maybe us coming together is doing something powerful. And I know Ashley's checking out, so let's just wanted to tune into you before we get on to our next guest.
Yes, unfortunately, to tune out has been a magnificent day. Real quick, I just wanted to thank Z for sharing. She shared with her truth, and I very deeply resonated with like every word she said. Very similar mission that I'm here on, and especially regarding the soul abuse, the soul detachment with humanity. I've known this since I was a child. I felt it. I've seen it. I had to go, as we all have, just kind of learn and become aware of how it was occurring, so we could, correct and enlighten others to come back to their self, bring it back, bring that soul back. And the other thing she touched base that, was deeply resonant was with the spirituality and ascension misinformation out there. The programming that's run and misinformation. We were speaking about the CIA earlier. with, I was temp recruited for psychological operations years ago. And like I said, luckily I listened, and I'm so eternally grateful that I listened to my intuition. And I didn't finish submit my final application. And, I know now it took me many years to be able to openly talk about that. So I know, that's even more confirmation of why I'm here, and I'm standing strong, and I'm so grateful to be a part of today. And thank you guys all so much. I'm sending so much love. And the Schumann resonance is off the charts, definitely, because we're gathered collectively. So thanks, everybody. Thank you, Flo.
You're welcome. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you for being a host. I guess I'm just going to jump into our next guest because we are behind. And Perlin, just if you're hearing me, we're going to get to you right after this video. So Grandma Flordemayo was at our conference last year, and unfortunately she couldn't attend live, but she sent us a little video to share the energy of New Mexico, to give us a solstice blessing. And after hearing Z, I knew it was the right moment to share this video. For those that don't know, Grandma Flordemayo is a curandero, a spiritual, a healer of divine spirit. As a seer, she has the ability to see other realms of color, light, and sound. In addition, Grandmother Flordemayo has the ability to see the effects of existing imbalances on the physical, emotional, and spiritual realms within a person's energy system. As a world traveler, she has offered ceremonies and has spoken on a wide range of topics, from healing to the use of herbs to her most recent project, the Seed Temple, located in Estancia, New Mexico. So she's actually one of the 13 indigenous grandmothers, a sacred grandmothers council on planet Earth. And as mentioned, she couldn't be here, but let me get her video up just so we could connect with her vibes. Okay, share screen. Alrighty. Hopefully you could hear that.
Beloved Creator, beloved Mother, Father, beloved Beauty. On this sacred day, beloved Creator, we, the humans of the four directions, ask for your sacred blessings. You have brought us to this moment, beloved Beauty, the longest day of the year, beloved Creator, and you have shown us our path. We have a path to travel, beloved Creator, and we're asking for your blessings as we travel on this path, beloved Beauty. As we walk down our path, we have our bundle, our sacred bundle, our bundle in which we hold all of those sacred items, all of those incense that you ask of us on this sacred day of Toh, on this sacred day, beloved. We are here to be in prayer with you, to ask for your blessings, to ask for your protection. And as we pray, beloved Creator, as we journey down our path, beloved Beauty, we reach out into our bundle and we bring out our offerings to the sacred altar of the universe. Beloved Beauty, you bring to us the longest day and the shortest night, beloved Creator. On this day, we celebrated around the globe, and it has been celebrated for eons. Thank you to the spirit of all of our ancestors. It has been celebrated through sacred fires, huge fires, beloved Creator. On this sacred day, I hold the fire in my heart, in my memory, as here in New Mexico, I stand here before you and I can hold the spirit of the fire in my heart, simply because for me, here in the desert, we are unable to personally set our ceremonial fires because the state has been in deep, deep forest fires for many months now, beloved Creator. And on this sacred day of the Spirit of the Fire, beloved Creator, reach your hands down to the state of New Mexico. Embrace those embers that fire the smoke, beloved beauty, and turn it into beautiful, beautiful light. Bless us with your beautiful, beautiful light, transmitting that fire into another sacred element, beloved beauty. It would be sweet to see the rain clouds here in this beautiful, beautiful state. On this sacred day, beloved beauty, I continue to hold the fire in my heart, in my prayers, and I know that you are with us, beloved Mother, Father, to bless us and to carry us on this sacred, sacred day. Beloved beauty, in the name of all of the spirit of nature, beloved Creator, the spirit of the earth, the spirit of the sacred waters that helps us in the planting of and growing of our gardens. And I ask the blessings of the sacred sun, beloved Creator. And I ask for the blessings of the sacred wind, the sacred breath, beloved beauty. That it comes together in harmony for the sake of all of the people, beloved Creator. As I hold you in my altar, as I give you the offerings of this sacred day today, the day of Toch. It's the day in which we bring our offerings to our altar. In the name of all of this, beloved Creator, in the name of the great mystery, beloved beauty, I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I thank each and every one of you that is listening out there in the four directions. Let's form together a beautiful, beautiful circle of light, circle of prayer, circle of intention, and circle of huge gratitude for the sacred life. In the name of all of the beauty around the globe, beloved Creator, I thank you.
Feeling those prayers. Just thanking Grandma Flordemayo for being part of the event again and sharing these prayers and blessings. Why we come together, right? To enact the change, to work with the elements. And we send our prayers to New Mexico right now and all parts of the planet that need it. So pass it to Vay and Allah. How are you two doing? How are you feeling?
Wow, that was such a beautiful, poetic pule. Some would call it a prayer. We just so thankful to hear her words. Wow.
Yeah, it's It's so special to have these elders.
Wow. Can you say that again?
Oh yeah, sorry, I think you're cutting off or I was cutting off. It's so special to have these elders with us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow. 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 Shall we start introducing our next guest?
Let's do it.
Our next guest today is Perlin. And Perlin is an intuitive reader who works with quantum energetic fields from the earth and stars. Her sole purpose in all interactions and experiences is to encourage union in duality through identification of light and shadow, yin and yang, masculine and feminine.
In all of her work, she wishes for all to lean into their own free will and to live into the trajectories which best serve their highest path, for all to fully be present and being in contention.
And we say also, when we saw Perlin on this beautiful flyer that Flo birthed, we thought, oh my gosh, she looks so familiar. We know this sister Perlin. And we're so grateful to be able to introduce you and welcome you to this beautiful conference. Thank you for joining us. And we are so inspired and feeling just profound gratitude in our hearts that we get to hear from you and your frequencies today.
Yes.
Aloha, mabuhay.
Hello, greetings, Star family. Yeah, my name is Colin. It's so nice meeting all of you. I have no structure plan for this. It's just gonna be conversational, and I would like to open up the space in the chat and invite everyone to kind of share where they're from. So where in the world are you from on Earth? Send in your location, let us know. I think in a lot of the work that I'm starting to lean into, there's this idea of needing to bridge the gap between all that's separated. Hello, everyone. Look at us, you're from all over the place. So beautiful. You know, I'm gonna be really honest. What I'm going to say won't be all pleasant. It's going to be extremely honest in what feels most present for me right now. And when I was asking my guides how I should go about speaking over here today for this conference, they told me not to plan anything. I tried so hard to plan many different sequences, but it wasn't working out. And yeah, so I'm just showing up as I am, hoping that the messages that you're meant to receive will be received in the best way possible that could serve you. So we're talking about the highest timeline or the highest path. That's how I would like to call it. I think a large part of it has to come from a space of shadow acceptance. There are a lot of connotations, labels, characterization of things that we have brought into words in symbology, language, expressions. What I've been told is the fact that all these things have been separating us. All these modalities that have been created, they exist for us to explore what life could be like on Earth. But it's not meant to separate us. We might go through different points of our journey where we relate to one side more so than the other, but we're not meant to look at things as good or bad. We're meant to come into a space of acceptance of light and shadows, knowing that light and shadow is both an expression of love. The pain and suffering that we experience here on Earth, it's just part of the experience. If we get into that space where we think of ourselves as victims or others as perpetrators, what we're essentially doing is disempowering ourselves, taking away that resilience and truth that all of our soul carries. Yeah, and that's not to say that the trauma and stresses that we have experienced individually and as a collective is untrue. What it's meant for us to see and understand is that it is what was needed for us to get on this path of remembrance and realization of what could best serve the highest good of all. We're all divine. Even all those people who have hurt others. We all come from a place where we've gone through traumas and stresses of our own. So they're showing up in the ways that we might not fully understand and we might not be able to embody in this particular incarnation. But if you constantly put them on the other end of the spectrum, not seeing how you're actually on the same path and trajectory, you're just going to stray further away from where you're meant to be. What I've been told through many of the little conversations I've had with the divine, my guides, star beings, is that collectively we've been chasing our own tail. We haven't been spiraling upwards. We've been spiraling down, but that's not a bad thing. It's actually really, really good, because for a seed to come into a space where it starts to germinate and sprout, there has to be darkness. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful to be in the shadow. And that's not to say we wish to romanticize it, but we shouldn't also romanticize the light like many of us do. We can't always be love and light. The connotation that we put onto love is one that brings us pleasure, contentment, fulfillment. But the ways we're using this word is in a space where we're elevating it and putting it on a pedestal. It's not truthful. If it's truthful, it's neutral, light or shadow. I came in wanting to bring in a very lighthearted mood from my slightly more people-pleasing ego space. But I realized I really just have to lean into this truth and this message that I'm meant to share. Yes. So thank you guys for popping into the chat and sharing your locations. What I'd like to invite you guys to start sharing on the chat right now is truthfully in your body, in full embodiment, how are you feeling? Do you feel at ease? Do you feel safe? Do you feel triggered? Are you tired? I think that's something that will help us tap into our present self, knowing that the past and future don't matter as much as where we are right now. Because if you can't get your present self figured out, if you can't sink into this version of yourself, you wouldn't be able to move forward onto the path that you're meant to lead. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. So I would like to lead us through a little exercise or meditation that my angel maiden princess reality self would like to deliver. She was really excited to have found out that I'll be part of the conference. And I'm very, very happy to be here. Thank you, Flo, for trusting me and allowing me the space to share my perspective and my views. If at any point in time you guys have views or thoughts or ideas that you'd like to share in the chat, please do so. Any opinion or ideas that you're holding back on would be an opportunity for growth for another, so allow it to flow through. I'm just looking at the chat and reading all your responses. Thank you for sharing. All right, so if you can get into a comfortable seat wherever you are, I will be speaking in some light quotes and light language, and there'll be a bit of sound. So if that's something that could trigger you, you might want to lower the volume or just take a step back from this exercise, which should last for about 5 to 10 minutes, I'm expecting. Yeah. So get comfortable in your body, maybe close your eyes or take a soft gaze. Just check in with your body and feel into your breath, all 5 senses, feeling into every single cell of your body. Notice how you feel right now after the full day's worth of content that's been shared, or the bits that you've received. Acknowledge all of your identities, all of your different egotistical self. We invite in our guides into the space, our higher self, divine, and the intergalactic star beings to witness this union between all of us all across the planet. You're really happy to know that we have gathered here on Earth after what has happened in the Muria. You're really happy to know that we're on the path that we're meant to serve. I wish to share that we are always supported at every single moment through light and shadows. They wish to let us know that pain and suffering can only exist if we allow it to. So bathe in all the love and light and shadow and fears, knowing that they are all representation of truth, of divinity, of our interconnectedness with one and all. Start to slow your breath down, deepen it. Feel into your body, all of your 5 senses. Connecting with Pachamama Mother Earth, all star beings that are surrounding us here. Connecting with the earth and the stars. Allowing the duality and the contrast to sink in. Oh yeah. bandwidth at which your soul can hold in experiences, wishes for you to trust and surrender to all that is out of your control, to lean into your truth, to lean into your personal power, to lean into that idea in the spirit of community, to be in commune, to be in union with one and all. Allow all of the light codes to sink into your body, to awaken your quantum transmitters across all of your physical body, for you to tap into this space and remembering and activating that active DNA that wishes to spiral and spur through your entire being. Allow it to help you in this unfolding, this healing journey of the collective. Allow this to be what sets precedent for all the star beings who do not know the acceptance of light and shadow. To struggle with the ego. To struggle with acceptance. Take a gentle breath in, exhaling out with a sigh. Take a swallow of saliva. Another breath in, releasing with a sigh. One more breath in, letting it all go. Taking another swallow of saliva, just feel into your body. Allow your hands to land on whichever parts of your body it wishes to. The healing frequencies from within your genetics flowing through your hands, through that access point. Breathe into your hands. Allow this healing energy to trickle through into your heart, into the entirety of your physical body, your soul. Breathing gently, softening every single muscle in your body. Take a gentle breath in, letting it go with an exhale. Another breath in. Exhale. Taking a swallow of saliva. I'm calling upon my intermediate princess Kitty. Kitty's going to come in to guide us through a nourishing portion of this exercise. We'll be sitting in our Andromedan pods, a little bauble that surrounds our body at every moment. Start to feel into this bauble, this energetic sphere, this protective field. In Andromeda, there's this really beautiful planet where we have access to all sorts of medicinal herbs and plants, fungi and mushrooms, all of them. In this pod, that is your own glass house. You have already cultivated all the crops you need in this space for your own nourishment. If you're able to see the crops, start to feel into them with your hands, reach out to them, feeling and thanking them for being there. If you're unable to see the crops, perhaps it is to hear into the sounds that let you know where they lay. The direction, are they right above you, below, right beside you, right in front of you? Are the plants creeping up right in front of your face, asking to be witnessed and saying hello? If you're unable to hear them, are you able to smell them or taste them? Feel them with your hands. If all these senses are not working for you, just lean into trust and allow your body to reach out to the place and direction that your plant, your medicinal plant lays in. or the medicinal trips that we've been planning for ourselves, all this while so easily accessible in our little bubble. Taking a swallow of saliva, maybe if you're already tempted to reach out to a plant that calls for you. Hold on to it, caress it, feel into its texture. Maybe if you're feeling already glutinous, just holding on to it close to your lips. Perhaps it's meant to be smeared all over your body as paste. Does it wish to sprinkle nectar all across the entirety of your body? Does its petal wish to caress your skin? What does it wish to do for you? Ask this plant. Are you meant to make a concoction of a few different plants over here? Allow yourself to reach into all of them. Perhaps if today is not the day for you to consume them or receive them in your body, it's to just witness and be in awe of this beautiful space that is yours. Breathing into it, feeling into it. Knowing that it is love. It's reaching out to you. Start doing what this medicinal plant wishes for you to do with it. Does it trickle down your throat? Does it go straight into your heart? Which part of your body does it wish to enter from? Allow yourself to sink into the space and be nourished by it. Bathe in it all. See how every single one of your cells start to plump up. How they start to feel a lot more alive. How they're starting to remember all that you're meant to. Allow yourself to sit with this nourishment, the beauty of it all. Knowing that this plant and the lusciousness of this pot has only come about from all of your shadows, all of your traumas, all of the abuse you've witnessed. And all of that has brought this nourishment to you. Your triggers and the people who bring about your triggers are your teachers. The gurus and teachers that you're seeking out, the certification and courses that you've been reaching out to, they're not as potent as these experiences that you've had. So hold on to it all with love, with kindness, knowing that being kind is not in the act of being cordial and nice, but in being truthful, vulnerable, allowing space for pain and suffering, allowing pain and suffering to be transformative, coming into full acceptance of all that is. Start to bring awareness back into your body. Taking a couple of swallows of saliva, feeling into your breath, your warm skin against the cool or warm air around you. Breathing into every single part of your body, your torso, front and back, left and right. Into your head, your heart, your brain, your arms and legs, your hands, your feet, your fingers and toes. Start to wiggle them. And take all the time you need to open up your eyes into a soft gaze. And maybe when you're fully ready to fully open up your eyes, coming back into the space. Welcome back. All right. I'm trying to be mindful of time. I do have a few more shares before I end off. But wherever you guys are at, when you feel that you perhaps could have the space to express how you felt from this little exercise, I'd like for you to share it in the chat. To find resonance in all of the truth that people will be sounding and sending through the chat. Yeah. And I'm going to continue speaking over here. It's a channeled message. All right. From the Palladians. We understand how painful it must be to go through all that you've experienced. We understand why you might have romanticized all of your experiences through multiple incarnations. The idea of Lemuria is not one that is beautiful, it is painful. And we wish today to sit here with this unfolding, to share with you the truth of what happened. We're extremely apologetic for how it's played out. When Project Earth was first conceived in the stars, across all of the different star systems and dimensions that we exist in, we were genuinely just curious to find out how it would look like for light and dark to coexist. What happened in Lyra was definitely unfortunate. We are pained to know that for many of the incarnations are not linear, it's cyclical. For most parts in Lyra, at least 30% of their incarnations there, they live in opposition. And for many of us in the other galaxies, we struggle with the same things too. So when we decided to bring about Project Earth, when we saw that clash that was about to happen that would have brought about this beautiful galaxy, the formation of the Milky Way, we decided to create many souls and bring about at least 10 million of us from the stars onto the beta project for Project Earth, which is Lemuria. In Lemuria, we had so much to experience in beauty and love. We coexisted with multiple species. All the deities and gods that you are able to see or envision on Earth, they all existed in Lemuria. Just like the mermaids, the fairies, the gremlins, and the many of you who were souls that embodied the land of Lemuria. We're really happy to see how it could have played out on Earth, just with how things were playing out on Lemuria. And we had 10 million of you over there setting precedent for what could New Earth look like. New Earth, as you call it, Earth as we had planned for it to be. But what was really unfortunate was a misplanning and management on our part when the 6,000 souls we have prepared to send to be of support in Lemuria wasn't sent down when chaos started to play out. There was no other way we could have imagined for things to play out. So the chaos and wars and conflict that happened between all the different species have been continuing till date, where all of you are now on Earth. We're really sorry about that. But we have trust in the ways that you're showing up in the last few months with this plan that we had in mind to be able to play out in the ways that we hope for it to. We think it's really precious because despite our own egotistical minds and wish to help and support all of you, we have forgotten the fact that all of you have free will. And in the many incarnations you've had in the stars, if you wish for it to end on Earth in the most beautiful way possible, we would love to honor that. But for those of you who would wish to return to the stars, you're more than welcome to return home. But if Earth is your home, we wish to be of support in the ways you wish for us to show up. We're extremely excited for all that's to come. And we have trust in all of you being able to balance light and shadow, not in portions of 50-50, but perhaps 0 and 100 on one end to the other, full embodiment of either sides of the spectrum of all exits and trajectories. We're extremely pleased to know that the next wave of collective ascension will be one that will not only heal Earth, but many of us in the stars. And we thank you for that. We thank you for that. I'm back. So I think that's all I have to share. Maybe a bit of 3D marketing stuff and branding related stuff. Yeah, just to share, I'm on Instagram at Transmission Wellness. I do intuitive readings. I'm also a yoga teacher and also a quantum activator. I work with the quantum fields for healing and for activation of the quantum transmitters that we have. I do not have time to share more on that, perhaps another time. But if you're interested, you can find me on social media or send through an email through my website. I'm excited to help many of you remember and awaken all these quantum transmitters that you have. And keep sending through your thoughts and feelings through the chat. I'd love to interact with all of you a little more, perhaps another time, even though time's a construct. We're so silly, we actually managed to come up with a measurement for time when it doesn't even exist. It's funny. Yeah. All right. I'll be popping my stuff in the chat. And yeah, thank you for allowing me to be here. Flo.
Oh, you're so welcome. It's a pleasure to have you. That channeled messages just really resonated with my soul. So thank you for coming. I know you're representing Singapore from the Earth level, and been meeting so many beautiful souls from Singapore. So I'm really honored for this to be an international gathering today.
It'll keep growing a lot larger, and it'll be beautiful.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, we send you love, and if you could plug in your information in chat, that would be great. Vea, Allah, how you two feeling from?
Wow, just such beauty flowing throughout this whole day. What a magical weaving that we're all sharing in.
I know. We needed a moment to live just that.
Feel that. It's interesting because every time, after the end of the speakers, us three just seem to be in a state of receptivity, and we're just in silence. It's the only way to honor what just happened, you know?
It is
Yes.
beyond words.
And so much is happening telepathically. We can all feel so much of the energy connections transpiring all across the planet and beyond. I'm just so grateful to make these bridges together.
Yes, and just for people who don't know, Vea and Allah are a magical couple that just gracefully came into my life, and you know, I've been like soul family since. And you two are in Shasta now, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
So
it's
we're
so
gonna
funny
see more
because
of you. Sorry, please continue.
oh no, it's so funny because so many people have connections to these sacred places all over the planet, and we feel everyone in all of these precious points. And we're grateful to just be holding light together in this time. There's just such a huge synchronic flow happening to protect the sacred and to honor these creation cycles. Thank you so much for everyone playing your unique role in this time. Whether it's creating some divine grid flow, making music, upholding meditations, and challenging ourselves to stretch out of our comfort zones. Thank you everyone for going into the cold plunges of life and as a phoenix.
Yeah, the new normal.
The new normal. You're always a wordsmith, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorcerers attract source energy.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna keep it flowing, family, and I am excited for this one. I mean, I've been excited for every guest, the hosts, and let me just give the intro, and then bring her aboard. So, I connected with this divine soul on Instagram. Just kind of happened very naturally, where I got to listen to some of her music, and I'm like, this is the new Earth frequency. She had this amazing track called Catching the Vibe. She goes by the name of Afia. She's an actress, singer, songwriter that's known. She's a starseed incarnate on this planet to help people on their journey back to their soul essence. In her music, she spreads healing messages and frequencies to do so. Her healing journey back to herself was tough, but she learned to overcome it all and gain the strength necessary to conquer it all. With her platform, she wants to encourage everyone to claim their power. She is a super inspiring being, and I'm just going to invite her in. All right, boom. So, ladies and gentlemen, and aliens, give it to Afia.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for that beautiful intro, Flo. Thank you for this beautiful invite. I'm super honored to be here. I'm super honored to be able to tune into this gorgeous energy. I can literally feel it, us all being connected. I love the theme of the conference, like the highest timeline. I feel like that's something that I've definitely tuned into recently. So thank you so much. I just want to connect with y'all through a little breathing, just breathing in all the air, all the energy that is surrounding us. So I'm just gonna take a few deep breaths, and wherever you are in the world, just know that we're all connected, and take a few deep breaths with me. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for breathing with me. Grounding myself is something that I really needed to learn. I wasn't grounded at all at first. So Source told me, like, you need to be able to ground. My whole life has been one big transformation, I would say, actually from the beginning of the pandemic, and it's been a beautiful roller coaster ever since. I just want to speak to you on being in your highest timeline, being in your highest self, being in your higher power. The fact that you are here today in this conference means that you know that you have a purpose on this planet. We all have. Let me explain that we all have a purpose on this planet, and no purpose is bigger or more important than the other. They just differ from each other because we are all one, but we are obviously not all the same. Us as starseeds being here incarnate on this planet today means that the loving frequencies that we know in our soul essence, that we need to bring those to this planet because the planet needs it. We are in one of the biggest shifts. We are in one of the biggest shifts, and we can really kickstart the ascension of the planet, raise the frequencies of the earth. And art, in whatever form that may be, is one of the most beautiful and effective tools to do so. I've been gifted with a love for music, a voice that attunes to frequencies, to music. So I love music. I love dance. Dance is such a powerful tool. Like whenever you feel down, for example, whenever your human programming starts to take over and things come up, certain traumas, all of it. Very agree. Thank you. All of that, move your body, move it, tune into the frequencies that you know are within you. Move your body, dance around or stretch or whatsoever. Your brain is very easily distractible. Take that into account. Use it to your advantage. Get back to that subconsciousness, rewire it. You have the power to do so. There is a way that you can rewire your subconsciousness for success, for abundance, for love, all of it. Look up theta brainwave state. It's the state as you are drifting off to sleep, and as you just wake up. And just waking up, obviously, when you wake up, when you are distracted or you grab your phone first thing in the morning, no judgment. We've all been there. We all do that. Use the theta brainwave state as you drift off to sleep. Get into some sound healing, YouTube, Spotify are your best friends in that. I'm developing my own version of it. Stay tuned for it. I will drop my information at the end. I'll give it to you. Stay tuned for it. And use sound healing in combination with positive affirmations to literally rewire that subconsciousness of yours. Because in the theta brainwave state, your subconsciousness is like a sponge. It's like a sponge. So it's the ideal time to feed it positivity. Return to that positivity because at your essence, you are love, you are happiness, you are joy. Those are not things that you have to seek externally. Yes, there are things there are tools that release certain hormones that make you feel all those things. But feeling them actually just means that you already are them. Tune into that frequency, starseeds. Tune into it. It is really time. We have been through a lot. I know it. As starseeds, we probably haven't had an easy journey, but we are here because we could do it. because Source trusted us with it. Tune into each other's frequency. You are never alone. Even when you feel alone, I know that healing journey can feel so alone, but you are not alone. So I want to sing 2 songs for you and hopefully with you today. 2 songs from my album that I released in April. And the first song is called Free Falling. And it is about not tuning into the frequency of this society, of this capitalistic society that just wants to make a profit off of you, that labels certain traits as too expressive, too weird, too rebellious, whatever. That's just because they know that that type of energy crushes their system. Tune into it. Free falling. You are not meant to be put inside of a box. You don't have to take any box. You just need to be you. You just need to spread your light. You just need to spread your love, which you are at the core. So that's what this first song is about. I hope that with sound, everything is okay. Please tell me if something is unclear or sound isn't okay, and I'll try to adjust. But this one's for all of you, Free Falling. I don't take your boxes, cause I'd be lying to myself. I don't take your boxes, cause I'd be lying to myself. I don't take your boxes, I put myself up on that shelf instead. I put myself up on that shelf, yeah. I put myself up on that shelf, yeah. I put myself up on that shelf, yeah. I put myself up on that shelf instead. I put myself up on that shelf. Don't you know that this is your time? Stop walking in line, cause you run that show. So roll up those blinds and go with that road. Don't stay on the side. Stop doubting yourself. Just put yourself up on that shelf. Stop doubting yourself. On that shelf, yeah. Just put yourself up on that shelf. 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 I don't take your boxes, cause I don't ever feel the need. I don't take your boxes, cause I am not for you to be. I don't take your boxes, cause in my essence I am free instead. Yeah, in my essence I am free, yeah. Yeah, in my essence I am free. Yeah, in my essence I am free. Yeah, in my essence I am free instead. Yeah, in my essence I am free falling, free falling, free falling, free falling, free falling, free, yeah, free falling. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. I feel this energy coming in, and let's breathe through it. Ooh, these light codes, these downloads, they're just gonna accelerate and accelerate and accelerate. We are there, beloveds. We are there. It is time. It is time. Free falling. Don't put yourself in a box. Go for it. Go for it. Whatever that desire is that you might be doubtful about, but which gives you so much joy, go for it. Go for it. Law of nature. If it's not hurting anybody and if it's good for the planet, you are good to go. No matter what anyone says. Detach yourself from that programming, because people are just projecting their own internal struggle onto you. It has got nothing to do with you. personally. Let that land. It is projection, and that is okay. Get into forgiveness. Forgiveness towards yourself, forgiveness towards others. Forgiveness is such a powerful way of setting yourself free in this planet. Oh, and trust me, I have had to forgive, especially myself. And once I was doing it, my ego was screaming at me and being like, what is going on? Why are you apologizing? Get into it. Get into that. Because your ego is just trying to keep you safe. And probably as starseeds, we haven't had a very expansive way of safety. So our ego just comes up a lot and very fast. Name your ego. Give your ego a name and see how it comes and how it goes, trying to keep you safe, which is in itself really powerful and really beautiful. But if you are not attuned to an expansive way of safety, it just attacks you. It tries to attack you to keep you safe. That's the whole paradox. Tap into that higher version of yourself, because that is you. It is not just something that floats around that is unattainable. It is you. It is all of you. Integrate. Know your true nature. Thank you for being here. Thank you for remembering your true nature as well. We need to go. We need to go. I know a lot of you have already keep going, hop on, jump on that wagon. Let's go. And that's what this next song is about, catching the vibe. It's a new era. We are going to a new earth, the new normal. That's it for us. And as starseed, let's activate. Let's catch that vibe. Let's go. That's what I wish for all of us. Catching the vibe. This one is for all of us. Let's activate. Ooh. Oh yeah. It's a new era dawning. You stay in or you come in, yeah, or you respond to your calling and let yourself be free. We turn to the fire, burning full of desire. Yanko, let's go higher. Tap into your frequency all day, all night. We are catching the vibe. Be true, be light. You know that is your guide. Say with me, loving is the key. Say with me, I am who I need to be. Catching the vibe, feeling alive. You, me, alive, oh yeah. Energy high, go through the night. Open your eyes, oh yeah. Feel that energy. Know your mind is free, yeah. Like cold energy. Ground yourself, just breathe. Ground yourself, just breathe. Yeah. Ground yourself, just breathe. Ground yourself, just breathe. Ground yourself, just breathe. When you start to awaken to that blissful essence of yours, you start creating and you'll open all the doors. Be ready to ride those waves, 'cause I attract, I don't change. Be on the lookout for what I do. Don't you know it starts with you? This is the time we going up in the sky. Don't waste your life, your soul is just to thrive. Say it with me, I feel past what I see. Say it with me, we are the new breed. Catching the vibe, feeling alive, you, me, alive, oh yeah. Energy high, go through the night, open your eyes, oh yeah. Feel that energy, know your mind is free, yeah. Like cold energy, ground yourself, just breathe. 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 Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo. Breathe, catching the vibe, feeling the light, you me alive, oh yeah. Energy high, go through the night, open your eyes, oh yeah. Feel that energy, know your mind is free, yeah. I like good energy. Ground yourself, just breathe. Ground yourself, just breathe, yeah, yeah. Ground yourself, just breathe. Ground yourself, just breathe, yeah. Ground yourself, just breathe. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will put my information in the chat. Y'all can follow me on Instagram. I'm mostly active on Instagram. It is Afia X Healing. So AFIAX and then the word healing. You can also go to my website. It's www.afiaxhealing.com. So Afia times healing, because we need to heal. We need to heal as a collective. And by healing, I don't mean that there's anything wrong with you, because in your essence, you are perfect. Let nobody ever tell you that that's not the case. Do not affirm that you're not perfect. You're living a human experience. So maybe your behavior sometimes might not be perfect, but in your essence, you are perfection. You were created that way from stardust. So remember that. Thank you so much for sharing with me. Thank you so much for being here, for attending to your mission, for living your purpose. We are doing it and we will keep doing it. Flo, thank you so much for inviting me to this magical event, and know that magic is yours and yours to keep, and know that miracles are real and they are yours to explore. So that's it. That's all I've got for now.
Ground your body, just breathe.
You had us dancing over here.
Good.
If you just had us moving it over here.
Good.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Movement is medicine. Movement is period. Yeah.
Yep. The medication for the meditation.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. That was so beautiful.
We first heard this song on the StarSeed family Telegram group, and we just had to play. We were driving and it just kept giving us so much momentum for our journey. So I'm so glad that you shared the song and the lyrics to that song on our StarSeed family group on Telegram.
Yeah, so, it was like, Wallan, this is my song.
I'm so glad to hear it. That's beautiful. That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you so much for tapping into those frequencies. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's just keep creating, and like you said, dancing and enjoying all this music medicine. Let's just keep just letting it come through. Definitely. All the way.
When we do that, we all activate each other. We connect to each other as a universe, you know? So yeah, definitely. Let's send out those frequencies. Let's tap in to that happiness. Let's tap into this magical reality. I feel like some people are really looking for like some other dimensions. dimensions are states of consciousness. They are
Yep.
yours to be in right
Yep.
here, right now.
Yep. Let's turn the dial, y'all. It's all about tuning in.
Definitely create your heaven on earth. It is
Yep.
yours. It is there for you, you know?
Yes.
So yeah, I just I want to see those smiles or even the tears. Let it all just go, you know? Emotions, they come, they go. Tap into all of it. Know that you are a magical being, multidimensional, like being prepared for that highest timeline. We are doing it together. And you can see it. Look how crazy they are going. They're going crazy. They're just like trying to grip whatever they're gripping with, like that pandemic and now all these laws. No.
The 3D is 3 distraction, destruction, and doom. So let's crush it. And
don't be scared about any of it. That's what they want for you. And when you are in a frequency of fear, love is here.
Yes.
Fear is here. It does not bridge. Clear that fear. Clear it. Get into that love because you are it. You know, don't be distracted. That's what they're trying. It's one, to me at this point, it's one big comedy show. And just
so it just came like, get the F out of fear and listen with your ears so you can hear.
Definitely. Definitely. Yes.
Get the F out of fear.
Yeah.
And use your ears so you can hear.
Look, that should be a lyric.
I know. I better write that down before I forget.
Afia, you gotta just roll with that one.
I know.
We're ready for a song with those very words.
Like our words is just like a grocery list. So you can use that in your grocery list.
It's from that unified field. So
yeah, somebody could use that new normal. I need somebody to use that quick before I die on it.
I think I'm doing it the whole time. It's spread. That thing is spreading right now. New normal. Wow.
I know. Flo, you might have to take that one.
Yeah, we're ready for more music from you too.
Okay, you know what?
We love that music you've been creating.
I was tuning into my intuition. I'm like, okay, maybe you've already seen it, but I did create a StarSeed hip hop video, and Afia, you inspired the heck out of me. So first off, I just want to thank you. I was actually talking the whole time, but listening, I didn't realize I was muted, and definitely catching the vibe right now. I think we're all just catching the vibe, and that's my track too, bro. When I'm driving the car, I'm definitely listening to that track on repeat. Amazing. I love the chorus. The chorus actually grounds me and calms me. And you know what's been coming to mind? It's been coming down for a while. Is to be grounded is the new enlightenment for this time. So let's be grounded. Let's be human, and let's bring heaven to earth in our body by dancing, by grooving. Somebody mentioned in the comments, we need a Afia and festival, and my intention is. Whoa.
Your intention, yes.
And let's try this again. All right, action.
I just heard a major feedback. So our intention from this conference is actually to make it a festival next year at this time in the physical flesh. I'm not sure where it's going to be. Maybe it's going to be Mount Shasta. Maybe it's going to be Sedona. Maybe it's going to be Mexico. Maybe it's going to be BC, Canada. I don't know. But I'm just going to let God flow through, and whatever is meant to be, will be. But it's time for us to gather in the physical and dance and have some fun, have a party. Make this planet a party. So in a good way, right? A conscious party.
Yes.
I would love to attend and meet you all in the flesh, even activating that energy even more. Yes, let's do it. Yes, definitely.
Great. So sending you off with love, sister, infinite blessings.
Yes.
Before we jump to our next presenter, I'm going to show that StarSeed hip hop video, and then I'll let you guys intro Sri Kala. So, okay, FYI, I grew up on really gangster hip hop, like hardcore stuff, right? So it's
Right.
embodied in me, and I knew as a starseed I was here to alchemize it. So this song, I took all that gangster hip hop that's been in me my whole life, and I fuse it in a conscious way. But there is swearing, so I sometimes feel weird about that part, but I'm gonna show it to you. I know not everyone digs hip hop, but this is the medium that flows through me. And let's see if I get the screen share going on. Hopefully this works. Share with everybody. Boom. Okay. All right. Okay. Hold on.
StarSeed wanted multi-dimensional codes. Liberation. Open the Star Nation.
We on the run from the motherfucking cops. We on the run from the motherfucking government. We on the run. Nah, fuck that. We got the power of the sun. Blasting light, blasting vibration, blasting frequency, enter Star Nation. We turning dials on your radio station. Downloads encoded, enter in your cranium. Don't need uranium, it's time we shake it up a little. Open up the riddle, no longer the monkey in the middle. Played like a fiddle, 4 centuries. They won't let us breathe, now we hold StarSeed technology inside of me. Shape-shifting reality, dropping Babylonian towers. Come, take back your power, take back your mana. Fuck the news, media, drama. Root down and plug yourself into the mama. Earth healers and these kundalini drug dealers. Shifting up terrain by alchemize your pain. Bring the rain, now fuck it, bring the thunder and let it pour until we immersed in this wonder. StarSeed wanted for crimes of liberating and unifying. Yo, we waking up the planet. Yo, we waking up the planet. Yeah, we waking up the planet.
We waking up.
Yeah, we waking up the planet.
Waking up.
Yeah, we waking up the planet.
We waking up.
Yeah, we waking up the planet.
StarSeed wanted.
Human frequency is rising up.
Rising up.
Old world order is dividing up. Divine feminine is leading up. Aggressive masculine is trying up. Fake leaders are being exposed. Love is replacing all the gold. Passion is replacing outdated work. Crystal children are being birthed. Food is turning into medicine. Healthy crops is how we win. Church foundation starting to crack. Politicians can't hold on to the mass. News media can no longer trick. Timelines opening like Morty and Rick. Healthy rivers are starting to flow. Organic seeds are starting to grow. Teachers are breaking curriculum. Galactic channels are delivering. Releasing of the caste system. Power, listen to divine wisdom. Healing connected to energy. World taking back the mastery. We spent all our lives pulling out the weed. No time for the living awake. StarSeed wanted for crimes of liberating and unifying. Yo, we waking up the planet. Yo, we waking up the planet. Yeah, 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 we waking up the planet.
StarSeed wanted. StarSeed wanted for crimes of unification, liberation, coming from the Star Nation, Galactic Federation. Yeah, we waking up the planet. 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 Yeah, we waking up the planet.
So that's
Whoa!
Passionate.
Wow. All right. So this song, we could not stop playing this song. You know, Vela, who's 8 years old now, she loved this song too. So we just bumped this song so loud.
Oh, thanks for the
Thank
words.
you for sharing that, and thank you for trusting that it was divinely to be part of this StarSeed 2022 conference.
Yeah.
So many synchronicities right now.
I
Yeah.
appreciate it. And I think it leads right in. Okay, so Sri Kala unfortunately couldn't be here, but we have a video from him, and I think it's all going to connect with Afia, and it's going to give us like a direction for us to go moving forward from the conference. So I'll pass the mic, the talking stick, to you two.
Oh, wow. Flo, Afia, just keep lighting it all up. We're
Yeah.
with you all the way. We're one. So thank you for unifying the field through your music medicine. We're on board. We're so grateful to share this multidimensional spaceship.
Yeah, bro. You released the Kraken with that song, bro.
Plasma physics is galactivated.
Release the Kraken.
I know where that's coming from.
I know.
Oh my goodness. Wow, wow, wow.
Yeah, but we're gonna introduce our brother Shaka.
Yeah, Shirkala. All right. So I just want to share that I'm so grateful. We're so honored to introduce our brother. I met him over a decade ago through Rainbow Gathering and him, weaving his way synchronistically to Shasta and just so much over the years. Everyone has grown so much and just birthing so much medicine year after year. And I feel like this is like a graduation time for everyone right now. All of us starseeds, it's like all of this dedication and devotion to our mission. And it's like everything is taking its next level in service and integrating it all. Like Flo was saying, we're grounded more than ever now. And we feel so safe in our physicality to share these precious gifts. We're held in so much love.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to continue to be held in this way just more and more every day because we are remembering more and more every day.
Mm-hmm.
It's certainly a galactic activation portal day today, the blue cosmic storm.
Yeah.
Together we transcend in order to catalyze. Today is this day where we are enduring, where our collective endurance is bringing forth so much energy. We're transcending old thought forms and old energies, and we're honoring presence to bring us to self-generation. We are each galactic activation portals. Thank you for being the vortex of divine love that you all are, that we all are. We are here and we're ready. So thank you for continuing to just pulse these starseed vibes.
Yeah. Kukui Kukulu, the pillar of light.
Everyone here, pillars of aloha.
Yeah.
With empowered humility, we all show up in divine time. Thank you.
Yeah.
We can't help magnetizing one another,
I know.
It's just going to keep growing from here.
Yeah.
So thank you for trusting in that and knowing that we are all supported.
Yeah, I like Afia, how you shared we are all one, but we're still different.
Yes.
It's almost like the human body. Like the cells at the toe is not gonna say like I'm different from the fingers or the head. Like it's part of one organism, but functions at a different purpose.
We are all one, but we are not the same, and we aren't supposed to be because we are supposed to work together.
Yeah.
Exactly. And move that mothership.
Yes.
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 Oh my goodness. All right. So let's introduce our brother Shirkala. He has some more medicine for us. I love that this conference is completing with all this profound music medicine. I mean, of course, right? Of course. So here we go. Shirkala has a deep connection to the oscillations of sound vibration, using mantra music, meditation, and sound frequencies to transmit his unique quantum healing. With nearly 20 years of practice and study,
Shrikala has mastered a rare capacity to hear and feel energy frequencies on the subtle platform and recreate them with his voice to promote healing for the mind and body. His specialty is serving the most masterful of spiritual teachers, visionaries, and creatives who don't usually get challenged. He is uniquely powerful at serving these massively aware beings and softening in the tiny spaces they still hold tension, infusing love in the small pockets they still avoid, and opening more deeply in their bodies than they've ever done before.
In addition to Shrikala's mastery of sound and music, he brings a deep understanding of breath flow, Reiki, reconnective healing, Qigong, astral travel, the law of attraction, and other sciences and modalities. Into his service, he is deeply integrated, standing for the spiritual and material integration and mastery of his clients and fans. This is a powerful brother, y'all.
Yes, thank you. I'm so grateful that together our family is going to experience this sharing together as a unified field. So let's be ready for this.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, sorry.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. You made it. This is the Channel It Challenge. That we have listed. Get yourself some $3. Move.
Hey family, I'm hearing you guys can't hear it, so I'm just gonna try to start this again. Hopefully it sounds better this time. Okay, let's share screen. I apologize for the technical difficulties. Let me know if it sounds louder.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. You made it. This is the Channel It Challenge. And you are here because we're going to move through creative blocks. Even when there is something that is too tough, that is too vulnerable, or too risky to share. In this creative workshop, we will create a space and time to channel all parts of ourselves through movement, through words, through song. In order to actualize what you want in this world, there must be space from all the noise, from all the cycling of thoughts and all the cycling of emotions that have not been expressed, felt, or seen. So this is what we're going to be doing here in this challenge, is using our creative flow to witness these parts of ourselves so that we can create more space and have more fun on this planet. Thank you for being here. As you do each challenge, remember to post what you've done inside of the group so that we can give you a credit for those challenges completed. And in the credits, we're giving out Shri Bucks. We're giving out Shri, this unique social currency that is within the creative community of Sri Kala. And with this, you can spend it on all kinds of rewards that we have listed. Get yourself some Shri Bucks. Move, dance. Let your creativity be your prayer. And I'll see you inside the challenge. Welcome to Channel It Challenge number 1. Come as you are. Movement meditation. Find a nice open space to explore your physical dimensions. Bring a video camera with you, cell phone. Just record your movements. Put it in a place where it can capture this movement meditation journey. We start off in stillness. And we do a small dance. Listen to the truth of how you feel in this moment. How does it feel to dance with the most subtle movements? Where each tiny muscle contraction is considered a dance move. Let yourself relax, even in standing position. Feel the pull of gravity. And again, just notice any micro movements your body is doing. This is dancing. Small, microscopic, tiny movements. Come as you are. And notice, who are you right now? How do you feel in your body? What's the quality of your mind? And just notice and listen. And pay attention to those small, subtle, microscopic moments of movement in your body as you surrender and in your deep listening. Now we start to speed up a little bit. Imagine that you are in a jar of honey. What would it feel like to move in this jar of honey? What does the body want to do? Still, come as you are. Feeling your insides, feeling your emotional body, and letting what you listen to move through your physical vessel. Come as you are. What does it feel like to be moving inside of honey? Let this sense of being in a jar of sweetness keep your movement slow and thick. Come as you are. How low do you want to get to the ground? explore being close to the earth in your movements. Round, slow, but faster than stillness. Still listening to the truth of what wants to be expressed in your physical movement. Now speeding up a bit more and letting the awkwardness in the body move, because the awkwardness in the body is related to the awkwardness we experience in our art creation, in our writing, in our singing, in our playing. So let that mess in the body be felt, be seen, be expressed. And give that body your deep attention. Let your mess be your message. As you speed up your movements, continue to let them be an expression of how you feel right here, right now, in this moment. Come as you are. Let yourself get open and really tune into what wants to come through you right now. Is it something in your hips want to move? Is it something in your shoulders? Come as you are. Your mess is your message. Get raw, get open, and see what's there for your being to express through your physical body. Okay, this is the last few seconds. Really let yourself move. Shake out anything you want to shake out. Move in spots that you haven't moved yet and see what your body wants to do. Let yourself really go for it in these last few seconds. Now slowing your body down once again to that start point of stillness. Subtle microscopic movements. Coming back to a still standing meditation. And this will be the end of challenge number 1.
Well, there you have it, folks. Sri Kala with the Channel It Challenge. And feels like we've been talking a lot today about being grounded. Let's get this camera ready. Being grounded, being in body. And on our last presentation, we get to feel the movement, we get to feel the experience. And so I'm just gonna close it off here. So I'm gonna just give my gratitude to all the panelists. I'm just gonna move you guys, sorry, just so we get the full screen, because I don't think that's working. All right, I may have sent you a few, so you can come back to the webinar. I just wanna thank you all from the depths of my soul for showing up today, for supporting Star Codes and coming as you are, coming in your full authentic self, your truth. We need you more than ever. And we want you to let you know that you are supported, you are held, you have a family. You have a family of humans that are here on planet Earth, here to serve you, here to provide you inspiration and be the reflection of yourself. There's a vision, there's a story deep into the future of humans sitting around the fire, being in the beauty of Mother Earth like our past Earth ancestors, and sharing a story of when the Earth was toxic, when the waters were polluted, when the airs were polluted, and people were starting to lose hope. And in the midst of all this darkness, a light started to emerge within the souls of the collective, within the souls of the individual, and they started to remember who they are. They started to remember that their life experience is much bigger than the day-to-day, that they are connected to the stars, they are connected to the universe, and their soul is greater than all that is. And when they started to remember who they were, we started to work together. We started to sing with each other, dance with each other, and enter into a group field to guide our species back home. I hear these stories in the future, and I know we are in the story right now. You are in the story right now, and your life has deep meaning and purpose to the creation story for our future children and our children's children's children's. So I send you off with love, and I'm just being guided to close the ceremony with some drumming and just inviting you all to, I wish we could all hold hands in a circle, but let's just gather in energetical form together. Let's see us like these beings who are in this background actually, but we're here right now on our planet. Just invite you to close your eyes. Allow your heart to open. Allow your heart to open to the inspiration, service, the compassion, and any earth tools you might need. We thank the Star Nation, all our universal allies, all the beings that are helping guiding us home. We thank our guides, all our ancestors in the spirit, we thank the beauty of this planet for giving us life, breath, shelter, and the opportunity to remember who we are. Remember we are great. Remember we are powerful. Remember we are whole and one. And as a collective, we stand so it is. Peace on Mother Earth. Peace in the human soul and heart. Peace for the next 7 generations and beyond. So our children's children can sing in freedom. May your life path be blessed. May all yourselves be blessed. And we thank you from the depths of creation for incarnating to this sacred time. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bows from this beautiful universe, bows from all the dimensional planes. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for supporting all these incredible hosts. I just want to thank Vea, Allah, Ashley, Raji for hosting. I want to thank all our speakers. Most importantly, I want to thank you all for coming, holding space, for supporting, for encouraging, for writing in the comments. We're here for the new time. The new time has arrived. Live your truth, live your passions, and smile. To find out more about us, you can check out star-codes.com. We're going to be sending a replay to all who are registered, but just want to share that and give gratitude to you. The moment's precious. Until next year, when we gather in the physical, we are just getting started, family. We are just getting started. Stay connected with us on the Telegram chat, and let's support each other. Let's honor each other, and let's grow with one another. Love you, love you, love you. Infinite blessings. Thanks for all the kind words, and peace and love. And as I like to say, Namaskar. Take care.